Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
How dare you? How dare you accuse yesterday of being arrow kisser time? Also, hello everyone. Welcome on in. It's Rory and Slowboy and Driver and Quarry and Deadfire and Vamp and Wolk and Riolu and Salador and Sunov. You don't know that. Wow, voice crack. I am firmly unkissed. J'accuse! See, Salador, if you really want to accuse someone of something, you can just use the accuse channel point redeem. Oh, wait, I didn't... Sorry, I promised. I'm a terrible streamer. And you should agree with that. This isn't a bid for sympathy. This is actually like, I set out to do something and I didn't. I'm lowering the cost of Purge the Week from 1,000 to 100 because I think it would be funny. Because I think that y'all have been very good. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Well, maybe I should have expected that. You know, maybe that one was on me. Maybe I should have paid more attention to what my community was interested in. Nah, it's fine. Oh my gosh. Yes, how are all of you today? I didn't eat anything. And then I started stream and I ran downstairs and I grabbed some rice from a rice cooker because I, like, an hour and a half ago, I was like, I want rice in like an hour. I'm gonna put it in the rice cooker. And then I made it. And then I had rice. And I was like, whoa, I have rice. See, that's the thing. Has anyone here had a rice cooker? Because I'm not gonna lie. Is it something you need? Heck no. Is it something that will make your life much easier? Yeah. However, I'm also the sort of person who, much like the mighty Tyrannosaur, I can only see things if they move, and much like a human infant, I have no object permanence, so I forget about it if I can't see it. Which means I constantly forget that I have like a big 15-pound bag of rice that I can just make whenever. So if I see the rice cooker, I'll think like, oh, I can make rice, and then I'll make rice. Suddenly I can feed myself. It's actually a problem. But hey, the rice cooker ensures that I'm not gonna like die. So I suppose that's a win. Like a win is a win, you know? kind of hard to answer when we're all dead. That's not my fault. You want to know what? Do you want prices down even more? Do you want me to crash the rights economy? Well, of course I'm going to ask for your opinions after you shoot each other. What have I made clear? Have I not made it clear that I want my community to be made up of only the strong? And that should you be weak, you will be purged? Do you think I want the opinion of someone that isn't going to survive purging? Do you think I want Mr. Joe Schmo over here, Mr. Legston himself, to just be like, oh yeah, I like it when my rice is like this. Blah, 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 blah. No, I want only the strong. I want the Giga Chads of the world, whose biceps are the size of my head, to say, yeah, eat rice raw. Don't even wash it. And then I'll listen to them because they demonstrated they're a survivor.
Protective shield.
Should I also lower the cost of? I'm gonna lower the cost of protective shield. That won't actually protect you. Just full transparency. However, it will let you feel protected. Oh, I was gonna read what you said, Celador, but no, protective shield does not actually have a chance of ricocheting. I don't know how I would set that up. However, that would be extremely funny. But, oh my gosh, oh, that'd be so funny. Okay, question. What if I sang a song right now and I made the cost to purge the week 10? And the idea is that I'm singing like, I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. As it's just constant gunfire. You're just constantly banning each other. Oh, sorry. Let me give it about 30 more seconds so that everyone who's currently banned can get back so they can answer my question. See, Driver gets it. You're still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. How fast can the Twitch integration handle good fire? Wait, hold. Everyone hold. Hold. No. No, I want to see how fast y'all can fire. Oh my gosh, you're so silly. Well, will I even... I don't know how to do karaoke without getting banned, because I feel like I just get DMCA'd. Because I feel as though if I just play the song, or if I play the karaoke track, I'll get DMCA'd unless I like have multiple audio tracks, which I don't actually know how to do. I've tried that, and every time I try that, it makes it so that you guys can't hear it for whatever reason. You see, Perry the Platypus, with my Noolinator, I will never lose an argument again! Oh, can we keep going? Like, Dreek has not been shot. No, see, that's the thing, Dreek. I literally played Entry of the Gladiators, like, the previous couple streams, and then that is a song for, like, the 1800s, and that got hit. How are we feeling about 100 points? Do we think it needs to be lower? Do we think it needs to be 10? Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I want to see an empty chat. I want to see a chat that is completely barren. I want to see a chat that looks like the fields of Carthage after the Roman invasion. I want it barren. I want it burned. I want it salted. I want nothing to remain of my enemy's history. I need an AoE read. No, literally, I tried making one that was like 10,000 points, and it was like to the Shadow Realm, and you would banish like 5 people to the Shadow Realm, but it doesn't work. At least not the way I tried it. Okay, are we done, or are we gonna keep going? Because like, if you need a cash infusion, I can just make a prediction, put in a bunch of points to one side, and then if you vote the other side, I'll just give you all a cash infusion. Oh, soon enough, you took yourself out. You just fully ricocheted a bullet, like, off the helmet of your enemy. Do we think if I played the karaoke mix of, like, I'm still standing, yeah, 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 like, without lyrics, that I would get copyright struck? No, it's not fraud. It's more like money laundering. I have the points, it's just they're illicitly gained. So you have to, quote unquote, legally earn them via channel point prediction. What? No, but what would be the best song is my question. Like, I could sing like Sabaton, like The Last Stand. Hello, Apocalyptian. See, it's a recreation of the Battle of Claudion. I don't allow war crimes in chat. All of you are active combatants. Therefore, there's no war crimes to be had if you shoot each other. It's just a simple redistribution of wealth, exactly. Arrow's just directly funding it. Listen, much like an arms dealer, I will supply both sides of the conflict. I will stoke the flames of the conflict. And if anyone wants out of the conflict, I will ensure that you do not leave the conflict. Man, that bullet really ricocheted. Exactly. It's because someone's protective shield, it got you. You made rice in my Instant Pot this morning to go along with my 8 pounds of pork. Okay. I got a buddy. I think I've talked about him a couple times. I know a buddy who's a Marine. And as a Marine, he is dumb. As you would expect. His favorite color of crayon to eat is the yellow one. However, when he says that, he will pick up the red one and take a bite out of it and say that he loves blueberry. Like, that's how dumb he is. Obviously, that's a joke. Like, that's a meme. However, he is pretty dumb. I love him, but, like, he's very dumb. That being said, he one time hits me up and says, "Arrow! I made orange chicken!" Because he does this, like, scratchy voice thing whenever he summons me. And he describes to me that he made 4 pounds of orange chicken, like, late one night. And he's like, I'm going to meal prep this. I'm going to set this for the rest of the week. I'm going to portion it every day. He calls me the next night. Arrow ate all my chicken. I said, you ate all of your chicken? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, you had 4 pounds. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, describe to me what happened here. And he just says, well, in the morning, I had a pound of orange chicken because that was my breakfast. And then I was like, this is bussin'. I need more. So then he had a second pound of chicken. And then he was like, oh, this is so good. I need more chicken. So then he had a 3rd pound of chicken. And then he's like, no, I'm going to save this to reward myself later. So then he waited all day. And then for dinner, he had the 4th pound of chicken. By the way, is Protective Shield Joel? So I'm actually unfamiliar with who originated the Protective Shield. However, it comes from the anti-alien alarm video. And people brought this to my attention when I played Voices of the Void, so it might be Joel. I'm actually not sure. Arrow keeps discovering ideas. It's so messed up. Can I be a mod for the sole reason that I can finish a sentence? No. Is it the color orange? Orange chicken is good. Orange chicken is good. I actually... My roommate ended up making the recipe that my buddy sent me because he was hyping it up so much we had to try it. It's pretty good. Sounds like Joel, yeah? 5 pounds of green chili pork gone like 1,000 voices suddenly went silent. Listen, if you don't devour multiple pounds of meal portioned red meat as if you are the Death Star silencing millions of voices all crying out at once, are you even doing it right? You should be a mod because I keep taking your ideas. Honestly, Vamp, that's a great idea. You should be mod. I'm going to give you mod because I think that's a great idea. See, Vamp, In other chats, you're the menace. In my chat, I'm the biggest menace around. You can't stop me. And if you think, oh, that was my plan, now I'm moderator, I already made you a mod. This is not your first time being a mod. I've made you a mod previously, and now you don't get to get shot. And I know you like it. You're a duder. You love it when you're bullied. Also, when it comes to rice, I like to boil rice and then throw butter on it and some sugar and eat it as dessert. Are you talking like a rice pudding or just like proper rice? Because I could see that as like a rice pudding. Like butter, sugar. Yeah, like normal rice, I wouldn't do that with. Man, now I'm hungry. Listen, I was hungry too. That's why I had some rice. It's true. Exactly. And honestly, we don't judge for that. We do not kink shame here. We kink inquire. Chicken has to be light in order to fly, so 4 pounds of chicken would be lighter than 4 pounds thick. That is true. It's far less dense. And honestly, cooked chicken is much like fluffier, right? It's much not just physically lighter, it also feels lighter in terms of density. And you know what? I'm gonna change the music. You just add heavy cream, sweetener, and cinnamon. Feed me, mother? Do you mean me? Because all I got is rice, and I'm sorry. That's for me. Especially next day, leftover Chinese white rice. White rice is... I'm not gonna say that. That would sound really weird. But like, white rice is goated. Like, I can rock most forms of rice, like a basmati rice. Very good. I haven't had a black rice before. However, I've heard that's pretty good. But just, honestly, like a short grain sushi rice or maybe like a medium grain white rice, super goated. I'm a huge fan. Honestly, the kind of, I don't know what it's called. It's like the yellow, like Spanish style rice. I think I'm less a fan of generally. Y'all ever have horchata? Oh, jasmine. Jasmine used to be my go-to until I just started buying like medium grain rice. Horchata is a name given to various beverages which are generally plant-based but sometimes contain milk. In Spain, it is made with soaked, ground, and sweetened tiger nuts. I can't say I have, no. I need my rice. I love sticky rice. Sticky rice is so goated. Like, unironically, I mentioned this, like, I am like the mighty tyrannosaur. I don't think I spelled that right. Tyrannosaur? My vision is based off of movement. And much like the mighty human infant, I have no object permanence. Ergo, if I don't see it, I will not remember it. So that's why having a rice cooker, I can see it, I'm like, oh, I have white rice. And I will grab it and snack it. Do you remember when I was on stream and I was like, okay, I have a pack of fruit snacks? Or do you remember when I was on stream and I had a pack of fruit snacks and then I was like, okay, I want to save these, so I'm going to put them behind my mic and I'm going to make a prediction to see how long it takes for me to remember I have them. And then like 15 minutes later, I was like, oh, I have fruit snacks. Chat, I have fruit snacks. Because I just completely forgot. Aeronosaurus. Argo? Confirm Arrow goes crazy at conveyor belt sushi. I went to Japan when I was a teenager for a student exchange program. So basically what this was is that in the US and then in that's kind of Japan. I'm from the Northeast. I've made this very clear. And then they were from, I believe, somewhere central Japan, they came over to stay with us. We went over to stay with them. We stayed with host families. I think it was like a 2-week process or whatever. And when I was there, I did a couple cool things. And I've mentioned this on stream a couple times, but I went to a conveyor belt sushi place, which was all right. It wasn't the best because it was conveyor belt sushi. But I also did, I can't remember what it's called, so maybe y'all can remember. I think it's called a soba run, where the father of one of the host families I was with, they set up this like bamboo chute. And they ran water through it. And then they'd put noodles up here and it would run down. And the goal is that you're standing next to it, trying to catch it with your chopsticks as it runs by you. And honestly, it was some of the best soba I ever had, because I think it's literally just water, maybe some like soy sauce or like a very thin broth along with the water, and then soba noodles. And it's just, you grab it, you put it in a little bowl that you have, and then you eat it as it runs down. The soba slide, yeah. And this was honestly some of the most fun I had. Also, just like, the host families were so silly. I need to reach out to her. I did this when I was a teenager. I still, not regularly, but like multiple times a year, will exchange emails with one of the girls I met on this exchange program. And we've just been pen pals for many, many years. And honestly, it's been so crazy because to have a pen pal, it's like, oh yeah, I'm living my life, blah, 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 blah. Oh, let me tell you about everything that's happened in the last 6 months, in the last 10 months, in the last year and a half, because I didn't get a chance to mention it when last I emailed you 8 months ago. So I go from like, oh yeah, I'm having a good time in university, for instance, and like, I'm doing this thing, I'm chatting with my friends, here's what's going on in my life. And then the next email I send is, yeah, so I graduated like 6 months ago, and I currently joined the workforce. Here's what I'm doing. Like, oh, let me tell you about like the stories that I'm working on. And then I'm talking to her, and then she's just like, oh yeah, I just celebrated like my graduation. Then she's like, oh, I've been a flight attendant for a while. Like, I just moved out. It's so weird to interact with someone on that such an infrequent basis, but it's so nice to have that little like, oh, I can just kind of keep in touch with someone over many, many years. We're not a strong part of each other's life. However, like, I'd absolutely be down to meet up with her again if she was like in the US, for instance, or maybe not if she was on like the West Coast, but like if she came over to the US, I'd be like, oh my gosh, we should meet up. Particularly because I've been, and this is not like me taking Japanese lessons, but like I've been flirting with the idea of like learning Japanese. I've been doing Duolingo, not to gain fluency, but just kind of to gain familiarity. So like I can read most hiragana, katakana. I understand a couple kanji. I'm building up my vocabulary, but I wouldn't consider myself even like a basic level of fluency, because I'm not trying to get to a basic level of fluency. I'm trying to just kind of, as the days come, ensure that I'm learning, right? But it'd be so cool to interact with her and have it, instead of just be entirely in English, be able to communicate with her a little bit in Japanese. We remember, you don't. Arrow never passed that stage as a baby, no object permanence. That's the thing. I feel like I've made it very clear I have no object permanence. I have lots of object permanence until the object is not in my line of sight. What was I talking about? Exactly, Stunov. You always put your snacks behind the monitor to stop myself. Yes! I literally put it out of mind. I put it out of view, because if my setup is like, and then like computer or keyboard, and then like mic is here, and then I have like water bottle, and what I do, because I'm not, don't judge me for this. So if my mic arm is like, I will put a blanket so it covers like this, so I have some degree of insulation, I will just put my snacks like behind here, which is kind of awkward because now that's where my mixer is. And don't question why I'm not using my mixer, because I keep trying and then I keep failing and I keep giving myself only like 20 minutes before stream to figure it out, and then I keep not worrying about it until I have to stream. Don't worry about that. Not eating before the stream was... I'm talking a lot about food, aren't I? Everyone go grab a snack. And also drink some water. I'm gonna drink some water right now. No, see, that's the thing. I don't use Duolingo to like become fluent. I use Duolingo specifically because I recognize that learning like 1 to 2 things per day is better than learning 0 per day. I'm not going to get language fluency in Japanese by doing this. However, I'm already at the point where I am interacting with Japanese media, such as VTubers, or I get like food from the Asian market and it's from Japan or whatever, and I can understand portions of the Japanese text, for instance. And that's something where I'm very happy with that progress because I'm not going into this with the mindset of fluency. If I wanted fluency, I would need immersion. And for those of you who don't know, immersion is effectively being immersed and fully surrounded by the language you are trying to learn. If you're trying to learn French, you should be watching French media, you should be reading French text, you should be speaking with other French speakers. Ideally, living in a location where French is a common enough occurrence that you could default to French and then pivot to English if there's a miscommunication. Same with Japanese, same with German, same with all these different languages. The goal is immerse yourself in that language as much as possible so that you build up a natural, organic familiarity with it with native speakers. Because any degree of mentoring or Duolingo or Babbel or whatever is not going to replace speaking with native speakers, and that's why today's sponsored now. But that's why there are different apps which talk about, oh, our main thing as a language learning app is we have private one-on-one lessons you can take with native speakers of the language to have a conversation with them, no matter what your fluency level. So then if you're a A1 Spanish speaker, you can speak with someone who will speak with you on that A1 level, and they will coach you, and they will tell you your pronunciation is wrong, or your grammar was off, or whatever. And then in addition to that, you should be reading texts in that language. You should be consuming media as if you were a speaker of that language. We should do a stream to learn the mixer. See, that's the thing. My issue with the mixer right now, I have the mixer, I have my mic, I have the XLR. I need to figure out the audio outputs, because whenever I change my computer output to go with the audio output, with the mixer, I can't hear anything because I haven't figured out, once I route my audio to the mixer, how do I route the mixer to my output device? Or if that's what you're supposed to do at all. So I'm not gonna lie, I got no idea. Am I supposed to connect my headphones to the audio mixer? Is that what that is? Because I don't have wired headphones. I don't know, bro. I'm confused. Learn French on the Western Front. It's a high pressure situation to keep your motivation and fluency up. Well, if it isn't the true streamer, true. Yeah, I know you were expecting that. Sometimes you have to be predictable in order to be unpredictable when you subvert that later. You use Duolingo to be judged by an owl? Well, too bad the Duolingo owl died. Like, apparently Duo died and a bunch of people are memeing on it. But that's the thing is, I don't know, with Duolingo, a lot of people are like, oh no, scary owl. I'm literally, like with the whole object permanence thing, I am someone who, if I'm not reminded, I will not do. Ergo, having constant reminders of like, hey, are you gonna do your Japanese lesson? Oh, hey, just checking in. Are you gonna extend your Japanese lesson? Hey, it's end of the day. Have you done your Japanese lesson yet? That will get me to do my Japanese lesson, and I'm like, thank you. Thank you, Duolingo, for reminding me. I was going to forget. Don't learn French. Ugh, German even worse. Here's the thing. I was initially learning French because in middle school, I had the option of French or Spanish, and I chose French. And then in high school, I had to choose Spanish or Italian. So I pivoted to Spanish, but I didn't really care about it. But like I have French like family friends, like the basically equivalent of cousins. Like they're not blood related, but I've known them my whole life. And they're like French, like from France. They have family in France or whatever. So that, in addition to just in my early education, I learned French. I was like, I want to keep learning French. And funny enough, I've had friends who are French speakers. Like I know someone, I don't really talk to them anymore, but I know someone who lives in France. Obviously, like Rory is French-speaking Canadian. Neko is not French-speaking Canadian, but like that's because he's one of the... I'm not gonna say that. Duo died. Yeah, that's just to lull people into a false security. I don't see why everyone's scared of Duo. Like, yes, Duolingo. What am I typing? That's an S. Like, Duolingo leaned into Duo being an eldritch entity. But I, for one, welcome our new owl overlords. Why is that so hard to say? Owl overlord. Owl overlords. Owl overlords. Owl overlords. Get an anti-aircraft gun? Just, see, that's the thing. You don't need an anti-aircraft gun. Just use a rock. Like you mentioned, just punch it. Hollow bones break best from bludgeoning damage. So just use a sling and have good aim. You don't need to worry about anti-aircraft guns. International chatters unite. Okay, if you're international, if you're not from the US, let me know, because I love y'all. Like, obviously, I also care about my my domestic viewers. I love my audience in general, but specifically my international viewers, like, y'all are wild. You show up and you're like, yeah, it's like 11 p.m. I'm happy to sit and stream for like a couple hours. And I'm like, it's like 1 a.m. your time by the time you end up going to bed. Or like some people, like Wolk, for instance, has mentioned what country they're from. And I'm just like, bro, that's like a 10-hour time difference, or like a 9-hour time difference. What are you doing? Owls without feathers are eldritch beings. Yes, I hate you, Vamp. Is that what you want to hear? Do you want to hear that I hate you? And that I'm disappointed in you? And that you could do better? And I know you're not doing better, despite the fact that you want to? Is that what you wanted to hear? You're from South Brazil. You're a little gaucho. Lovely. We're hated. No. That was specifically at Vamp. If the rest of you want hate, oh no. All right. Did the TTS not go off for the accused? All right, Celador. What are Vamp's crimes? For those of you who don't know, okay, it just didn't go off for me. For those of you who don't know, Celador just used the accused channel point, which is you put someone on trial, and then at the end, after everyone has talked about the crimes and defense and the evidence either way, I'm going to make a prediction, and then you vote on the prediction. Then, whichever side wins the prediction will get their outcome, but I will award points to the loser. So therefore, if 1,000 points go in favor of Celador banning Vamp, and only 10 points go in favor of Vamp, I will award the points to the 10 points that were in favor of Vamp, so that the economy flourishes, but Vamp will still get banned. We shall never play Disco. True. Dang, I really am the true streamer, aren't I? Oh, bye, M. I was told by you to use the accused command, and I felt that vibe was against Vamp. All right. Oh, we're purging. Oh, okay, so not only is it vibes, we also have no mods, no kings. Does anyone want to defend Vamp? No, Slow Boy, you say the purge. We had a full-on, like, what, 50 purge the weeks? No mogs, no kings? Oh my gosh. Is it Slow Kill or Kill Boy? It's neither. Because Slow Boy about to get banned. Is anyone gonna defend Vamp? You spent like 2k on purchase? Oh my gosh, that's like 20 right there. Okay, so Vamp is claiming to be a silly lil guy. I think that's a very compelling argument. See, I can hear the bullets fine. I can hear the bullet points fine. I will have you know, this is a courtroom. You are opening fire. Get outside, all of you. Nope, no. Out. Very disappointed. How dare you open fire in this court of law? This is not even illegal. This is just rude. Out, all of you. Nope. Out. I'm not continuing this trial until you put your guns away. You're allowed to continue this outside if you want to continue it. That's what I thought. Disgusting. Absolutely. We are civilized here. That's it. All right. Bye. I guess this is the end of stream. None of you wanted this. None of you wanted to accuse Vamp. You didn't want to uphold justice. This is a nation of laws. Exactly. Celador gets it. We used to be a proper nation. Well, okay, we're not getting into the rhetoric of like reuniting a proper nation. That's a little bit, you know? I was shot. Oof, ouch. All right, so what I'm going to do, you do see the argument though is I'm immune to the basic 9mm ammo of the common chaff, and you don't often see the higher caliber, and it would be quite the show. Okay, thank you. Corey, thank you for dragging out the dead corpses. I appreciate it. However, I am going to start a prediction now. Does Vamp deserve death? Yes, no. Reminder, I'm going to put this for 2 minutes. If you vote yes, and yes wins, Vamp will be banned. However, if you vote yes and yes loses, you will be awarded channel points. So you can either vote in what you want and try and get that agenda pushed, or you can vote in order to try and get channel points. It's up to you. Both methods are valid. Both methods are appreciated. Garlic bread is good. Ooh. That is a very good point. Well, so Vamp. Does Vamp eat garlic bread? Vamp is not a vampire, correct? I'm actually not 100% on that. I don't actually know if Vamp is a vampire or not, and I think that that's kind of integral to if we believe the vampire comment. Also, I am going to... We had 98 purge the weeks. Can we get 2 more real quick? Like, I'll let 2 more. If anyone does more than 2, I'm kicking you out. That's 1. Can chat finesse it? You shoot it at all? Okay, that's 100. We have now done 100 purged weeks over the span of like 45 minutes. Okay, I'm going to complete all. Pog. Okay. Now, hold off on all of your purged weeks. We're going to wait until the courtroom is out of session. All right, can we do that? All right. It is 50-50. However, with a 20-point difference. With a 20-point difference. Sorry, 21-point difference. Vamp barely avoided death. Because of that, the people who voted yes, Vamp does deserve death, are going to get the yes. Excuse me. A hiccup. My apologies. So, I am voting yes, Vamp deserves to be banned, but Vamp, you are safe. Vamp, you are barely safe. No, so Driver, that's the thing, is that because of your votes, you protected Vamp. Vamp is alive. However, you don't get the points back. Because otherwise, there'd be no incentive to not just spend all of your points to get what you want, because then you just win. That's why I do a prediction instead of a poll. Because then, it's a matter of you can lobby for the opposition of what you want in order to get more points, at the risk of upsetting your own expectation of what you want. I quite like that system. I think it's very fun. Eat your garlic bread, silly. Make draining the blood that much easier for me. Okay, I need to commit tax fraud to buy ammo. No, this is not... Sunov, we just had an entire arc where it was the bourgeoisie versus the communist soup revolution, and the communists won. You cannot call this a bougie, only the rich can afford purge the weeks. We have seized the means of soupduction. We have lowered the cost of ammunition so that anyone can purge, no matter how established in the community you are. This was a fair vote. You didn't even take part in yourself. That's the other thing. If you have like 10k channel points, there's no reason you can't just rig the vote in your favor. Like, oh, I got accused. Let me just spend 3,000 points to say I'm innocent. Okay, but like, so true. We should reduce purges to 1 point. All right, yeah. Quarry, you got a good head on your shoulders. I'm sure nothing will go wrong if I do that. Well, purges are now 1 point. Yeah, like, how many can we get? Can you purge while you're dead? Oh, don't say that. You're just putting a target on your back. Yeah, slow boy. Oh, also, I'm gonna, real quick, unmod vampire dude. Oh, yo, actually, dog, you're doing great. Oh, yeah, suddenly everyone stopped purging, I think because everyone is dead. Oh. See, that's the thing. If we have one person left in chat and they just spam purge the week as much as possible and they don't self-terminate, they can keep everyone banned. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. This is my kingdom of gunpowder and corpses, and I couldn't be happier. me see, how many have y'all done? You're already approaching 50. I think it's been like 3 minutes. Actually, dog, you've been doing great at just not getting shot. That's actually kind of impressive. Now the question is, do I leave this on for the rest of stream and just have a constant just carousel of gunshots going? Wow, actually, dog, really saying just skill issue. So is everyone, as Slowboy just takes shots and keeps firing, what are we feeling? Are we feeling, is it over? Slowboy self-terminated. Okay, I think now is when now when no one's firing shots, I increase it back up to a brutal 100 channel points, because clearly 100 is far too many for you. No, like, dog, you deserve recognition for that. You absolutely survived the purge, and I don't know how. You did not die one time. I think dog might be the strongest of you. It was worse than Pixie's flashbangs. Yeah, I think I'm inclined. Manifest your goals clearly and the universe provides. You did not just say, oh, you're in an active combat zone. Manifest not being shot. I only got to kill one human being. Well, no, that's the thing. If you just spam your shot.
Manifest these nuts.
Manifest these nuts. Manifest these nuts on your face. Simply say no. See, if you tell someone no, they legally can't shoot you. And Slowboy became soup. To support my argument post-trial, did you notice that after Vamp was made a mod, the number of shooting deaths increased 100-fold? That's true. Oh my gosh. Like, did you even see the statistics? Did you notice that as soon as Vamp became moderator, violence of violent crimes shot up? You survived almost until the end and then got shot 3 times. Counter towards the weak, the strong survived. The strong did survive. The strong simply know their legal right to not be shot, and the law provided. Oh my gosh. What are we feeling? I guess I'll make a poll, because we are approaching like the 1 hour mark. What do? Because I was gonna play this Disco Elysium, but I don't have to. Okay. I will start a poll. Just simple little poll. Vote as you will. You'd like some disco? I mean, that's why disco is top of the list. Saturday is my Disco Elysium slot. However, as chat has indicated, y'all are more than happy to be silly little goobers who are like, oh, we're playing Disco Elysium today? Maybe we should just chat instead. And I'm like, all right, I guess I'm doing that. Like, I did have a lot of fun playing Civ last week. Or Civ on Tuesday after Crusader Kings. So, like, we could do something like that if you want a chatting stream. This is the same Casio tone used for all of Hunter x Hunter music. I rock with it. Oh, well, this is a original song I made just kind of to be like, hey, I want to work with like an electric guitar. How can I make this work? So it's by no means good. However, I wanted the meta narrative of this song is I was considering starting a project where I would make a series of songs using the same instruments under the assumption that it was like a amateur garage band, and like that would be like the story behind it. And then I would make multiple songs demonstrating kind of the story of the band as they progressed and demonstrating that solely through their music, which I thought would be really cool. But then I uploaded it and no one really seemed to respond to it. It was kind of confusing to people. So I was just like, oh, well, I'll keep this music. I use it in my OSTs, in my videos that I play. Same with the other music you hear on stream. Generally speaking, it's music I made for video games because I flirt with game dev, and I've made a couple. Oh wow! And I make a couple. I made a couple of visual novels, which honestly I would love to do like a programming stream. My only issue with that is I would get so distracted. Y'all have seen me playing video games and I get distracted. Y'all have seen me chatting and I get distracted. Imagine me trying to like code, or imagine writing. I flirt with a game dev and made a couple. Yeah, that's Valentine's Day for you. You've been on a deep visual novel kick? You should save up all of my monies to rig the vote for Disco next week. The music feels like it fits in a top-down turn-based combat game. Okay. So, real quick, back to chatting real quick. I know that the vote went through. However, I have an idea for a game that I really want to make, and I don't have the skills for it. So, I would love to work in Godot to make Fire Emblem Pokemon. What do I mean by that? I mean it is a top down tactics game, but it's a little, and I've had some different ideas over time. The core idea I had is you can recruit enemy units and or neutral units to join your army, much in the way that like, oh, in Fire Emblem you can be like, oh, look at that cool looking Myrmidon over there, or that Swordmaster, yeah, Myrmidon over there. Let me send Matthew the Thief to go talk to Guy the Myrmidon, and then I get you on my team. Except this would be like any enemy, you could do that. And then the goal is all of the units you could recruit would be procedurally generated. Because actually the main, like the one game that I actually ended up releasing as a prototype after a game jam on my itch page was all about procedurally generated characters. I love that stuff. And then you would have this army of, you have all of these different units you recruited from the enemy. And then eventually, in addition to that, you would encounter monsters, and you could use like binding scrolls, much in the same way you would Pokeballs, to capture them and basically bind them to your will. So then you go from, oh, I'm bribing this enemy soldier to join my team, and now they're a mercenary working for me, to, oh, I am casting a spell on this monster, and now this monster is physically bound to my control. So then it kind of has this shift from it's Fire Emblem where, oh, it's my swordsman fights your spearman, I'm at a disadvantage, but now that I've injured you, I send in my other guy and they recruit you, and now my army's stronger, to I'm sending out people with magic scrolls to bind monsters and like use demons under my control, with the same principle that they are bound to you, they are procedurally generated once you recruit them, and most enemies can be recruited. Arrow flirts? Oh my gosh. You're working on a visual novel right now? Oh, I would love to hear more about it. What program you rocking? So not quite Pokemon Conquest. As far as I'm aware, Pokemon Conquest is specifically like you have one trainer to one Pokemon, and it's literally they're just like fighters. Am I open for questions? Of course, I love questions. I primarily Matthew the Thief meta is too strong. Oh my gosh. I'm referencing FE7. That's the only Fire Emblem game I've played fully, but I loved it. I also played a bit of Sacred Stones and a little bit of Blazing or Fire Emblem 6, the one with Roy. Sword of Seals? Binding Blade? Binding Blade. Because 7 is Blazing Blade. Yeah, so lots of mercenaries well, enjoy driver, enjoy your lurk. That sounds miserable, kinda. Oh my gosh. Hi, Syrup. What program am I working with? I primarily code in RunPy because it's really easy as someone who is not a programmer, but I want to get into Godot for something like a tactics game. And what I've more recently thought of is I saw something in Civ 7 that I don't know if this is like a mechanic or someone was misreading it or whatever, but it was the idea of, so it's like it's a hex grid. Oops. And then someone was like, oh no, I'm here, but there's an enemy there. And then they attacked it, and then they realized, wait, there's actually no enemy there. And then I had the thought, what about in like a Fire Emblem Battalion Wars style tactics game, the idea of ghost armies, where it's, it's a legitimate military tactic to set up camp, right? Like you set up camp with like a skeleton crew of like 10 people. And they light fires, they make noise, they make it seem as though it's occupied to make the enemy think that they can't attack this place because it's defended, or that they want to attack this place because you have a strategic foothold here. So then they put themselves in exposed position, attacking you. Now they're exposed, and then you attack them. And I thought, what about that in a tactics game? You're telling me you got a code to make visual novels? Dang, life is truly go. No, you literally, honestly, okay. Anyone who, I'm about to have an ad, but anyone who wants to get into visual novel programming, check out RenPy. It feels like cheating. As someone who like back in high school took a couple programming classes in like JavaScript and like C++ or C++, and then in uni, I took like one HTML class because I had to. RenPy is so freeform. Like, let me pull this up. RenPy. Chat, I'm trying to reinstall the Sassanid dynasty on the reinstall the Sassanid dynasty on the Persian throne, but all my countries are wicked and full of evil. Oh no, they're courtiers. Arrow went to a poor school district. They couldn't afford both pluses. No. Okay, so I'm gonna wait on. Actually, let me, instead of this one, let me pull up you, because you're actually a complete game. Yeah, so Celador, I'm going to wait on answering those questions. Don't let me forget. Feel free to bug me about it. But, well, hello, Alice. Thank you for the subscription. No, not the 3 minutes of ads. Dang, some games I really like were made on this. Yeah, RenPy is great. Hello, Blade. Wait, Blade, were you homeschooled? New lore? Oh my gosh. Let me grab you. not you. There we go. There. Oh gosh, can you even see this? Let me double check. Sorry. Yeah, it's really... I mean, you can kind of see it. I'm sorry if it's not very easy to see. No, tons of games are made in Ren'Py. Tons of visual novels. Yeah, so Celador, again, I'm going to answer that once the ads go up and once I talk about Ren'Py a little bit. I'm not ignoring you. Bug me if I forget to answer your questions, okay? Remember, object permanence. Milk inside a bag, milk inside of milk, my beloved. No, just joking, like the meme. I got to take programming classes for C++. Wait, you guys got programming classes? And I'm like, you guys get to go to school? No, that's a very funny meme. So I'm gonna wait 30 seconds just so that the... Oh my gosh, I could show you guys. I mean, if we want, I'm gonna swap over to software programming. Let me... Talking about visual novels. Actually, so you wanna make a visual novel. Okay, so your game sounds like trying to reinvent Dwarf Fortress. The complexity is just too high. That's the thing, is that I think it sounds more complex than it is, because the fundamental premise would be it is a Fire Emblem style tactics game where it's just top down, move on a grid, with capture mechanics, i.e. Pokemon. So you can capture enemies, or you can bribe enemies, or you can convince them to join you or whatever. And then the main difficulty would be the procedural generation, which how far you want to go with that is up to you, or I suppose up to me, based on what the scope of the game would be. It could be, here's their name, here is like 2 aspects of their personality, and here is one of like 6 backstories, right? And then that could be the extent of the procedural generation, so that it gives some sense of depth to each character without going too in depth or without going too crazy. Or you could be like, here is a name, here is a class, a character class made for them that involves 8 different personality matrices, including their mood, which changes based off of how much they like you, and then it recalls which mission they were recruited on, and then they have specific callbacks based off of stats that they've acquired, such as how many kills they've gotten or how much damage they took before they were required. Like, it's really as complicated as it is allowed to be. And that's something where obviously the more in depth I feel, the better, but I recognize the technical constraints of, if for instance I as a single person was to make this while learning how to make a top-down tactics game, I wouldn't be able to go nearly as in depth on the procedural generation character front, because most of my effort would be focused on the tactics game. But for instance, if I was to partner with someone who is familiar with Godot, they were handling the actual bulk of the, here's how you handle cursor movement and selection and menus and the grid, I could worry about stuff like, okay, how are we going to tackle procedural generation? How are we, like, who is, like, how much am I going to write from the pool that can be drawn on for these characters? How linear is the story going to be, and are there going to be any central plot characters? Which is something that I was also considering more recently, and I know I'm jumping all around. I have to get back to Celador's questions, and I have to talk about this. But something that I was considering more recently, I kind of shifted a bit, is to go from more Fire Emblem to more Battalion Wars, which I think might be easier because Battalion Wars and Fire Emblem functionally are like the same combat system, or at least very similar. But Battalion Wars, you buy units like a turn-based strategy game. Whereas Fire Emblem, you enter a fight with a set amount, all of whom have their unique skill set. And like they have their own classes. So what this would be is instead of focusing on recruiting enemies, it would be on, I have a unit who I think is really cool because of something called Ludo narrative. A la narrative. A la Darkest Dungeon. A la any game that gives personality to, or like XCOM, where it's the idea of, oh, this one unit killed 2 enemies and then survived 3 hits and barely managed to survive with 1 hit point. I'm going to give them a commendation. And all that does is during the mission, it gives them a little star. So that you know, oh, this is that one cool unit I had. And then at the end of the mission, then it assigns, okay, here's their name, here's their personality, here's their backstory if there is going to be one. And then they become that kind of tertiary protagonist based off of the fact that you saw them and were like, hey, I like this unit. Because then instead of worrying about, oh, I need to account for them breaking the mechanics of the game to recruit enemy units and reduce the enemy while bolstering themselves, you can instead just focus on, okay, I know you're going to have, let's say it's 1 commendation per 1 commendation per mission, and you can save them. So you have randos that at any time in a mission, you can give them a commendation. If they survive the mission, they then become a procedurally generated unit. If they don't, nothing happens, you just lost the commendation. And then all you have to worry about is, like, under what circumstances was this unit commended? Give them a name, give them a personality trait or a couple, and then suddenly, instead of having only story relevant units, because like in Fire Emblem, you might have 30 units you have available across the game, but only like 6 to 10 of them are plot relevant. And then the other 20 might have like support conversations with each other, but that's about it. This would be more like you have a core cast of 4 to 6. These are established characters who have tie-ins to the plot, who are main characters and secondary characters. And then in addition to that, you have all of the units you rose up from the ranks. And I suppose I didn't mention this. The core conceit would be that you're a mercenary company. So the idea is that you are Guts and Griffith and Koska, to make a Berserk reference. And then you can choose random characters to become Judo and Pippin and what's his name? What's really annoying guy? Or even Gaston, who's like a random side character who's like the #1 guy under Guts in the Golden Age. My love for you is like a truck, Berserker. You make me want to get the skills to make GTFO 2. Oh. Though I'm sure many of us wish we could remaster or recreate a game we loved in our ideals. Really gives you attachment, like 1 railgun cruiser that I kept for the whole... Exactly. That's the, like, driver. You hit the nail on the head. Is, oh, I'm playing this game. And, like, oh no, I have, like, main character 1, main character 2, and, like, 3 side characters. Like, this side character dies, this one gets at like half health instantly, this main character is super overpowered, so I just bum rush through them. And then I'm like, you know what? I need to like protect this point. I'm just gonna have Circle just stand here and the enemies are just gonna attack it, and if Circle dies, I don't really care. And then you have the story where as your main team is doing actual work, they're beating the boss, Circle because of complete luck, because of a complete RNG, survives 3 enemies attacking it and just keeps critting and keeps doing awesome. And you're like, this guy's way cooler than my lords. I don't care about, like, Bimble, the archer. I care about random spearman number 3. So then the goal of this would be, I give you a commendation. You're no longer random spearman 3. You're now Matthew the Thief, right? And then the goal would be, I can take the random side character who I love and who did a really cool thing and make them actually useful, make them actually memorable, make them have a connection to me, turn them from faceless XCOM recruit to, okay, now I'm going to name them after my friend. Now I'm going to give them a nickname because they're so cool. And that's something I love about games, is the kind of Ludo narrative of a faceless side character becoming important to a specific player and allowing the player to latch onto that. Show up to the table with popcorn and a banana. Would be funny if critting would increase the chance of critting in the future, so units that do really well become legendary. No, that's the thing, is that I don't know how deep I would go on this. It could be, oh, you're a spear user. I give you a commendation. Now you're just a spear user with a name. Or I don't know if it's, you're a spear user. I give you a commendation. Now you become a knight, which is a special class of spear user who's super cool, and you get extra bonuses and you like gain levels you can increase with. Or I don't know if it'd be, you're a spear user, and now you're still a spear user, but you're a better spear user. You're a spear user who has an upgrade path. You're a spear user who, I don't know, maybe it could very well be something like, I don't know, this is where it gets into how complicated do you want to be. Do you want to just remake Dwarf Fortress but more complicated? You could have it be, and I think fairly simply, if you're a unit and you get commended, and during the mission you were commended, you crit more than 30% of your attacks, you get a crit bonus to reflect the fact that due to RNG, you probably got commended because you critted so many times. Or if you're a unit who got commended and you were down at 1 hit point and you got attacked over 5 times, you probably got commended because you refused to die. And that's the sort of like, it's almost like the Nemesis system. Question, does anyone know what the Nemesis system is? From Shadow of Mordor or Shadow of War? Because the Nemesis system is all about making relationships with orcs, or with urks. Because the whole idea is that, oh, this random dude kills you, you're immortal, so you just revive. But because he killed you, everyone's like, whoa, you're super cool, dude. Let's give you a promotion. Let's give you a title. Let's give you extra bonuses. And honestly, the Nemesis system really is the core of this. The Nemesis system is the inspiration behind this, of a random dude killing you, getting a bonus, and then suddenly, because he killed you, I don't know, on a stealth mission, he's immune to stealth. And then you fight him and he's scared of fire. So you use fire to attack him, but then you got cheap-shotted by him because he has a super powerful attack, and then he kills you again, gets more powerful, and then because he was scared of fire, he is no longer scared of fire because he beat you, even when you used fire. And that's the sort of thing that is a huge inspiration to me. But I don't want to make it super complicated. Hey, there's an IRL version of that. I'd make Balatro, but with actual money. The casino looks down on bringing jokers. Well, I bring a joker every time I go to the casino because I'm one big joker. See, the issue with the Nemesis system? It got patented. Like, people want to make games with the Nemesis system, I think it's WB, or it might be like Monolith, patented the Nemesis system, so you cannot make a system exactly like, or I think even resembling the Nemesis system without their express approval. And they're not going to approve anyone specifically because they want the monopoly on it. And they haven't done anything with it. Because Shadow of War was critically panned because of microtransactions. Despite the fact it was a really cool game. And once they removed all the microtransactions, I actually picked it up and played it only after they removed all the microtransactions. I loved it. They improved the Nemesis system in so many ways, particularly because they made it so that also your friends can be Nemesis system. So you have a situation where this enemy attacks you, knocks you down, and then as this dude is coming in to kill you, your bodyguard swings in, kills him, and says, listen, the only one who's going to kill you is me, and I'm not killing you yet. And then he fights with you for the rest of the fight, because that's the sort of stuff that makes players go wild. That's the sort of stuff that players remember and sticks with them. And that's what I want to recreate. That sort of vibe. Just popping in to say hi real quick before you go back to all the cleaning. Hope everyone's having a good day. Well, thank you, Maddie. I appreciate it. Although, no gods, no kings. I'm so sorry. You'd want to use it in a superhero game? No, Celador. The people have talked about it as, specifically in Batman. Imagine, like, Batman, Arkham City with the Nemesis system. Imagine you fight, I don't know, Harley Quinn. She beats you. And then the next time, and like, I don't know, you fight her, her fight is all about, she has a big hammer and is super agile and mobile and just like swings her hammer at you. But she has a weakness where if you hide in the rafters, she goes into a search state and she looks around for you and then she hits you with her hammer if she finds you. And she beats you. So the next time you fight her, she destroys all of the gargoyles that are above her so that you can't hide. So you have to adapt to a different strategy, much like the Mr. Freeze fight from that game. Like, imagine if every fight with Batman supervillains was like the Mr. Freeze fight and had the Nemesis system. So they not only react to what you're doing, they also actually respond to you and talk to you, like in the Nemesis system. You'd want customizable heroes and villains? Yeah, that'd be fun. Because how many of you know the Mr. Freeze fight that I'm talking about? Do you know what I'm talking about when it comes to like the Arkham, Batman Arkham City Mr. Freeze fight? Because in the Mr. Freeze fight, he has this suit, which is super powered. So you can't just beat him up. You can't just fight him. What you have to do is you have to, I don't know, it's a room like this that has an upper floor over here. There's like a vent system down here that continues over here. And then there's like a big thing here, right? The thing with the Mr. Freeze fight is that Mr. Freeze will follow your footprints. He has a tracker that can see where your footprints are. So he'll follow you around. What you have to do is that when he's on the floor, you have to jump down and sneak up behind him and punch him from behind. But then what he does is after you do that the first time, he activates like cold vents on the back of his suit that blows freezing air at you so that if you get behind him, you get stuck in place and then he detects you. So once you do that, you have to hide in the vents. You have to be sussy among us. And once he steps by you, you have to spring out of the vent, punch him in the face, and crack his faceplate. But then what he does is that once you do that, he freezes the vents. So you can't go in the vents again. Then what you do is you have to hide at the very top of here, drop down onto him, slam his faceplate against the ground. But then once he does that, he activates sensors on the top of his suit so that if you're above him, he sees you and then can freeze you. The whole idea of the Mr. Freeze fight is that you have to deal damage to him like 9 times. And there are like 12 ways to. But you can only do each way once. Because in the fight, he's adapting to what you're doing, and it's actually a really cool demonstration of the different systems of the different mechanics of the game. Now imagine that. Every fight is like that in like a superhero game. And if you fight him and you jump down on him and you hit him from behind and you jump out of the vent, the next time you fight him, the first thing he does is he freezes the vents. And he makes some snide comment just like, you won't be hopping out of vents this time, bats. Suddenly, he feels like he's learned, even though all that happened is that in the fight, you check the vent mark. So then in all future fights, what he does is he says, oh, the vent mark is checked, I'm going to freeze the vent. That's all you have to do. Suddenly, oh my gosh, the AI in this game is amazing. It adapted to what my strategy was. I have to constantly try new things to fight him. It's crazy. See, the problem with no kill rules that you have to fight a villain 9 times? Exactly. And with the Nemesis system plus like the Mr. Freeze fight, like imagine the Mr. Freeze fight, but I don't know. If there's like 12 ways to damage him, you need to deal that 3 times. So let's say you vent, you drop, and you sneak attack. So then this is checked, and this is checked. You still have 9 more ways to deal damage, and the next time you fight him, you need another different 3 times to deal damage. However, you can't vent, you can't drop from the ceiling, and you can't sneak up behind him. However, you can throw a batarang and then punch him in the face, or you can use a grapple to trip him and then use an electric shock. And then suddenly those 3 are removed. And then you have to continuously adapt to him as he adapts to you. And then maybe what it is that, I don't know, after halfway, so now there's only 6 ways, maybe he quote-unquote forgets about the vent because he's so focused on the batarang, the grapple, and the electric shock. So then you can vent, and then the game didn't forget. It's easier to not forget. So what he does is the game purposely forgets one of these initial 3. You do it because you're thinking, oh, the AI is so stupid, it let me vent. And then Freeze goes, blast! I forgot about your old tricks. And then he freezes it and never forgets that again. Like, that's the sort of... A lot of problems in game design have simple solutions, assuming no extenuating circumstances. You're somehow getting reception in an undersea tunnel and you're majorly impressed, but oh, an underground tunnel's a no-go. Undersea is different. Under the sea. It's crazy. Okay, so while I'm yapping, I'm gonna go back to what Celador was asking. Okay. So Celador was asking about Breakfast Club with superheroes, and you're trying to do a Scooby-Doo mystery. Right, you've talked about that before. Okay, so questions about the game I was mentioning before. Species, class, recruit, win, scrolls, and then lore, progression. So, the capture mechanic with personality sounds a little like Cult of the Lamb. I've never played. Oh, thank you. I just went back and grabbed all of them anyway. I've never played Cult of the Lamb. Cult of the Lamb might be fun. But when it comes to the kind of Fire Emblem, because initially this was Fire Emblem with monsters. And then since then it's kind of adapted into more like Battalion Wars. Maybe with monsters. I feel like these are similar enough ideas that they would be the same game. Because there is, I am Fire Emblem, but I go around capturing monsters, like with spell scrolls, and fight enemies with them. And like, it's basically Pokemon, where they don't have personalities, they don't have unique names outside of what you assign them. They're like Pokemon, right? And then the Battalion Wars one is more, you have an army, you adapt your army and choose. So basically it's almost like Pokemon. Oh, whoops. Pokemon versus, what is it? XCOM. What I'm thinking is that this would be set in my world. So in my world, there are humans, orcs, dwarves, elves, and the combination between those. This initially began as a D&D world, so I initially fit all of the D&D species into it. And since then, I've just been like, I don't really care about Dragonborn, cut. I don't really care about Tieflings, cut. I don't really care about gnomes, cut. So dwarves, humans, elves, and orcs are the four traditional sentients in my world. So I think that wouldn't have much impact on it, because in my world, the different species are extremely homogenized. I could get into the lore of my world if you want, but generally speaking, in my world, there are many, many years ago, like I think in the fantasy era, it primarily takes place around like 847. It's like 847 years ago, there's this dude who went around unifying the different species. There used to be elves in the forest, dwarves in the mountain, orcs in the hills, humans everywhere else. And then this one guy went around and was like, let's all work together. Like, let's bring down the old establishment and let's actually use our different strengths together. So it went from a Tolkien-esque, segregated, traditional fantasy world where magic is abundant, gold is everywhere, high fantasy, high magic, to high fantasy, low magic. Like all of the gold got used up as spell components over centuries of use. The different species all came together. The different ancestries all came together. So they all work, not like different ethnic groups, more so just like people of different cultures who have come together and who no one is like less than a fifth generation into this homogenized culture, right? Even elves in my world, they live like 150 years. They don't live thousands of years. They live like 150 years, as opposed to a human's like 70 or like 75, right? Dwarves like 125 years. So it's the species of my world are much more short-lived. So there's no, oh, I remember the bygone era of back when the Elvish nation was at its peak and I wish for these days again. It's like, no, like even the longest lived races are multiple generations removed from what was effectively ethno-states. Is it because the humans kept trying to reproduce with everyone, or is it just cultural? It's just cultural. Humans are the ones that can reproduce with dwarves and elves and orcs. I think orcs and dwarves and elves all can't reproduce with one another. It just doesn't work mechanically, biologically, because it's almost like each of those species is each of those ancestries is a offshoot of humanity with different features strengthened. So for instance, in my world, orcs are not savage monsters who are do nothing but combat and bloodshed, because they haven't been in a nomadic and typically what would be considered barbarian lifestyle as a species, as an ancestry, for hundreds of years. Culturally, there is no tie of an orc to this like barbarian warman. Just like there's no tie of a dwarf to stubborn smiths hiding in the mountains. However, they still lend themselves to these archetypes because biologically they have this root from generations and generations of fitting into this niche. So orcs still deal with a bloodlust. Orcs in my world are the only ancestry who, if they smell blood, they will go into a bloodlust of sort where they get more aggressive, they increase their pain tolerance, they basically go into like a adrenaline spike plus until they have blood on their tongue. Effectively, they taste blood that is not orcish. This also doesn't apply to orcish blood. It's only if they smell like animal blood or human blood or dwarf blood. So what a lot of orcs do is they will either wear nose plugs, or they will have like a piece of leather or like a rag that is soaked in blood, and they will just... Give me one moment. My apologies. My roommate just got back and was kind enough to bring me some food because they just got food for themselves. And it is exactly what I had for breakfast because it is just rice that I made in the rice cooker as well as some stuff added on. So I was laughing about that. But maybe you could have an immortal jellyfish dispensing ancient wisdom, but like not very wise because the jellyfish slurp. I mean... That fits my vibe. Like, that'd be a really good... that'd be a fantastic room for the mega dungeon. Just like a room with a jellyfish that's like, I am the ancient jellyfish. I have lived for thousands of years. Ask me whatever you wish. It's just like, what's the meaning of life? And it's like, slorp. And they're like, what? Slorp. What? Slorp. Object impermanence strikes again. Wait, what? Object impermanence? What? I didn't do that this time. I was not object impermanent. Object impermanent? Like the mighty Tyrannosaur. I will overcome this. I was talking about... game. I'm sorry, I get so distracted. Anyway, yeah, so orcs in my world have this bloodlust, and they will have some sort of blood-soaked rag or blood-soaked piece of leather, and they'll literally just chew on it. They'll just keep it in their mouth, because if they have... Do you need my roommate to wiggle my food for me so I can see it? No, I already had that food for breakfast. It's that my roommate was kind enough to bring me some. And then I was like, oh, I had this exact same thing like an hour and a half ago. So I'm not going to eat it right now, but thank you. I did forget I did actually, until you mentioned it, I did forget that I had that. I immediately like zoned back in on talking about my world. I like taking aquatic monsters and giving them flying or tunneling speed equal to swim speed and the ability to breathe air. I think it's a Sahuagin from D&D, which have limited amphibiousness, where they are amphibious, but if they are not fully submerged in water, like once every hour, they die, because it's the idea that they like dry out. I think that's more interesting as an aquatic threat than just full amphibiousness, because imagine you have flying jellyfish who like carpet bomb with their stinging tendrils, but then they have to retreat every half an hour because they have to go soak. Flying sharks, tunneling quippers, true. Wait, tunneling quippers would be awful. Imagine you're living your life. You're walking along, and then the ground starts rumbling as quippers leap out from it and just start piranha biting you from below. Flying jellyfish are awesome. They are awesome. They also killed me in Voices of the Void, not because they were aggressive, but because I saw them and then I fell off a tower. Until you get a rainy day. Oh my, yeah. A rainy day would be the perfect time to strike as a semi-amphibious force that is primarily aquatic. But yes, in the game, it would be somewhere between Pokemon and XCOM. I'm not sure the specifics, but class, there would be a class system. However, I think less in the, oh, here's elemental mages, and here's archers, and here's knights. And it would be more like you have, because remember, you also got to keep it fairly simple, particularly if you're doing like a battalion war style thing. So I'm thinking, oh gosh, you have your normal dudes, you have like lighter armored but more mobile, more striker units, and then you have slower moving, heavily armored units. And then you have a upgraded version of each of them that's more expensive, but has better stats. Similarly, you have lightly armored archers, or like probably like knife throwers, crossbowmen, archers, and then a better version of each of them. And then probably some form of like cavalry. So you would have like lightly armored horsemen and like heavy line breakers and a better form of each of them. And then the idea is that you have this different selection of light, medium, heavy for foot soldiers, ranged units, and cavalry. And then you would have your monster units, which would be out of type, but fundamentally would probably be like, here is a light, here's a medium, here's a heavy, and then maybe like a super heavy, right? Because at the end of the day, you don't want to overcomplicate it with like, we're gonna have 12 classes, each of which can prestige into one of 2 professions, and then at level 10 you can upgrade them. No, it's like you're gonna have what, 3, 6, 8 core classes or core units, each of which just has a duplicate class that is it but stronger, and then you have like weird out of type stuff, which is a good enough variety so that you're not just spamming the same single unit or the same like 2 units over and over again, but is not so much that it would be unfeasible or it'd be super hard to learn. And then so with balance and recruitment for the game, my thought process is it's you have like a dedicated second in command, probably someone who joins really early, and then throughout the game, you get like 3 more dedicated units. And then outside of that, it's just like, oh, I'm in a battle. Let me recruit a light archer and a medium swordsman. And then they go fight. And then they fight the deal and blah, 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 blah. And then the medium soldier dies, but the light archer gets 3 kills. So you're like, okay, I want to give you a commendation. At the end of the fight, this archer becomes a named character. And basically, even though there's only 6 characters throughout the game that are like, quote unquote, plot relevant, you now have 6 characters plus the archer that you gave the commendation to. And that you can take on any given mission. And then in the next mission, you have your commendation archer, you have a medium, a heavy, and maybe like a light cavalry. You die, you don't do anything, but then you survive 3 hits that should have killed you. So you get a commendation. And then suddenly you have 2 units that are commended, and they're now permanent in your army until they die. So now you have 8 units, and like 2 of them were wholly personalized based off of your playstyle. And that's the style of recruitment, where in a given fight, you have to recruit units every single time. Because they're faceless soldiers, you're a mercenary company, you're an army, or whatever. But once you commend them, they're in your like inner circle. They are a staple that can go into any fight, and you can just choose to deploy them. Much like how in Fire Emblem, you choose 12 units of your 30 unit roster, and the goal being you like construct your army before the fight. Is it recruitment available after defeating or weakening an enemy? So the ideal I would have is you would have basically 3, and then this is again like, it's Vamp said a very valid critique, like, oh, so you're just complicating Dwarf Fortress. How complicated do you want it to be? Because my thought process is you basically have 3 options. You can like capture, you can persuade, and you can bribe. With the idea being, if you capture them, they are taken out of the fight, and then there would be some out of combat interaction with them. Maybe it's you can persuade or bribe them then. Maybe it's you can release them and get money because you ransom them back to their leader. Maybe it's they join you. I don't know. That would be up to the scope. That's a scope problem. Like, what do we want in the scope of the game? Persuade would just be like, well, what are you gonna say to them to try and get them to join? And I think that would be something where that would be pretty simple to do. Of how injured are they? Because obviously if you injure someone, they don't want to join you. How many people have you recruited that mission? Because the more people who get recruited, it would probably be harder to persuade them. And then maybe there's a quick dialogue option that you have to choose what seems like the right thing to say. And the way I would personally run that is, let's say when they're being recruited, assuming that they're uninjured and you've recruited no one so far, they have a randomly selected mood, that each mood that you have to say, I don't know, you get 3 options, X, Y, Z. And if you choose X, you get a bonus to the attempt. If you choose Y, you get a negative. And if you choose Z, it's neutral. And then if they're on mood 1, if they're on mood 2, X is the negative, Y is the neutral, Z is the positive. Like, it's some simple, like, oh, you get like a plus 10% bonus or like a minus 10% bonus or nothing. And then it's like a coin flip, right? Maybe that's a terrible system. Maybe that's not a good system and that should be adapted. I don't know. And then bribing would literally just be like, you spend cash money, they join your team. However, I think it would be super interesting in this sort of recurring Ludo narrative, where if you bribe someone, not only should there be a chance to fail, like if they have one of these 4 moods and one of the moods is like, no, I will not accept bribes, then you might be able to persuade them, and then you choose X because you know they're an upstanding person, then you appeal to their sense of honor kind of deal. Or if you bribe someone, all it does is you bribe them, it does a little check mark that says you bribed them, and then later on, there's a event, or maybe multiple events throughout multiple missions, where if they were bribed, there's a chance that they will turn on you, because they're obviously not loyal. What's the lore behind the binding scrolls? So that's something where I have to decide, is this my setting? Is this my world? Or is this something new? Because in my setting, that would be extremely uncommon. So I would have to come up with some reason specific to my world. If it was something new, it would probably just be like, hey, in the plot, you or someone who's a non-combatant so they can't die is like a demonologist, and you're fighting demons. And then the deal with demons is they are only able to remain on this plane so long as they are bound here, either by a contract or by a talisman or fetish. And don't be weird about that. That's the term. Or by some sort of spell placed on them, keeping them here. So the idea being is that on a mission with demons, maybe there's a talisman you have to destroy, and then that banishes all the demons. But before you do that, if you approach a demon and you use a binding scroll on it, does this look like a scroll? This does not look like a scroll. Oh my gosh. If you use a scroll on it, that binds them independent of the talisman. So then you break the talisman, suddenly you have this demon that still works with you, and it's the idea of, oh, I would be banished from this plane if you destroy that scroll. Therefore, I'm going to work with you because you're allowing me to kill things and I want to kill things. That's the kind of deal. How do you balance them? Like, is there any tiers or scaling? I think what it would be is it would basically be like you have your Poke Scroll, you have your Great Scroll, maybe you have an Ultra Scroll, and they're more expensive or whatever, but they have higher likelihoods of working. And then if it's a little demon, it's easy. If it's a big demon, it's hard. I don't think it would be that complicated. I think it would be as complicated, if not less so, than like recruiting other units, because you don't want to go into, I mean, maybe you do want to go into like this whole mini game where like you have to make a deal with the demon, but I feel like that would be kind of adding complexity for the sake of it. Is the battle map a flat grid? So I'm a firm believer in hex grid superiority. However, I have had the thought, what about a square grid where the squares are not equal sizes? So it's the idea of, this is a mountain, or like this is a hill. This is a hill. This is a hill. This is a hill. You know, this is a plain. So a single unit can occupy as like a quarter of the same geography of hill as they can the same geography of plain. Because a single unit can spread out much more effectively across a plain and cut off choke points than they would if they were in the hills. And this is where it might be, maybe you're not recruiting individual units, maybe you're recruiting squads. Maybe it's all, the conceit is that it's squad-based tactics, and then instead of recruiting Matthew the Rogue, to continue the example from earlier, you're recruiting Gorgon Squad. And like, instead of, oh, you need a unique face for all of these random individuals, you need a unique backstory and personality and whatever. Instead, it's just, here's their squad name, here's their squad insignia, here's maybe a motto they have, like slang they have, and here's like a brief history of them. So then instead of connecting with like Spearman 3, you're connecting with Spear Squad 3. And then once you commend them, they become like the Hellhounds. Or maybe you give them a name. Like XCOM. I don't know, that's another option. This is very much like, I've just been thinking about this. I haven't actually put much effort to it. Does terrain have effects on tactics? Yeah, so the idea would be, I mean, a little bit just like Fire Emblem, Battalion Wars. Hills give you armor, give you defense. Plains don't give you anything. Roads let you move faster. But because of the development of this, if you're an archer and you have a range of 2, you can only hit 1, 2 if you're standing there. But if you're standing there, you can go 1, 2 because of the plains, because of the idea of the hills provide cover. So that's, I think, where the biggest draw of the grid, of the terrain would be. What about progression? Is there level, items, unlockable? I don't know. I like the idea of downtime. Arrow's cool. Well, thank you, Dread. I also like giving animal stat blocks, arms, legs, bipedal stand. Oh my god, a wolf that stands can wield weapons. You invented werewolves. You should make it as complicated as Dwarf Fortress, Factoria, and From the Depths combined. On the other hand, if they're injured, you could pressure them more. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, if they're injured, you can capture them. You can intimidate them. You can be like, hey, I'm gonna bribe you because you have 1 health remaining. Do you want to die? And then the cool thing about that is that the same Ludo narrative of, oh my gosh, did you see like Spearman 3? That, no, I'm not making that mistake. Spearman 3. I saw what that looked like. I'm not sticking with that. Spearman 3 defended like 5 attacks. You can also say the same thing where like enemy got 4 crits. So then you can be like, I don't want to kill this guy. I want to recruit them. So then you go forward. I did S, and then I did an X, and then I did 3, which a 3 looks like a backwards E, and I don't know. I thought people were going to be weird about it. I think for a recruiting system like this, there has to be a bit more complicated to be interesting. Otherwise, you just memorize the cues for each mood. And that's the thing, is that this all depends on how would I do it. Because at the end of the day, if I have to program the tactics system, that is time I'm not spending making the recruitment. because I have to learn how to do this. Meanwhile, if I'm working with someone who, for instance, they're working on the bones of the tactics portion, someone else is working on music, someone else is working on art, and I'm working on writing, suddenly I can really focus on recruitment, because even though this person is the programmer, they're the programmer of the UI, of the tactics, of the combat, of the game design. No matter how many cool ideas I have, they're the one who would be responsible for making this an actual playable game. But if I'm the writer, then I would be able to impact things like, here's how you actually recruit someone. Because the implementation of that would not be as foreign to me as something like how to make a top-down strategy. You were told you have yaoi hands? I've also been told I have yaoi hands. You were discussing action games with friends earlier, and I was saying how I don't like how most bosses have cues that you memorize so you know when to dodge. So, Dreek, and that's the thing, is that is a intentional design of gameplay. It sounds fun to be like, oh, I want to be caught off guard by this boss's attacks. However, when a boss does not warn you what they're about to do, you physically cannot react to that, and that will become unfun very quickly. Because, think about it. If a boss raises, or if a boss like, oh no. If a boss dabs on you right before they do their like super ultra mega attack, when you see that dab, you know how to respond. But if a boss just dabs and then it doesn't do anything, you're gonna be like, okay, why'd it dab? And then 5 seconds later, it does its super ultra mega attack and you die and you're like, what? And then once you enter the boss fight next, it just instantly uses its super ultra mega attack on you. That's not fun, that's really frustrating. And it sounds like it would be really fun to be like, oh, I just have to play the best Dark Souls of my life. I just have to absolutely be a god gamer who knows iframes. I know the mechanics of the game, but a lot of knowing the mechanics of a boss fight is knowing what its attack pattern is, at least in an action game like Dark Souls or like Remnant or most Souls-like. Have I seen the distorted square grid of Town Scraper? I have not. Let me look at this. Town Scraper grid. Oh, wow. So it is a... It is a grid that is all cattywampus. Now, this is kind of exactly what I was thinking of, right? Because this would be, oh, let me pull back up. Oh wow, this is really low res. I'm so sorry. I know that ads are currently playing, but this is something where, oh no, if this is planes, and this is planes, and this is planes, and this is planes, meanwhile, something like this is hills. You see what I'm getting at here? Because like, all of these put together is like the size of one of these, just about. Maybe a little larger, but it's the idea of you could go 1, 2, 3, or you could go 1, 2. And you can save time by going through areas like plains at the cost of, if there's someone standing there, you would have to fight them. And that's what would make cutting off choke points so effective, is because, yeah, you can go through the hills, but it will literally take longer. More so than just, oh, you have a movement speed debuff going through it. It's literally, you have to go through more tiles. Yeah. No, I feel the issue of like on your first attempt, you really have no recompense. I feel that. I'm gonna wait on the ads. I do realize that people voted on a different game and I've just been yapping for another hour. I apologize for that. I'm going to pivot. It's just a matter of what do we pivot to? This is another game. This isn't a game I've made. Oh, I'm still in just chatting. Whoops. I thought it was in software. Yeah, this is another game, and I could talk about the game that I actually made instead of just a game that was like, oh wow, it's so cool. You voted the arrow yap sign will get a price for being a yappies yapper that ever yap. So, I can play Balatro if we want. My last question is there items, like magic items or improved equipment? Yes. TBD. Because again, this is not a game like I've worked on or anything. This is a game where like I have the core premise in mind. I'm not sure what I would actually do with it though. That's my issue, right? I don't know how to actually pursue or implement this because this is something where I don't actually know what my main goal with it would be. I don't know if I want more Fire Emblem. I don't know if I want more Battalion Wars. I don't know if I want more Nemesis system. So I would love to work on it and like learn Godot. However, I can't do it on Twitch. Twitch just restarted you at 1/8. Oh no. So I appreciate all the questions. However, I think I've yapped enough. Unless you want me playing a yapping game. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pivot. And I'm going to start a vote. Game. Balatro. Voices of the Void. Civ 6. CK3. Slime Rancher. Do I even have any other games? Like, I have other games I could play. Like, I could play Deep Rock Galactic. I could play... Like, what are games I have? I have not played Hades 2 in months. Honestly, I haven't played Hades 2 in like 6 months. So let's grab this as we wait on the results of the poll. Let me look at what games I have, because I have a couple games that I want to play. I have Voices of the Void, Slime Rancher, Disco Elysium are the main 3 I've been playing on stream. The issue is... I don't know when to play them. I can play Marvel Rivals. What if I just grinded for platinum right now? Because I'm gold 2 and I'm literally 99 points of the way through gold 2. I could go gold 1. TF2. I hadn't played a TF2 in years until I played it a couple months ago, like one time. And I was like, it's all right. All right, do people want me to play Marvel Rivals instead of what I put in the poll? Because I put a poll and no one's voting. If no one votes for anything, I will just play Marvel Rivals. Are we voting Marvel Rivals? I am scared to play Marvel Rivals because I understand that I am not a god gamer, as it were. I am not good at video games. I have people voting Balatro. Are we doing Balatro or Marvel Rivals? We did just have a vote, and Balatro won. So I'm curious as to if we have a preference between Balatro. I'm going to leave this up to chat as opposed to a vote. Because I played strategy games earlier in the week, and strategy games were really fun. But like, what if I just hit plat? Like right now. Okay, that's what I'm doing. I'm sorry. I should gamble to settle. Yeah, I can gamble. All right. I'm gonna do our normal thing. What do? Marvel Rivals. So whichever one wins is the one we're doing. Whichever one loses gets the points. Democracy is dead? No, I'm voting. I'm making a prediction. You're fine. We have a gambling democracy. Simple as. Nothing crazy. Oh, I forgot. And this paint is still open. Pog. Wait, I can do a better pog. Pog! Oh no, all of you lost all of your channel points after I made purging so cheap. Honestly, that's the way I like it. I like having it be that my entire chat is poor. Cool, it looks like Balatro is gonna get it because Balatro just got the vote. Balatro got some channel points, so I'm gonna open up Balatro. I have not played Balatro in days. Are you proud of me? I'm not addicted, I promise. Let us load up Balatro. And for you. Okay. And all should be well here. The only thing is I gotta close out the vote, which I made y'all poor. And that's the way you win it, is you make your chat poor. They can never rise up against you. The Dictator's Handbook. Oh. We Balatroing. I'm handing in my 1 week chip. I've not played Balatro in like a week. Sure, let's play Yellow Stake, Purple deck. I've beaten Gold Stake only on the Ghost deck, but I have beaten Gold Stake. How do I play Balatro? Oh no. Okay, Pog. I'm not gonna lie, I do... Wait, why is it named Nobody Thought This Would Happen? What? Interesting. I did not name the prediction that. Okay, so what are we feeling? I think I grab Smeared Joker. for flushes. I save my money for wasteful. So right now I could just do a flush. And I can do another flush. We're flush gaming. At least for the first like 2 antes, we can just focus on flushes. And we're gonna grab you. This is fine. Oh, shots fired. I'm just discarding a bunch of my low cards. And I will play a flush. You'll keep yourself poor. I'm glad. You hit a moderator, so that does nothing, but you did keep yourself poor, and I do appreciate that. Why does my chat like being oppressed? That's my question. Like, you're not the only one. Oh, bye, Salvador. Oh, another... Sorry, I just smacked my mic. But, interesting. Right off the bat... Oh, so Balatro seems a little loud. Sorry about that. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Exactly. I'm gonna save money so I can properly get more discard. Oh, that was a foolish mistake on my part. Woke, what are you up to? Don't try it, Bananakin. I have 16, 16, and then 13. Oh no, I have 16 and I have 13. So I have more reds. Oh no. I think I need to only go for high cards. If I could get a jack, that'd be pretty pog. I did not get a jack, but I got a bunch of high cards, so if this doesn't get me over, I am screwed. Oh, I'm 4 off. If I had just done higher cards on my previous hand. Unpog. Why did you let me gamble? Because my chat appreciates me. My chat wants me to be happy. Listen, I already renamed the title to I'm handing in my 1 week chip. Alright? I wanted to play Marvel Rivals, but chat voted for Balatro, so I'm happy to gamble. Riffraff would be good, and I'm not gonna get interest, so I'll just buy a high card. Let's see if we high card gaming. Don't want pairs. Oddly enough, I think I go for the full house. Nope. My pain. Well, I got a full house. Oh yeah, because Arrow respects democracy so much. Hey. I respect democracy plenty. Democracy just doesn't like being respected that much. It's too early to be burning cards, so I think I just get back my money. Oh, I got one more. Oh. Hologram this early? Hog? Democracy wants to be degraded? I don't think anyone said that. Oh wow, we got a pair build set up. Yeah, I don't think anyone mentioned democracy being degraded. I think that's entirely your invention. What common jokers do I want? Like, yes, I could get rid of either of these, but like I could go photo Chad. I mean, these will get me through quite a bit of these first couple antes. You do love degrading democracy? What is with my chat? Like, seriously? Like, I understand y'all are weirdos, but do you have to be this weird? Do you seriously have to do this to me? In front of my salad? Hey, I have yet to point a gun at chat. This stream. A lot of people on the recent YouTube shorts have been like, whoa, like, chill. Why are you pointing a gun at me? Polychrome 10, Pog. I'll just burn some low cards. There's no harm. Wait, what do you mean about my race? What? Why are we talking about rice? They were talking about gun. Oh, I have rice! I do have rice. But I'm not hungry. I already ate like an hour and a half. I ate like 2 hours ago. Thank you, though. Listen, as a fellow helldiver, I always gotta declare my love for... You're certainly a character, aren't you? I'm deleting my low cards, which might not be the right play. But hey, we do what we do. I think I delete y'all, because I'm not... Yes, pairs are I sold riffraff. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. Whoops. Oh, lost Pog. Yeah, I meant to keep riffraff. I did not intend to, I might have screwed myself there. Not gonna lie. My high cards are better than my pairs anyway. Wait. No, I did. Oh no, because I forgot about my rice because it's behind me. I put it on the foot of my bed because like I have my blanket down. And I just put my bowl there because then it's not on my desk. And I forgot I had rice because it was not in my like field of view. I promise I actually have object permanence. This was all just a joke. Polychrome 10 Pog. What am I doing? Sorry to yawn. I need a jack. I don't need the 9 and I don't need an ace. Oh. This is the best I got. I should have put the 10 up first. I could have won that if I put the 10 up first. I lost because I'm bad at video games. Maybe this is the universe saying that the mandate of heaven is not with me this game. Maybe I shouldn't be playing Balatro. I cast childhood memory of Archerax sinking into the... No! No! Ah! Can I get a protective shield, please? I think we need a protective shield after that. Oh. Ah. I forgot about it because it wasn't in my field of vision. It was a defense against lacking object permanence. Make it 100 points and you got a deal? I mean, I just got one. Apparently, I don't need to make deals. A yawn. Oh, we flushing. Listen, if you want to talk about scabs, we should have been playing Disco Elysium. Like, jokers are pretty consistently unreliable. So I could plan it. What if I do a pair run? And I'm just absolutely like, I betray my values to do a pair run. Like, pairs at level 4 on blind 2? Oh, that wasn't enough. I just kind of assumed it would be. I could straight, but I'm gonna pair instead because let's level it up in case we get like supernova, I guess. Like the taste, but not the tech. Pairs do have that weird like graininess, right? Like that's not just me. Let's buy popcorn just to get through these next couple blinds. Ah, yes, Arrow. I too like myself a nice pair. A pair of what? Do describe. Anti-2 Castle could be good. I get my chips up. A pair of handguns. Oh, these? My blasties? My massive freaking shooties? My hoinky doinky boinker bonker blasting gunning magnums? I don't know. Do you know the meme I'm referencing? I hope you know the meme I'm referencing and I'm not just being weird. Okay. Just to make sure, you know, like in case it wasn't clear. I have so many. Wait, so 40 times 4? Pairs are better. This is disgusting. I hate this. Why would you let me do this? I've become the very... I've become the very thing I swore to destroy. Pop. Foil? Even Steven? One attack. Well, I just had clubs or... Did I? Yeah, I just had clubs or debuffed, so I might as well... If I'm doing pairs, I don't need that, though. Planets. And I got Mercury. Okay. I can afford 2 pair and be just the worst. Because the only thing worse than a pair is a 2 pair. Discarded spade. Now we get even Steven proc, we get Castle, we get Popcorn, and we are big chilling. Do you really get timed out while I was out running errands? Hey, you don't watch my stream enough to understand that's a regular occurrence. I don't think you recognize... I could ride the bus. Anti-2, ride the bus. I don't think you recognize how frequently people get banned in my chat. Every spade again? Discard face card. Discard odds. And we're still not getting any even cards. There we go. I'm gonna play you. I literally can't be here. I'm usually out when you're live these days. See, that's the thing. That's not an excuse. You're still getting shot. I hope you know. Ooh. First, I'm going to Arcana. Oh, that would give me a Uranus. I shouldn't have used Uranus. I would have gotten another Mercury. I guess I'll, for the sake of protection. Because I'm doing an even number build. Of all things. Today was a rare Saturday where I'm actually at the archive. Well, that's pretty pog, I must say. Today is a completely normal Saturday for me where I'm being a goober, as I'm sure you have much experience in seeing. Although I did lower the price of actual literal just murder in my stream, so that's probably why you got banned. We did have a bit of a firefight earlier, and there were not many survivors. We got down to, I think, one chatter. So, if you ever get timed out, don't take it personally. Because that's just how we roll around here. Oh, I could have gone 9s. Yeah, you're odd. You're pretty odd, I'll give you that. But I do hope everything is going well with you, AE. I know that you just had a unfortunate stream where Icon took over during a collab with Celerity. See, that's the thing. That's how they get you. It's not a matter of, oh, I was present. It's, if you're in the vicinity, you're gonna catch strays. You're going to get shot. And that's just a hazard you have to come to terms with. Wow. Wow, Celador. That was a good shot. Yeah, like, I guess bye, AE. Pleasure to have known ya. Like, see ya, wouldn't want to be ya. Well, yeah, you did give an example. It was just AE was the example. Play only one hand? Oh, we are so boned. But that's okay. Get rid of you. 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 And you. And you and you and you and you and you. Alright. Pair 6s. That's how we're doing this, I guess. Oh, Pog, we did it. Right on the money. Today I learned you can't hit the knock button while timed out. Oh. Yes, A, you're not allowed to have rights. And that is you specifically are not allowed to have a negative bull. There's no reason not to take this outside of the fact that it costs a bunch of money. So I will be poor, however, I will get more, so I'll take it. Yeah, and that's the thing is that, did I encourage my chat to become bloodthirsty? No. Did I go out of my way to include armaments for my chat so that they would be armed and dangerous, and then they could shoot you and say, again? So are you gonna join me on Discord? Or are you just like, did you just decide to knock with me? You trying to knock? Okay. I mean, I don't even know if they can hear you. Try just yelling. Well, I mean, there you go. You're alive. I don't know why you didn't just call via Discord.
I don't know.
Well, now you don't get a Fugi. Now you're just a disembodied voice.
Do you want me to call you on Discord? I can fucking do that.
I mean, apparently you're at the archive, so there's no reason not to.
I am at the archive. You know what? Fair point. All right, see you in like 30 seconds.
No, Rory, you don't understand. AE was like, oh, I got shot. I got timed out while I was AFK, and then immediately someone shot him.
I can't fucking believe this shit.
Listen, this is an environment. I want to promote an environment. I've said this time and again. I want an unsafe stream environment. Oh, it's again. All right, just keep coming. Just keep going. All right, just keep it coming.
I cannot believe that I'm just not allowed to have rights in Arrow Rights chat.
Well, listen, I'm Arrow Rights, not Arrow Rights. And yes, that joke does work far better when it's written out, but I can't read.
Also, Jesus Christ, what mic is Discord using for you?
Oh, is it really bad?
It's really bad.
Hello?
Hello?
Is it better now?
No.
Huh.
It's fine, ultimately. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Oh no. Well, I hope that's not coming through on stream.
No, it sounded fine on stream. It sounded fine over there.
That's so weird. Well,
it is weird.
I blame you, and
Yeah,
that is my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
You know what? Fair. Understandable.
However, does anyone... I think everyone in chat knows who you are, but just in case, I'm going to give you a shout out.
Yeah, cool. Hi, I'm AErchivist. I play not quite retro games and do art here on twitch.tv. I'm insane. I am constantly taking on too many projects.
See, you say you're insane, but you're the one who got shot in my chat.
I mean, I'm insane because I'm schizophrenic.
Well, yeah, but insanity is a legal defense, not a mindset.
Fair point. Fair point. You know what? I'll respect that. I'll respect that. If you don't know me, you should know me. My 3 years right around the corner, and I'm currently grinding my ass off trying to complete so many things for it. I am in hell. Thank you for asking.
See, that's the thing. You got no ass to grind. You got no ass. Like, when was the last time you did squats to work out that booty? Hmm?
Literally 2 days ago.
Yeah, was it because someone forced you to do squats?
No, I've been working out.
Oh, pog.
My chat bought me weights, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna start working out like maybe like 3 times a week and trying to.
We'd love that.
Not really, but we're trying.
Which, I don't know. I fell out of my gym routine once I moved like years ago, and I was no longer 2 minutes from a gym. But I do maintenance workouts, and I constantly get dunked on by basically everyone in my life over the fact that I'm constantly like, yeah, I'd love to do this thing. Sorry, I gotta run on the treadmill real quick. And everyone's like, stop with your treadmill. And some people say, step on me instead of your treadmill, which is kind of weird, but...
Nah, see, I'm like, I cannot afford a gym membership right now. I don't got that kind of money. I honestly really wish I could. So my chat bought me weights on Throne. And that's what I'm doing.
Having a throne is so scary.
Balance out my budding alcohol issue with working out. You know, I gotta like balance those out.
Listen, I just handed in my my 1 week chip for Balatro. So if we're talking about problems, I got problems. Don't you worry.
Understandable. Listen, I got drunk in the woods. There was like 1 week where I got drunk 3 times that week, and one of those was in the woods, and we definitely did not like trespass on multiple construction sites and like break into buildings and stuff.
Well, yeah, because
Yeah.
if you did that, you would not reveal it on a Twitch stream because then you or the Twitch stream's owner could be held liable. So I'm glad you clarified you didn't do that.
I did not do that.
A's quiet.
I also
yeah,
have
A's a
not-
little quiet for me. Could you speak up?
So I just upgraded to a Shure SM7B, and these mics are fucking gain hungry.
Yes. I have a MV7, and you need to crank that gain. So I have Discord at max.
My gain's at its max. My gain's at its max.
Simply scream!
I need to get a cloud lifter. Let me go ahead before I forget, add a cloud lifter to the throne. Actually, how much is a cloud lifter?
I don't know what that means.
It's audio equipment. It's a microphone amplifier. Cloud lifters are like $150.
Which I just got a Go XLR, and I keep not using it because I keep running into audio issues. And then I'm like, well, it's 10 minutes before stream. Might as well just pivot back to my old setup.
Sorry, what did you get?
A Go XLR.
Go XLR. If you need mic help, I'm still open to providing mic help, you know.
Listen, Mike, stand-up guy, I don't think I want to spend all my time helping him. Nothing?
Well,
No
I'm gonna
laugh?
you.
Disgusting.
No. No laugh, I'm sorry.
This is why
No,
this is why I don't knock your
literally-
streams. You don't laugh at my jokes.
Yeah, sorry, you suck.
I know I do, but you swallow, so it balances out.
I'm gay. Listen, I'm just gay.
Yeah, that wasn't an insult. That was just an observation.
Yeah, fair point, fair point. Oh god, men are hot.
Wait, sorry. You recommend the Marine Corps 3 times fitness program by Martin Cohen. You can get it free from various libraries. Who is that directed at? Is that directed at me or AE? Or both of
I
us?
don't know what
Because
fucking
I'm not gonna
know.
lie, I got a buddy who's a Marine, and he's just like, Marines are so stupid. Do not listen to any of us about anything. Listen to me because I'm the smart one. And I'm like, all right. I don't believe it, but all right.
No, see, like for me, I just having a dedicated space for certain tasks is very helpful, and so I wish I could just go to a gym and have a dedicated space for working out because it'll actually motivate me to do stuff. Whereas when I am currently sitting 5 feet from my nest, I really
Yes.
want to go back into my nest.
I feel that.
I can touch my nest from where I'm currently sitting, and it's very bad for my productivity. I should take my Vyvanse.
Well, so for everyone in chat as well as AE, what do you do? Like, what is your go-to to stay active? What do you do to prevent yourself from just being a homebody who never moves?
I mean, I have... How do I say? Habitica really helped for a while, but it hasn't been working as well recently. Developing routines is really hard. It's something that I'm still trying
Yes,
to
it
work
is.
and figure out. A good bit of it, honestly, is desperation. I'm gonna be honest, desperation is a good motivator.
I've often heard spite, but desperation, I feel that.
I've, you know... No, I'm not gonna speak too much on it, but recently worked my way out of some pretty dire straits, and there is an amount of motivation that comes from working yourself out of dire straits.
Yeah, necessity is a pretty good motivator.
Yeah.
It's not the best long-term motivator, and oftentimes it will burn you out and it's not sustainable. However, in short bursts, very motivating.
It really depends on like what kind of getting out do you mean, because there's the getting out as in like I need to feed myself in the ashen, there's the getting out as in interacting with my local punk scene, there's the getting out that is like exercising and taking care. Like it really depends on what you're referring to. You know.
And that's why I think that it's so interesting to look at all the different options you have available, because like post uni, I ended up getting a remote position, And that's why I started, what's it called? Treadmilling so much, is because I was just like, I work from home. I'm no longer going to classes in person. I need a way to stay physically active. Wait, oh, Arrow, put the gun down. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't notice that I was threatening anyone.
Listen, I'm used to this. There's a gun. I end up with guns up against my head way too often.
Hot?
It depends on who you ask.
Okay. I have a friend who is seeing a girl, and the girl revealed to him that during their intimate activities, she wanted him to pull a gun on her. And he was just like, I'm screwed up in the head. I think she's worse off than I am.
I'm pretty sure you've told me this story before, but no, like
I think I have. Because it's such like a, oh no, baby girl, what is you doing? You know?
I'm not fazed by this. I am not fazed by this.
I mean, you're also from Florida, so...
Yeah, but like, listen, I'm an anarchist revolutionary. I end up with a gun up against, like, theoretically and literally end up with a gun up against my head way more than you would think.
Okay, well, that was a joke and you know it. Most of you, like, the video I just posted yesterday for Valentine's Day, which depicted multiple people trying to riz me, was not jokes. Those were legitimate passes, I think. You've been asked for weird... See, no, that's the thing. Celador, that... At least the way my friend described it, it wasn't like RP. It was like she literally wanted him to pull a real, actual firearm during that activity.
Listen, the shit my chat says to me, I'm not surprised. I had someone one time say, like, describe an NSFW drawing of me that they wanted to make or get commissioned or something, and I'm like, none of this phases me. None of this fucking phases me.
I don't know. It's one thing to have it be like, oh yeah, it's an NSFW drawing. It's another thing to have it be like, during the act, just like casually whip that out. To me, that's like, you know?
I've seen enough like art on the internet and like images of people, like I've seen
Oh yeah, let's go into your browsing history, shall we?
Listen, my NSFW Twitter stays between me and a god I don't believe in.
You've mentioned this before. You're like, yeah, no one's learning what I've bookmarked. I'm dying with that information.
My same with my my fucking AO3 bookmarks.
Oh my god.
No, that shit stays with me.
Do people actually
like,
just bookmark the worst stuff?
Some people, yeah. One time though, I mentioned like one tag on one piece of fanfiction to a friend, and they went and found the piece of fanfiction, and I'm like, never again. This stays with me. This stays with me. And then they ended up next time we were in a VC reading to me the last paragraph of the second chapter.
Purge the Weak is a rare condition
and I'm like,
linked to being shot
goodbye.
with a gun. Exposure to firearms in dark alleys, convenience stores at
Sorry,
midnight,
someone redeemed
sketchy
a
poker
TTS.
games, bank heists, Wild West saloons, or Florida may put you at risk.
Wait, I
Please
heard
don't
bank heists.
wait.
Are we playing
Call
Payday now?
1-833-SHOT
How's
now today
playing
for a free
Payday?
legal consultation and financial information packet.
I don't know how much you would enjoy it, but it's very silly.
Call now. 1-833-SHOT now.
I don't know. I feel like it's a hard thing to admit to myself, but I'm not sure that I enjoy like most video games.
Yeah, I've noticed that, and I'm just like, well, why do you continue to play them? And you're like, but they're fun, and I'm like, but you're not having fun. It's like, but I am having fun.
I'm having fun up until the game gets hard or people get too mean to me. But I am starting to like have to admit to myself that like, yeah, most games aren't gonna be for me, even if I like want to engage with them and want to like do my whole archiving early 2000s video games and coming to like, you know, understand all of the pieces of media that I wasn't able to engage with. I'm not gonna like probably half of them. And that's okay, and I'm allowed to give up on them.
Yeah, and it's a learning experience.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, I think a lot of people assume that you have to like it.
Absolute jam. Celeste, fuck that shit.
But you're trans. You're legally obligated to like Celeste. Despite the fact I have never played Celeste, and I don't really intend to because I'm not a huge fan of platformers.
Yeah, no, I don't like platformers. I don't like platforms. But no,
I'm not gonna lie,
literally,
the obsession with Celeste is a little silly to me.
I'm failing the trans community, but not by not liking fucking Celeste.
And you know what? That's okay. Sometimes you need to fail your community because then that shows how your community reacts to failure in its ranks, because not everything needs to be fitting with the stereotypes. Oftentimes, fitting with the stereotypes helps you meld with the community, but I've also found that, like, unironically being like, yeah, I've never played Celeste, I've never played Fallout New Vegas, I've never played all of these like traditionally trans games, a lot of people are just like, oh, interesting. And then it becomes a conversation topic where they suddenly start talking about whatever interested them about those games.
Which is completely fair. I get the constantly, like, how have you not consumed X by piece of media, even aside of being trans, just because I haven't consumed any media. But I feel like a lot of folks in my community fail to recognize that, like, just because they like the piece of media doesn't mean that I will, and I'm going to engage with it differently. And sometimes I'm just not interested. And me saying I don't know this and I'm probably never going to engage with it is not an invitation to info dump and then get mad at me when I don't read the message. But you know. Yeah,
and I think that's where you hit that inflection point of, here is what people enjoy about a thing and wanting to share that versus pushing that on other people.
Yeah. Real.
Which I think that is a fine line to walk, but at the end of the day, it's not a ridiculous line to walk. It's just a line.
Yeah. It's just like having to explain to my community that, like, you know what? I don't really like watching movies. I don't watch movies very often, and that's because they're kind of inaccessible to me. And to be honest, while they're a very valid art form, I don't really like them. Stop.
Okay, so you hate movies and you don't want anyone to enjoy them.
I'm just like, stop info dumping about every movie you've ever watched to me, because I'm not gonna watch them.
Actually, that reminds me of this one movie I watched that was super cool.
I'm gonna eat you.
You know it's a reflex for me. I can't help it. Like, being awful is just in my DNA. And
I know.
I should apologize for it, but I'm not going to.
You know what, mood? I felt that in my soul. How could I ever be mad at you?
Oh, you'll be mad at me, all right. You've been mad at me plenty of times prior.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. Sometimes you need someone to be mad at you because you're being dumb, and sometimes you need someone to be mad at you because you're pointing a gun at them.
Real.
Although sometimes you need someone to thank you when you're pointing a gun at them, because then you realize just how weird they are and that you're actually secretly the normal one.
See, sometimes you need someone to point a gun at you so you can remember that life is actually great and you want to be there.
I don't know. I just kind of like, I did my time, I did my fights, I had that whole realization like years prior, so I'm good. I'll just pass on to someone pointing a gun at me.
To each of their own. Okay, yeah, how's life been treating you? We have not talked in a hot minute.
We have not. However, I've just been continuing to do my normal process. I'm streaming, I'm making content, and I've been making a mega dungeon on YouTube, one short at a time. And initially I was thinking this upcoming weekend, like tomorrow, but probably it's going to end up being next week, is going to be when I end up making a compilation of those rooms, in which it will be all of the rooms that I've made thus far all put together, organized in such a way to make a dungeon floor, so that people can get use out of it, because people seem to have been enjoying it.
That's cool as shit.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have any like 3 years coming up, and it seems like everyone I know is having a subathon right now, so I'm just like, well, I don't have any celebrations like that, but okay.
I literally cannot afford to do a subathon. I'm like, I wish. I can't.
Listen, that's why you do a subathon, is to afford it.
No, it's like the other responsibilities in my life just do not allow me.
I know.
I wish. I would love to do a subathon, unfortunately.
Well, a good portion of my audience does also watch you, so it's just a matter of bullying my audience into giving you money.
No, it's like I can't stream every day.
Yeah.
I'm already streaming the maximum amount of days that I'm capable of doing so.
So you don't make it an everyday thing.
Then what's the difference between my normal stream schedule and a subathon then? Because I'm already streaming.
It's literally just the title. At that point.
Like, what's the point of that?
I don't know. Apparently a lot of people do it. They just do their normal stream schedule, but they call it a subathon.
I think that's shitty and not what a subathon is. I'm gonna be completely real with you. I think that's like bad form. I don't respect that.
Optics?
I will straight up say I think that's stupid and like you're not justified in calling that a subathon. I'm just saying.
I mean, can do it goal-based rather than time. I mean, yeah,
That's
offer incentives, a raffle, just give me money.
Dono-thon.
Yeah. See, when I think subathon, I think like someone is like sleeping in their bed on stream because it's, oh, I have to stream for 100 hours, so I'm going to be live for the next 100 hours. Maybe I leave to go like shower or eat, but aside from that, I'm just on subathon on camera.
See, with subathons, I think you're allowed to end the stream to sleep, but that's it. You need to be streaming like at least 8 hours a day. You get like maybe 2 days off.
Wait.
Max.
A subathon where it's only when you're sleeping.
I'm sure someone's done that.
So it's just like, okay, guys, subathon day 1, good night. Goes to bed, wakes up at like a 36-hour timer. It's like, all right, I guess
there was a streamer I know who does big, like Pokemon sleep streams where he was just straight up streaming himself sleeping while playing Pokemon Sleep. Like that's a thing. I know someone did that.
That's so silly. Because I think it was
The video he made was honestly great though.
Wasn't it like Kai Cenat who had like a multi-month-long subathon where he just turned it into a giant slumber party with different celebrities?
I don't follow famous people.
You should know the people in your industry.
Okay, shut up. Yes, I should. That does not mean that I do.
Okay, that's fair. Although the lovely people in chat probably know who I'm talking about, right?
Busy.
Blink, blink.
I'm fucking busy.
Yeah, imagine watching streams unironically.
Like, listen, I have outside responsibilities that keep me busy for about 25 hours a week. I stream.
I thought you were going to say 25 hours a day.
Nah.
And I'm like, no, what are you doing?
Another 24 plus hours a week. So that's already 50 hours of my week gone. And then I'm grinding on half a dozen goddamn projects at any given time. You think I have time to, like, keep up with other content creators?
I think that's quitter talk and you're being a coward.
I'll eat you.
Okay, and? Time and place? Valentine's Day just ended.
True, fair point.
Hop on Balatro? Yeah, hop on Balatro, AE. I know how much you love this game.
Balatro. I don't own it.
Yeah, hop on Balatro.
But I know this is the kind of game that's going to destroy my life, so I have explicitly stated that I will not be buying it for myself. If someone else can buy it for me if they want. And you know what? Maybe I'll play it if they buy it for me. I probably will play it if they buy it for me. I'm not doing that to myself.
Okay, but it'd be really funny, right?
Let me finish my 3-year grind first.
Listen,
okay?
if people are gonna buy you weights on Throne, they can buy you Balatro.
I have 2 weeks to finish, let's see, 4 animatics, 2 more prints, and 1 more patch.
Oh, Balatrothon.
Oh my god. I know, like, plans I have for my 3-year. One of the things I'm going to do, actually, I need to ask you if you are open to this. I am going to be doing a tier list of what VTubers I would eat. Would you like to be on the tier list?
Sure. Though I want reasoning and pairings.
Oh yeah, no, like I'm going to, as I go through, okay, like, would I eat this VTuber? What would they taste like? How would I prepare them?
Okay, but the thing with that is that you have to ask yourself, are you looking for someone who's more muscular, someone who's more fatty, someone who's really lean? Like, you have to think about not just personality, but also body type. How do they take care of themselves? Are they someone who washes every day?
We're gonna go all into it. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna have a whole debate with chat. You know? I literally had someone ask me at a folk punk concert a few days ago if I would rather eat an old person or a baby, so like I'm prepared for this shit. We had a whole debate.
I mean, yeah, but it's also a folk concert, so like that's kind of you're not really surprising anyone with that. Or if you are, they obviously have not been to a folk concert.
I'm just saying I am mentally and emotionally prepared to talk about which of the VTubers in my circle I would consume.
Well, yeah, so we're talking like wine pairings or just sides. As someone who does not drink alcohol, I would not want a wine pairing in particular. However, if you're just like, yeah, Arrow, baked potato as a side, I would be like, what do you mean by that? You want to elaborate?
Trying to find the list where I've written down who's agreed to be on this.
Eternal hack. How dare. See, that's the thing, is that when it comes to like what determines how sweet someone would be? Like personality?
I feel like personality is going to play into it. Appearance is going to play into it.
Like, for instance,
my own personal opinion of them will probably play into it a little bit, but you know.
For instance, this is not just for you, this is also for chat. Like, what would I taste like? Like sour, bitter, salty, sweet?
I feel like you taste sour.
Like, I feel that. Particularly because I love the taste of sour stuff, so like, that's not even an insult to me.
You would definitely taste sour.
Okay, now you're saying that like you would definitely taste sour, and I'm just like, chill, bro.
Listen, it's called the proximity effect. I got closer to my microphone. Okay, it's called the proximity.
Okay, I'm close to my microphone, and I have a proximity effect, and I sound awful to you because my mic is weird.
Yeah, your mic is fucked. Actually,
I'm so sorry. I don't know what that is. Was it bad on the knock?
No, it sounded fine on the knock.
Oh, so it's a Discord issue.
Yeah, it's a Discord issue.
Oh, so I have a what's it called, ad. So I'm pausing the game, but we can keep chatting because this is what I love. I just kind of love just being like, hey, people in my circle call me whenever, and then occasionally people do, and then I'm just like, hey,
It has to be really funny if I'm gonna do that shit.
Well, like
I'm very shy.
Yeah, I am too. But then I'm just like, hey, want to go shot for shot with mouthwash? And then you're like, yeah. And then chat's like, no.
The fun thing is,
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything.
I have actual liquor lying around now, so if I ever want to go shot for shot with someone, I can actually pull out liquor.
I mean, I can go shot for shot with you, and I'll just drink water. I think I'll win, but I'll do it.
Last night on stream, I was like, hey chat, should I drink tonight? We put up a poll. They said, yeah, you should drink tonight. I poured myself one drink. I did not measure how much vodka I put in it. I was sitting there like, nah, I just finished the entire drink after like fucking 15 minutes and I'm feeling fine. Like, I don't even feel drunk. I stand up like 20 minutes later, I'm like, oh, I'm fucked.
Oh, it's hitting.
Oh, I put way too much vodka in that. I put like 2.5 shots in that thing by accident, and I'm a lightweight.
Oh, that sounds like a lot.
Considering 2 shots is where I start getting drunk. Like 1 shot's tipsy, 2 shots I'm drunk, 3 shots I'm gonna have a hangover, 4 shots I'm gonna have a bad time.
Although Zeldor brings up a good point. Humans and also just carnivores in general aren't very good sources of food because they just like their diet doesn't lend itself to that very well. But if you have a high diet in simple sugars, it could elevate how sweet you are.
Oh no, absolutely, absolutely. You also want someone who is like as unstressed as possible because more stress and anxiety is gonna make meat tougher.
What if you like a bit of toughness? What if you like to like, what about a slow roast?
Okay, that's why, because the argument I was having at the folk punk concert the other day was like, yeah, so for you know, a baby, that's obviously gonna taste better. It's gonna be more fatty and unstressed, the way that like some good like lamb is delicious. You want it to be as like unstressed and fatty as possible. But if you were going to prepare an old person, an elderly person, jerky, you want to turn them into jerky at that point. Because yeah, it's tough, but that old tough meat goes really well as jerky.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with just like cattle in general. Like you want younger, I think it's like 1 to 2 years old. Cows are ideal for like prime cut meat.
Yeah, because they're not tough.
That's implying old people taste gamey. Are you making that implication?
Maybe.
No,
Like,
say it with your chest. Don't hide behind like, oh yeah, maybe. Like
the best places ever, actually. It was like my first time actually going to a folk punk show instead of just a regular punk show, and oh my god, that was like the best night of my life. It was great.
Yeah, drinking alcohol in the woods with punks.
I mean, okay, that was super fun, and I had the time of my life drinking alcohol in the woods with the punks, but actually going to a folk punk show was a lot of fun.
No, I'm just teasing you for the most like lil bro energy you've hit me with. I understand you weren't hitting me with it, you were hitting your followers on like Twitter and Blue Sky. However, I felt the need to comment how lil bro it was.
I'm not little bro coded.
You are absolutely lil bro coded. However, also, I think celerity is also little sibling coded.
I keep Narcan in my car, bitch.
Yeah, and?
I don't think that's little bro coded.
You're little bro from the south. Like, what do you want?
I don't think people in the south appreciate Narcan very much.
Listen, you're Lil Bro, and Lil Bro has seen some stuff. I'm not going to deny that, but you're still Lil Bro.
My god, fuck you.
No, you're going to eat me. I thought that was our arrangement.
I mean, yeah, but if you're gonna talk like this, then what the fuck do you want from me?
I want you to say with your chest that you think old people are gamey.
Yeah, old people taste gamey.
There you go.
There you go.
I think that is disrespectful. I think that is evil. I think that is malicious. I can't believe you said that. I am reporting you to the FBI as we speak.
Okay, I'm already a wanted man.
Yeah, but not in my world.
Well, how are the police from your world gonna get to my world?
I just had that thought. How would interdimensional crime work?
I don't know. I feel like, you know, that's why the crimes I admit to on the internet don't mean shit, because they're happening. The crimes are happening on my world, not like fucking Prime Earth.
Uh-huh.
I'm holding a crime in my hand, by the way, currently.
Oh my gosh. Is it a crime against humanity?
No. I don't think I've actually told you this yet, but I'm telling it to like everyone that I can because hee hee ha ha. I'm currently holding in my hand a vial of 2,000 milligrams of testosterone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, why is that a crime? Is it because you're in Florida?
You think I got this from a doctor? You think this is prescribed?
No.
This is a controlled substance.
Oh. Hey, can you say that one more time into the mic? Louder?
That's a controlled substance.
Can you please say that I, Archivist of the Ashen, have taken a controlled substance and illegally procured it?
I, Archivist of the Ashen, know someone who compounds testosterone in their kitchen and have procured it. There you go.
Well, you heard it here first. Wait, you've been on that vitamin T? Interesting.
Haven't started it yet, but...
Yeah, I think it's... What is the standard dose, like 0.5 milligrams or something?
So typically, like a prescription that you would get, standard would only contain about like 200 milligrams. That's 2,000. That's 10 times the standard amount you would get like from like a 1 month prescription. That is over $100 worth. Depending on where you go, that's anywhere from like $100 to $400 worth.
So what you're saying is you got those fat stacks in hand. You can pawn that off.
No, that shit's going in my body. Injectable. It's very hard to compound, what's it called? Like gels and patches, that's very hard to compound. I know folks who are working on it and who are trying to make that more accessible and more viable for people like in their day-to-day lives. But doing like compounding that stuff with equipment that can easily be purchased and whatnot, that's difficult.
Yeah, I know at least with my experience with HRT, I've heard that injectables tend to be the most effective and the most, not only just the fastest, but also just the most efficient at the transfer. So that's generally what people should default to. But obviously, if you're needle shy or if you don't have access to disposable needle drop off and like you can't dispose of them properly, then there's mitigating factors.
So I am extremely bad with needles. I faint nearly every time, but that's not going to stop me here.
Bro. Also, very little bro coded.
Why?
I feel like it's extremely little bro to be scared of needles.
It's not fear, it's that I faint.
Well, do you know why you faint?
Difference? No.
Huh.
No clue at all.
Because like I definitely get the idea of like it's not a I'm scared of them and don't want to get injected. It's like a I am about to get injected, like blue screen. But
Basically,
I assume that would be like a fear response.
I don't know what it is. I just faint. Like I'm not scared of them, but I will like even I've had this happen with like finger pricks too, where like I get a finger prick, and I'm fine. And then 3 to 5 minutes later, I suddenly faint.
Do you think it's the blood loss?
Maybe. I do have like absurdly low blood pressure.
Yeah.
Not that they've ever done anything about it, but it is like notably low. It could just be the fact that my body's like, oh, we've lost blood. Because I will get really, really pale and really clammy, and then I just kind of faint. But you know.
No, Celdor, same deal. It's like when I first started HRT, I was just like, oh, is this going to be an issue? And no, it wasn't. It's just, oh, you get used to it. You start dabbing yourself, and then your body learns to expect it, assuming that you keep up with habits and schedule, at least in my experience.
I'm like, I'll probably be fine. I'll just need help initially, and I know people who are more experienced with it who can offer that help as I get used to it. Because I feel like if I have more control, I might be better. At the very least, I'll know how to handle myself well enough to be like, okay, I just injected my HRT. I'm gonna go lie down now. Because that is straight up just what I've had to learn to do with any kind of like blood draws or needles. It's like, okay, you did it, cool. Leave me here for the next 10 minutes.
Also, I just completely trashed a bunch of good cards in my hand because I was in the mindset of, oh, I can't play face cards because I'm on my last run. I need to adapt. I'm silly.
Oh, did you die?
No, I survived. I actually beat a run and then I eventually died in endless mode and I started a new run, but I was still like playing as if it was the endless mode run because I'm dumb.
Oh, good job.
But there does seem to be a correlation to a needle causing a drop in blood pressure, thus making a person faint. I mean, and that's also where it's in injections, that's not going to screw up blood pressure that much, as far as I'm aware. Particularly if it's a sub-Q. Because if it's subcutaneous, that's just injecting into fat, which is not only less painful, but also doesn't actually disrupt the blood flow.
I don't fucking know. It could just be at this point, like, after so many times of fainting with blood draws, because because of medications that I'm on, for a while I was having to get my blood drawn 4 times a year. And I'm still supposed to be doing that, but I don't have the money to see a doctor right now.
Yeah.
So just, I'm not getting all of those blood tests that I'm supposed to be getting done. But it could just be that after so much of that happening, because like this has been an issue for years, and I've been on the medications that I've been on for like that particular med that they needed to keep an eye out initially. Okay. Initially, I was on one med that required twice a year. Now they added a bunch of meds about a year ago that make it so it has to be 4 times a year. But you know, getting on that initial med, that was back when I was 14. So that's 9 years of getting blood drawn so frequently. My body might have just gotten used to the fact, like, oh, needle, goodbye.
Yeah. Also, Celador is mentioning the 4th Eve's Vinegar Collection Microlab. It's a DIY controlled lab reactor that makes it easier to synthesize compounds.
Noted. See, okay, I have, one second to grab them. So I have right here, this is a design made by a local mutual aid organization that basically has all of the instructions you need to do to synthesize estrogen or testosterone in your home. And they have like their recommendations on the equipment you need, and it's basically like, you know, a hot plate, very basic measuring tools, weigh boats. It does need a magnetic stir, the hot plate, glassware, extremely basic lab supplies. Is all stuff that I know how to use. Like, you don't need much, and it's honestly not that difficult or expensive to get going. Honestly, the hardest part, they recommend a pressure cooker for some elements of it, some elements of the process. That's like the most expensive part of it.
So what you're saying is that you're cooking.
Yeah, no, cooking in the lab. Cooking in the lab.
Jesse, we need to cook. Use a pressure cooker to make rice this morning. Did everyone have rice this morning?
I didn't have rice this morning.
Did you have anything this morning?
No.
That's what I thought. I have rice. I forgot.
I do have rice. I do have some rice frozen. I need to cook more food because I actually don't have like any food prepared right now. Whoops.
Hey, I don't know if you were here. That is the second time I remembered I have rice behind me.
You're incredible.
In the last like hour.
Bruh.
Was it 4th Use Vinegar on GitHub? So it's a software. It's code.
But hey, Chad, did you guys know like folk punk concerts are the best place to get in touch with your local trans mutual aid organizations? At least where I am.
Well, yeah, because I imagine that in your area, it's much less mainstream. Some might say.
What do you mean by that? What's much less mainstream?
Florida, the trans lifeline.
Yeah, there's a lot of legal issues around like everything.
Okay, so I'm not correct, Celador. Understood. Yeah, I just love learning about this kind of stuff. So if you have more information on it, feel free to share? Because when you say it's on GitHub, that makes me think it's like open source code that you can download and then utilize.
It does give that impression.
However, that's apparently not what it is. So I don't want to misrepresent whatever this is that you're mentioning, Celador. Though I am curious, when it comes to injections versus like a gel or pill or whatever, I wonder if what's easiest to come by. Obviously, I'm speaking strictly from a in legal goods perspective, because we have not discussed anything illegal, because anything that would be illegal is all hypothetical and didn't actually happen.
Yes.
But if it's like I want to get HRT, what is easiest in a difficult circumstance, like in Florida where it's restricted?
For testosterone, absolutely injections. I can't
Really?
speak for estrogen, but it's absolutely injections.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the default that they will go for if you are getting it, from a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
It's just really hard to get here because you need to pass
Right.
psychological evaluation. I'm not passing that psychological evaluation.
Nah, I believe in you. You got this. And 10 other lies we tell
Anyone
ourselves.
who has a psychiatric diagnosis already is unable to get HRT in the state. If you've been diagnosed with fucking autism, you cannot get HRT in the state of Florida. Or at the very least, it's going to be a lot more difficult, and you're going to need to get a psychiatrist who is willing to lie.
Mm-hmm. Which, the trans and autistic Venn diagram is nearly, but not explicitly, a circle.
Yeah. Because when you're already, when you already don't process social cues and stuff the same people do, you're a lot more likely to also not get gender and gender roles. Those kind of go hand in hand.
Which a lot of people take issue with, and for really no reason.
No, it's I think people go oh, this kind of goes against the entire concept of trans being what it is, and I'm like, no, it literally doesn't. For a lot of especially non-binary people, it's just that gender doesn't make sense to them, and that's fine. That's okay.
Gender's weird.
Gender
I understand it from a sociological point of view. I don't understand it from a innate understanding point of view.
Yeah. I can understand on a cultural societal level how we ended up here, but it doesn't make sense. It's stupid. Bark, bark, bite, bite.
Don't you bark, bark, bite, bite.
I'm bark,
Do I need
bark,
to put the
bite,
muzzle on you?
society, okay? Don't you fucking dare!
I asked a simple question.
No.
Good.
Also adjacent to tarot, because I'm already on the subject. Or not to testosterone. Okay.
You want to try that again?
Relevant testosterone, because I'm already on the topic. Both of my tarot decks told me not to.
Really?
I asked both of them. My first tarot deck was
Hi, Hatsune Miku.
You have
Oh
not.
my gosh, it's Miku!
Oh my god, it's Hatsune Miku. Hi, I'm Hatsune Miku, and I have a crippling gambling addiction.
See... Me too. See, Kaza gets it. I'm glad Miku can enable me. I just handed in my 1 week chip.
I don't know what that means.
So you know how in Alcoholics Anonymous, they'll give you a chip that's oh, you've been sober for 1 week or 1 month or whatever.
Ah.
I have not played Balatro in a week.
Congratulations.
No, not congratulations. I am now playing Balatro.
Listen, I'm on my alcoholism arc. I'm going to encourage this. I'm going to enable this.
Dad?
I am not your fucking father.
I'd hope not. Like, I never thought my father would be so little bro-coded. You have 500 hours of Balatro and you won 100% of the game twice. I am working to gold stake with most of my decks. I've beaten gold stake with ghost deck only. So I'm still working on that.
It used to be alcoholism didn't even pour us a cup.
No, AE, stop encouraging alcoholism in my chat.
Listen, I've got a handle of vodka in my goddamn pantry. Come on, come on.
I feel like you're being a bad influence, which I must say is very older brother coded. However, you're not winning any points with me.
Fuck you.
You keep saying that. I don't think you know what those words mean.
I know what those words mean.
Yeah, what does it mean? Could you please provide a definition of what you were saying?
Fuck you, as in you're an asshole and I'm being mean to you.
Wait, I'm sorry. All stamps twice? And you say yes to that, Hatsune Miku. And Kaza immediately is just like, okay, goodbye, Arrow. I don't care about you. Hatsune Miku, I will worship you if you tell me how to play Balatro. And honestly, that's valid.
I can't believe your followers are turning on you. Never mind, I can absolutely believe that.
Yeah, what do you mean you can't believe that? I literally threatened them with a gun.
Yeah, you also threatened me with a gun, but I'm still here.
Well, yeah, I threatened you with a gun because I've yet to fire it. I just pointed at you to be like, all right, keep talking, Fox Boy.
You're terrifying.
What do you mean I'm terrifying?
I feel like you're like there's a part of my brain that's like, what if you're a secret agent for my government? No, you're not. You wouldn't. They wouldn't let someone like you in.
Like, I don't know. I feel like I'd be a very poor secret agent for a government because I wouldn't be aggressive enough. I would not like put my country's values above everything else. However, it would be very funny if I was a secret agent for a government.
It would be very funny. You'd be pretty bad at it, but it would be very funny.
Oh no, I would be awful at it. Like, I'm good at keeping secrets. I'm good at not saying things I shouldn't say. However, I'm very bad at doing what I'm told.
This is real. I believe this.
Also, Blade, you purged the week. You killed rancid lamb parts, which...
What the fuck is rancid lamb parts?
That's what I'm asking, AE. I didn't know that was someone in my community.
I promise I did not bring any raw meat here when I got here. I swear.
No, I know. You would have consumed it. I believe you.
Yeah, exactly. If I would have already eaten it. You get me.
I could cat. I have like no base molt, but I could cat. I know that means nothing to you, AE. But I have apparently like Hatsune Miku herself in my chat. I also have Kaza, who Kaza, despite being an absolute like bottom, yells at me whenever I play video games. Could have been fresh when AE arrived. AE would have eaten it though. That's the issue with that theory.
Yeah, listen, if I had raw lamb in front of me, you think I wouldn't be eating the hell out of that? I crave raw meat. I don't get raw meat often enough these days.
Like, I don't think you appreciate how much of just a freaking animal he is.
Yeah, like, listen, humans need cooked meat, and I'm here living among the Ashen, and I gotta take care of them, make sure they're all fed. I don't get to eat raw meat often enough, okay?
Although I am concerned about your propensity to eat raw meat. Like, functionally, I understand, yes, that is, for your digestive system, fine. However, you know?
Wait. What's wrong with it?
Okay, so for anyone, I could eat a bowl of rice. I had a bowl of rice for breakfast. That's my issue. My roommate came in when they got back from work. They made themselves some rice. They made like a rice dish with edamame and like some furikake and chili oil. And then they're like, hey, like, here's some for you. And then I was like, I had this like an hour and a half ago. Thank you. I'm not going to eat it. I might eat it later because they found it very funny that like I had that exact same meal 2 hours prior. And I also forgot I had it. Wolk, you just reminded me for the third time that I have that.
Eat your rice, bitch.
No.
I do have frozen rice in my freezer right now.
Wait,
I don't know if
rice?
it's something that you can freeze, but it was cooked rice that I froze.
I'm sorry,
So,
frozen
okay.
rice?
I was at a little political event with a few of the other, like, you know, revolutionary and insurrectionist groups here in my horrid Florida where everything is just slightly worse. And we did a whole little potluck. And as we were leaving the potluck, some folks were like, hey, this is going to get thrown out if no one takes it. So I quickly grabbed nearly everything at the potluck, and that included multiple containers of rice.
Well, I can't fault you for the effort you put in.
So now there's rice frozen in my freezer, and I don't know if that's something you can do.
You don't... So sorry, it was already pre-cooked rice?
Yes, it was rice that had already been cooked.
You don't need to do that. You can just put it in the fridge. You only play high card? That's what they make you know.
It's been 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks, okay? I don't think the rice would still be good 2 weeks later.
Well, yeah, because you're a coward.
I
Rice
have
is always
extreme paranoia. I have extreme paranoia around
No, I know. You have food paranoia, and I don't make fun of that. However, I'm going to call you a coward.
Okay, I'll eat you. You're fresh.
Aw, thank you. See, that's my secret. If I just go along with the cannibalism bits, like... Wait, I don't need this. Why did I buy that?
I don't know how cannibalism became such a big part of my like personality and branding. It's
That's the
sort of
thing.
with,
It's a
like,
part of your
people
personality.
out
Rorston's chat has cannibalism present. A couple people in mine will just mention cannibalism. I'm like, haha, yeah.
I feel like they mentioned cannibalism because they know me.
Depends. Some from you, some from Rorston. I have a very low bar. I say don't break Twitch TOS and don't be a jerk and we're fine. If you want to eat someone and it doesn't go against Twitch TOS, go ahead.
I break Twitch TOS all the time.
Well, yeah, and I would prefer you not do that on my stream, which is why I ask that you don't reveal any crimes you may have committed or do anything illicit on my stream. And then you're like, okay, well, let me tell you about this hypothetical story that I just made up. And I'm like, oh, okay, awesome.
On that note, does anyone know how I acquire safe needles?
Oh my gosh. You get a prescription for them. Wait, so Hatsumiko, do you just... Oh, actually, I have a YouTube channel. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I have a YouTube.
Also, your model
I assume you
cubes.
found me via the Balatro tag on here. One of my recent clips is a run I had, which is a very good seed. Can't remember what the seed was, but it was... I got... Judgment gave me Baron in like blind 2 of Ante 1, and then I got a Mime and an Ankh in the same shop. So I had 2 Barons that were polychrome because I was playing Ghost deck, as well as Mime by like Ante 2. And then I spent the rest of the game just getting Steel, Red Seal Kings, and then I got Blueprint like Ante 7. No, it was fantastic. And I'm so sorry to like ostracize you for a moment, AE, but the Balatro addicts are talking.
I'm sitting here working on an animatic while we chat. So...
Pog.
Yeah.
You have a 3-win streak on
I'm
Gold
pretty
6?
sure I've mentioned Bug to you. My community is going to be meeting Bug soon, so that's fun.
Ooh, lovely. You have mentioned Bug.
Yeah.
And I remember that Bug is a very random addition to your community.
What do you mean by that?
Bug just kind of showed up one day and you were like, I love you.
Oh yeah. Bug did kind of just show up at our front door one day. We were a little bit suspicious at first, but like...
But how can someone so obviously atypical for society standards be a plant?
That's the thing. Like, Fennel has a really strong sweet spot for like anyone who doesn't really fit into the norm. That's how I ended up here, you know. I don't think she would have picked me up off the streets, me being a you know, the first time she had ever seen a non-human, the first like proof she ever got that non-humans were real. I don't think she would have picked me up if she didn't have that soft spot for anyone who really can't fit into society, anyone who cannot, what's the word? Mask is not the word that I'm looking for, but you know what I mean.
You're looking for femme. I got you. What?
I just refuse to laugh at your jokes at this point.
See, that's the thing. I laugh at my own jokes so other people don't have to. It's really just brilliant.
Great strategy. No,
brilliant strategy. No notes. Also,
no,
have you processed the fact that Hatsune Miku had a anti-3 double brainstorm? Isn't that crazy?
Whatever the fuck that means, buddy. I don't give a fuck what that means. I'm too busy thinking about the folk punk concert I went to.
Oh, you think
you know what? You're
awesome.
gonna sit here talking about your Balatro and having a good time. Alright, cool. Fucking... Let's see, what can I ramble about that you don't give a shit about? The thing is, okay, the main things on my brain these days are like folk punk and tarot.
Mm-hmm.
Those are like my main...
I had a thing I was gonna say earlier. I was gonna do a tarot reading the other week, and then I set it up. I get my deck out. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm not like particularly spiritual. I don't really believe in tarot necessarily, but I think it's a useful tool for self-reflection and just kind of your own interpretation of the cards is a valid means of self-reflection, and basically you'll tell yourself what you need to hear independent of whatever the cards quote unquote mean. So I go to do that, and then I light a candle, and then the flame just goes and just like freaks out. And I look at the candle, and my roommate, a couple weeks prior, mentioned that they had a candle in their room, and it was like going wild, and they are a witch. Like they practice Wiccan. Or I don't think Wiccan specifically. I think it's just they're practicing witch with like herbalism, and they like believe in spirits and all of that. So they had a conversation with what they thought was the spirit of the house, and it communicated with them via the flame. And like, I'm not spiritual. I don't believe in ghosts. I see this flicker, and I'm just like, are you some kind of ghost? And then it flickers like wildly, and I'm just like, oh great. And then I had a little conversation with a fire, and then
some kind of lost spirit in your goddamn apartment or a house,
and that's
or
the
whatever.
thing is, I'm gonna do a tarot reading. I'm just like, well, I'm gonna do a tarot reading. It freaks out fire, and I'm like, should I not do a tarot reading? Like, freak out if yes, be still if no. And then it freaks out, and I'm like, okay, now since that could be a fluke, do you want me to do a tarot reading? And then it was completely still. And then I'm like, you know, I'm not spiritual. I don't believe in this. I'm not gonna mess with this. Goodbye. And then I just didn't do a tarot reading because I'm like, it might just be me. It might be literal actual ghosts. Not my place to say.
I've always been the kind of person who, like, yeah, tarot is a tool for self-reflection, and I still primarily believe that, but my new deck has such a strong personality that I'm like, there is something going on here with this fucking deck. And the way that some cards have been recurring. But a real interesting experience the other day, I was on VC with one of my local punks who does some, like, I don't know, rune or glyph stuff, and she had just finished one, and she was about to go and burn it outside. And so I'm sitting on VC with her as she's burning it, and she's like, hey, this is weird. You're into tarot, I need you to do a tarot reading on this. And she doesn't tell me like what the query is, but I've already got my cards out because I've been doing a reading for myself. Start going through it, and it is uncanny the cards that get picked. Because it's all about like,
to be a ghost
there
or
is some
human
kind of
being
interpersonal
paranoid. I
strain
did
and you're
ghost
between a
hunting
rock
for
and a
3
hard
years,
place.
not recommended at
you
all.
need to let go of something. And she's like, yeah, I did this because I was contemplating breaking up with my boyfriend.
Oh. Also,
I'm just like, God damn it.
Hatsune Miku, you gotta tell me more about the ghost hunting. You can't just drop that. I mean, I suppose you can, but... Like, this is the kind of stuff I love, just hearing random stories from people like, oh yeah, I was just casually like into ghost hunting for 3 years, or just like, yeah, my friend wanted to break up with their boyfriend, and turns out, no, the tarot said that was a massive mistake.
The tarot was like, you need to let go.
Ah.
Like, there's strain in this relationship, you need to let go and move on. The tarot was encouraging.
The tarot is the means by which all is revealed. Someone's gonna get that reference.
My god. Yeah, my tarot decks told me not to take testosterone, and I'm like, I'm not going to listen.
What if I just didn't listen to the thing I'm using to interpret my fortune?
It wouldn't be the first time I didn't listen to the cards, and last time I didn't listen, this deck decided to scare me by throwing I was asking a reading about like my physical health.
Yes, that was a Persona 3 reference.
Because the card before that I had not been listening
also,
to
welcome
was
on in,
Temperance
Bummer.
Reverse. It kept throwing Temperance Reverse at me, or it had, like in the previous reading, thrown Temperance Reverse at me, and I kind of just disregarded it because I couldn't figure out what it was referring to. I figured what the first card was, but then I pulled Temperate Reverse in the middle, followed by the Ten of Swords, which is a card of painful endings and a betrayal and a loss. And I'm immediately freaking out because this was a reading about my physical health. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? I consult a friend and we're like, nah, he's trying to scare you. He's telling you your reading is unimportant and you need to focus on Temperance Reversed, which had been thrown at me in the previous reading, and I'm like, fuck this bitch. Fuck this deck. And then I consulted my other deck to be like, hey, what's Temperance Reversed about? Why does he keep showing me Temperance Reversed? What's going on? And my other deck throws me Temperance Reversed in that reading.
Yeah, because you need to learn to listen to your deck.
So I'm like, it's because, okay, my Diablo, the new deck, was like, you have not developed the emotional maturity that you need to before you go on this path. Or not have the tools that you need. There are better options. Find another option. And my old deck was like, there are going to be a lot of social repercussions for this, and you know that. This will bring you closer to your goal. This is manifesting your goals, but it's going to come with consequences.
It's manifesting your destiny.
There are going to be legal and social ramifications of this. I'm like, god damn it. Both my decks are like, you should not take testosterone. I'm like, I want it.
Well, sometimes you need your deck to smack you upside the head and be like, what are you doing, you dumb loser?
Okay, but what if my deck's being transphobic?
Then it doesn't matter because your deck is a girl anyway.
Okay, no, my old deck is the one that's a girl.
Which, for anyone who's confused by that comment, AE was on my stream at some point, and we were doing tarot readings for each other, or we were just chatting about tarot, and then we were like, let's introduce our decks to each other, like parents introducing their children, and like we'll do a reading for each other's deck. And my deck drew the Empress, which is a very maternal and feminine card about like feminine energies and like being matronly and motherly. And AE's just like, ew, what does that mean? And I'm just like, I think it means your deck's a girl. And he's like, ew.
It's not what I said, but okay.
Oh yeah? Did you not be disgusted at the thought of gross cooties in your tarot deck?
No, because I don't have toxic masculinity, bitch.
You absolutely
Not
have
that much
toxic
of it.
masculinity.
Shut
What are you
the
talking
fuck
about?
up. I don't think
You want to
girls
run
are
that by me again?
I don't think girls are gross. I do toxic masculinity because it's funny, okay?
Oh yeah, it's
a
just a
bit.
prank, bro. Let me be
I do
misogynist.
toxic
I know too many
masculinity for
people
the
who are like that.
bit. I do want to be very clear. Like I don't think, and I hope not, that any of my masculinity ever teeters onto misogyny.
Oh yeah, and obviously I'm giving you a hard time because
I know.
like you're my buddy.
You're a bitch.
But I do know quite a few people who are
Yeah.
like toxically masculine as a meme, and then it's also like you 100% have fallen into this like full stop, haven't you?
There's I know I've met folks like that. I don't associate with them because fuck that, but I've definitely seen that.
I mean, I don't know. At least to me, it's definitely a. I'll give you a pass if it's funny, but a lot of times it's just not funny.
Yeah, a lot of the time it isn't, and you're so right with that.
Yeah.
But no, my new deck. His name, we call him Diablo. His name's Diablo.
Hi, Diablo. Yeah, respecting everyone is big, keeping energy.
Energy to me, so.
Wait, so it's just a joke has ruined many friendships. That's the thing. Like, real piece of life advice. If you upset someone and you weren't being serious, tell them, sorry, I wasn't being serious. My bad. I apologize.
I will not do that. That's the important thing. I will
Also,
not do
I can
that
give
again.
advice if you ask. But I enjoy see you play anyway since I love how this game has infinite possibilities. Also, did you know that you
but
can
no,
customize your face
he's a bit
guard's
of a-
appearance? Love
okay.
your stream so
He's
far.
very
Purple
cold,
heart.
very cutting, and very direct. Like, he does not beat around the bushes in anything he says. And his readings tend to be pretty spot on. He's gonna say what he at least thinks you need to hear, and he's gonna say it as directly, not sugar-coated. He will be mean about it.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Up, up, down, down, left, right, left, right. Oh no, people are purging the weak.
He has scared me. He has gone as far as like scaring me because I was ignoring him.
And sometimes you need that.
Yeah, I do.
Also, Hatsune Miku, real quick. I appreciate any sort of advice. Generally, when it comes to backseating, I'm chill. It's okay to point out things that I've missed. It's okay to give suggestions that you think I should do, so long as you're not being a jerk about it. Generally speaking, I'm just playing Balatro in the background while I yap. But, yes, you are in danger, Hatsune Miku. But, thank you for enjoying the stream so far. I don't know. Balatro's fun. Funny card game.
I like video games here. Card game go burr. I would absolutely end up obsessed with this game if I were to like actually properly check it out.
And that's why I didn't buy you Balatro.
Yeah.
However, I have found that Balatro, I had my phase of like, oh, I just want to play Balatro. I want to play more Balatro. And then I kind of shifted to, like, I'm fine with Balatro. I've been more of a Marvel Rivals mood since then. I've shifted from Marvel Rivals even. So I'm not.
That's called hyperfixating on things.
Yeah, and
Bruh. I'm just like, I cannot currently afford a hyperfixation. I need to get through the rest of the month first. Then I can maybe afford a hyperfixation or two. But yeah, I know you bought me Pyre and I still need to play it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea how much you'll enjoy the gameplay of Pyre, but the story of Pyre, I think will actually hit you. And the fact that it's like 2/3 visual novel / choose your own adventure, I think you would really enjoy that. The issue is I don't think you would enjoy like the actual gameplay sections, is my concern.
We'll find out. We'll find out.
Yeah.
I'll give it, I'm happy to give it a shot, and worst comes to worst, I end up like, I don't know. I'll figure out something. If I struggle too much.
No worries, Hatsune Miku. I just appreciate you being here. And no, I started playing Marvel Rivals before I knew how wild the character design was. Like, have you seen Venom? Hey, have you seen Venom?
I have not. I do know a streamer that I'm pals with did do a tier list of the fuckability of different Marvel Rivals characters last night, but I haven't like checked it out or played it. Just because it's a style of game that I don't like. Like,
I don't think you would enjoy it. However, I think if you check my stream for just a second.
All right. I'm just like, I have not checked it out because I know it's a style of gameplay that I just don't like. Not my type. Not my type.
Do you see the absolute dumpy?
I mean, yeah, big ass and whatnot, but I'm here for like that slutty man waist, you know? Man needs to. I guess his waist is a little slutty from that.
No.
angle.
Do you see the? Do you see the snatched waist?
Yeah, that waist is a little bit slutty, but he's still just more muscular than I usually go for.
Oh, he's super muscular. Who's the most twinkish?
Like,
should I just look up twink? I'm worried what will come up if I search this.
In men, my taste in men has like expanded over time and gotten a bit wider. Like for a long time, facial hair was an immediate no for me. For a long time, facial hair was just like, nope, I don't want facial hair. That's like the very end of the range for how muscular of guys that I like. Like that's
no, I know what you want. Wolk's got this.
That's the very far edge.
Mr. Fantastic wide. Look at this man.
Incredible.
Look at this absolute unit.
But no, the previous guy was like the very far end of how masculine or how like muscular I enjoy. Like any more muscular than that, I'm like, nah.
How about like Hawkeye?
No, that's too much for me. He does have nice hair.
He does.
If I was looking at him from like the shoulders up, I'm like, yeah, that's hot. But the rest of him, I'm like, I don't like how bulky his arms are.
Oh, Star-Lord? That's a good option. Actually, no. So, know what? I think Iron Fist might be your best bet.
Oh, that guy's a yes. That's a yes. That's a yes.
That's a yes?
Yeah, Star-Lord's a yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I feel like you would absolutely say yes to Iron Fist.
I feel like it, like, if
Fuck
he
you
wore
in the bed
something
is like
different, then
again,
absolutely.
Again.
Like, he needs a better outfit.
I've literally thought to myself, what would the various ultimate lines being used in the bedroom be like as a tier list? And I think Winter Soldier yelling armed and dangerous would not make the cut. However, yelling again, he would absolutely do that in bed. And Iron Man would absolutely yell maximum pulse as he's doing the deed.
I hate that. That's so cringe.
No, that's the point.
Oh my god. I do think, like, if he just took the blindfold off, that's an immediate yes for Iron Fist. Yeah.
So like this?
Yeah, like if he just took the blindfold off. Oh yeah, no, easy. Yes, that's a yes right there. That's a yes.
Oh, actually, what is
like
not
hello?
Hulk, but Bruce Banner.
He has a similar facial structure to like a musical artist I saw the other day who I thought was hot as fuck.
Yeah.
He's too basic guy.
Are you gonna be wild over Peter? Wait, why is none of this like his actual?
Okay, how old is this Peter Parker? We need to clarify that because
that's a very good question.
Like there's too many Peter Parkers that are teenagers for me to say without knowing how old we're looking at.
That is the correct answer. He has 250 health. That's the answer.
It's not an age. I need to know that this Peter Parker is an adult.
Wait, who was I just thinking? I just thought. Wait,
he looks in that image. He looks college age, but that doesn't mean jack shit.
That's true.
Because art styles are fucky.
Loki. Do you see how diva this is?
Loki. Listen, any Loki like ever is a yes. just off of personality, that's a yes.
No. So we're not gonna consider 4 mutant kind, but we are gonna consider Fear Magneto. I feel like Magneto is too like old muscular man for AE.
Yeah, like, okay, for a long time, facial hair was an immediate no for me, and that's shifted in the last, like, 2.5 or, like, year and a half. Like, I've started to be a bit more comfortable with facial hair, but that's still too much for me.
Yeah.
Like, that's a full-ass beard. Like, I've gotten comfortable with, like, a bit of stubble, a bit of facial hair, but I'm, like, full-on beard is still, like, an eh for me.
Okay. What about Moon Knight? Do you love a man in armor?
I can.
Because, like, I'm not gonna lie,
it.
you're not getting much out of this. However,
I could.
I like how right beneath wood there is could. The oft overlooked rating.
I'm like, under the right circumstances.
Okay, what about...
No.
Yes, Dracula canonically owes Moon Knight money, and in Marvel Rivals, Dracula is one of the villains of Season 1. Therefore, it is not unreasonable to assume that at some point there will be canonical lore of Marvel Rivals Moon Knight actually just beating up Dracula for $10.
Oh my god. See, here's the thing. This might be a little bit too explicit to say here, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I cannot imagine tree bark dick feeling good. Or like tree bark ass or mouth for that matter.
But it's a personality thing. I understand you're aromantic, but what about like a QPR?
I don't know enough about his personality.
He is an absolute sweetheart. He is a man of few words. He will protect you, but also enable you to have your own agency.
I can see it, but at the same time, I'm someone who, like, I'm a yapper and I need folks who are gonna yap back. Like, the closest
I know
people
perfect
in my
yapper for
God,
you. I know the perfect yapper.
I have a very good friend, one of my closest friends, who someone who I knew years ago, but who recently I reconnected with, and, like, part of why I love her so much is the fact that we will sit there talking about, like, the ethics of how schizophrenia is treated in, like, the medical field, and, like, ethics of different types of medication and shit like that. I need to be able to have those conversations with someone. Also, hi, Jeff. I love him. He's little.
Okay, what about Jeff?
He's little meow meow.
Is Jeff your meow meow?
That's a meow meow right there.
No, this is So you know the memes about like Pitbull heroically leaps into burning building to bite one last child? Like all of the memes about Pitbulls named Princess? That's Jeff.
Yeah. That's meow meow right there. That's meow meow.
No, this is Bark Bark.
True, that's bark bark. That's bark
like
bark.
you do not see a single thought behind Jeff's eyes.
Yeah.
And that is the ideal.
Okay. So meow meow is a pathetic sad man.
I know.
Bark is happy violent man.
Oh.
No, what is bark bark?
I feel like
meow
a bark
meow's
bark would be
pathetic,
like
sad man. What does a bark bark in that?
Well, I feel like meow meow is a man who looks like a soaked cat, you know?
Yeah.
But a bark bark has to be a man who is like an excited puppy. Not quite golden retriever, just kind of like yapping.
More there. Because again, like the fun thing with a meow meow is this kind of like infantilization of a miserable man. Like that's part of the fun of a meow meow. They are miserable, pathetic little creatures. I feel like there's gotta be more depth there.
How about Cloak and Dagger's good?
I don't like that guy's hair.
You don't like his hair?
I don't like his
Really?
hair.
I thought you were gonna say he's too muscular.
He is too muscular, but okay, listen. Anyone who has like been around me and seen me sip over characters enough knows the first thing that I comment on is hair.
True.
A man needs to have nice hair.
What about a duo?
Like that guy there. I do like that guy there. Listen, I'm not into the woman, but if I needed...
No, I that's why I've only been showing you men.
Mm-hmm. No, because, like, I mean, there are some women that I am into. It's you know, few and far between, but they're there. But, like, that man is hot, and if I needed to, like, if it needed to be a threesome, I'd do it.
Well, no, it's like... their lore is that, like, they cannot exist without the other. One is light, one is dark.
Okay.
And they swap between each other. So it's like, you'll be talking to the woman, and then she'll, like, teleport away, and the man will teleport in place. So they do not exist at the same time, but they are inextricably linked. As it were. But if needed, yeah.
So it would have to be like dating someone with DID, but only dating one alternate.
Oh my gosh. You did not just say that.
I've been in that situation, okay?
Okay, I understand this is a woman. However, lesbians love her. So how about queer men? Or queer trans men?
I definitely see why people like her, and if she had short hair, she'd probably be a yes. So here's
That's
the
the
thing. My taste in women is like androgynous, masculine punk woman. My
Wait.
woman
I
is
mean,
androgynous
Squirrel Girl
punk
can do whatever she wants with you. She'll just... With Squirrel Girl mod? I'm concerned. Caked up?
But no, I'm like... The issue is when people describe female, like when people design feminine characters, typically they need to, even if they're making like a punk or a more like masculine coded character, they're still going to like give them big badonkers and like really highlight those features and shit, and that's for me like no. I want a real androgynous punk woman that's like in a full punk getup and has the short hair with like a shaved side and shit, like so a fictional woman especially I'm very rarely attracted to, even
okay,
if
but have you considered Invisible Woman that everyone apparently goes wild over because she has a booty?
My god, that's just basic white woman.
Yeah, and
some people that's enough for some people.
The internet went wild over it. Nothing will stop you.
It's the same as the trope of like ginger seductress woman. You know, I hate that trope so much as, you know, an AFAB.
Also, this is one of her costumes.
That's not the same person.
It is completely the same person.
It's not the same person.
I don't make the rules.
It's not the same person. No.
Also, we have someone requesting Storm. I don't even know what, like, is this an impromptu smasher pass where you're like basically only attracted to men?
Again, there's just like too much like it's at that point the outfit, you know?
Really?
Like, the hair, cool, but like, how do I say? You've got like the ad just hit, so I'm like looking at the tiny little thumbnail video up in the top corner, trying to like highlight things.
Our
Like, there's so much exposed tibby and like thigh and whatnot, and I'm just like, okay, an example of a woman that's a yes for me is V from Arcane, because that's very
sorry. Did you just call her V?
Is that not how you pronounce it?
Vi.
Or Vi. Sorry. I watched this for season 1 of Arcane years ago and haven't watched season 2
That's fair.
Yet. So it's been years. But Vi from Arcane. Fucking that's an example of a woman who like meets that standard.
Yeah. And that's why Caitlyn is all over her.
Real.
Okay, so don't you worry for the next minute and a half because ads is still going, but there has been a request for Wolverine and your take on him. Context, he is like 5 foot -2. He's a short king.
Also, I don't like the fucking typical like superhero suit where it's just like highlighting the muscles and nothing else and shit like that. I'm like, I don't fuck with that. But anyway,
See,
Also, the
Mans is
bath-
built like a fridge, but he's built like a mini fridge.
No, see, I'm looking at that like thumbnail right there, and to me that reads trans mask king who like T did things to him.
Yeah, that is a trans mask king who didn't have a second puberty with T. He went to war with T.
Yeah. Like there was this really silly, cute post I saw the other day that was like underappreciated MLM ship, and it was big, bulky, bearish trans guy next to absolute twink of a cis man, and I'm like, that's adorable. I love that. And this would be the trans guy in that equation.
Okay, so since you saw this well enough, I'm gonna go to Adam Warlock. You could step on him.
I want to get a good look at this guy because I'm seeing hair,
You have
and
10
I'm like,
seconds.
okay.
Yeah, Adam Warlock, most people hate him because he is kind of insufferable, so I think that does add points to your book.
That does add points to my book because, like, okay, I was explaining this to my chat the other day because I was playing Ace Attorney, and there was one line of dialogue that I was like, oh shit, that's kind of hot, and I had to explain myself to chat because the line was something like something about oh, we're going to send you to the Galags or something like that. That is about to tighten or some shit like that. And I had to explain myself to chat, like, no, okay, the reason that dialogue line is hot has nothing to do with the dying or the gore or whatnot or the threat of it necessarily. It's about the fact that you've got someone here who's acting like a haughty asshole, someone who's got so much ego and like has power and is trying to play up that power. And in that scenario, like there's two ways that can go. Either you have this haughty asshole who is going to wreck your shit, or you get to put them in their place.
Which I do want to remind everyone, A did take an Omegaverse quiz on stream and got submissive Omega.
I'm going to eat you. Listen, I was almost tied between submissive Omega and
You were 1 point away from dominant
okay?
alpha.
It was. That's literally called being a sub-lean switch, which is in fact the truth. So.
Okay, Luna Snow, K-pop queen.
I just want to be clear about that. I do like the hair. I do really like her hair.
Oh no,
Like,
she's a vibe.
If I saw her at a punk show, like wearing, you know, like cargo pants and like a crop top band tee, I'd be like, hi, hello.
So if she just completely changed her aesthetic.
Yeah, if she became a punk woman, I could see that hair looking nice on a punk woman.
Also, shut up, woke.
Listen, my taste in woman is extremely narrow. Too muscular, too much facial hair.
Yeah. He's also very straight-coded, I will say.
Yeah.
What
I'll
about this?
never.
Does this do anything for you? Does the third eye do anything for you?
It does look pretty cool, and like I do really like his hair. I am a sucker for like partially bleached hair. If you
Someone
couldn't
brought up
tell.
Luna Snow's dress. Is this? The Eye of Mama Coco.
My God.
I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea who. I mean, like, yeah, I could show you Punisher, but like, you're gonna be like, no, too muscular.
Yeah, too muscular.
Also, like, would call you slurs. Like,
I'm gonna be real, that has not been enough to dissuade me at points.
AErchivist, Faye.
Yes.
What did I tell you about pursuing men who call you slurs? Oh yeah, wait. Hatsune Miku. Judge, jury, executioner. That's what you want to hear in bed? You want to hear someone judge, jury, executioner, and then they pile drive you with their pelvis?
I will say I have enough self. Okay, I don't know how true that is.
Oh my gosh.
I think at this point in my life, I have enough self-respect to not go after straight men. That has not always been the case.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, I feel that. I feel that. Bro, literally, who's left? Like, Marvel, Rivals, characters.
The issue is my taste in women is extremely
Oh,
narrow.
Captain America. I don't think you'd like Captain America or Thor. Both too muscular.
I have an ex who was obsessed with Captain America.
So we're speaking from your perspective and what you would be interested in. I think this is too built like a truck for you.
Yeah, too built like a truck. I will admit, like, because I had an ex who was super into Captain America and got sent enough fan fictions of him that, like, I can understand from on a personality level.
Right.
But like,
same thing here.
Yeah, too much. Also have been sent fan fictions regarding, but
you might like Black Panther. Black Panther might be too muscular, but also like I could see you being into this.
I did watch the movie back in the day with a couple friends because I actually like watched movies with friends occasionally back then. It's the only time you can get me to watch a movie, and I would say in the movie I could see current me at the time. Right. I wasn't like I hadn't really figured out, and my taste in men was a bit different. But like in the movie, I could see myself potentially. Okay, that might be an exception right there.
Oh my gosh. Hella. Like absolute queen. Can't argue with that.
Oh yeah, no, that's a queen. That looks like a look I'd see at a drag show.
Are we rating superheroes? So Dreek, I think we're having like AE do a smasher pass, but like he's mostly just attracted to sad men.
Yeah.
So it's less of a smash pass, more just me showing the roster to AE.
Real gamer hours.
Yeah, real gamer hours. Like who else is there? Like there's Penny Parker, but she's like 16. Why was the second result age? Like cool mech.
No, people want to make sure that the character they're attracted to is an adult, and they're gonna be very disappointed. I've had that happen to me where I've been like, oh, this character's really attractive. I look them up, I'm on their like page on like whatever wiki I'm staring at, and I'm like, oh, they're 17.
Yeah. You know what? And I suppose that's better than not caring.
Yeah, it just... I mean, ultimately...
Like, looking it up, seeing that they're not properly, like, aged along with you, and then being like, okay, I'm gonna back off.
Yeah, it is an annoying issue to run into, especially when a narrative will sexualize the character or whatnot. I don't know, it's a common issue I think we see in a lot of Japanese media, not to be an ass, but like you know what I'm referring to.
I mean, that's also literally cultural differences.
It is a cultural difference, it is.
Her mech is very cool. All right, hey, would, could, or never on the mech?
I'm not really a mech guy. Like, I understand where the appeal lies, and I've seen enough art that I can get it.
Wait, question. If you're into robots, are you a monster lover?
I feel like that's adjacent to monster fuckery.
Yeah, I feel like they're a Venn diagram where some people are both, most people are one or the other, but they are related.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry.
Like, I do feel like, in a way, that's its own niche of monster fuckery.
Blade, this is just a woman.
That's just a woman. It's just a woman with short hair.
Which, like, you said short hair on a woman.
I mean, they need more than that. Like, even a woman who's androgynous enough can have long hair. But it's not androgyny right there.
Oh, no, do not ask if you'd stick your genitalia in a toaster. We are not the ad mech of 40k. Lamin.
Woman. I will
Why did we
say
go on
for
this
me,
tangent?
I'm like... No, I'm not gonna say that actually. I don't fucking know.
Oh, right, because I was just like, hey, have you seen Venom? Yeah, that one was fully my fault. So that's...
It is your
take that
fault.
back. Yeah,
Just the
yeah.
frantic control Zing.
Shut up. Me spamming Control Z just to get it back to where it was because I don't want to have to deal with resizing it. I could have just resized it.
Like fucking OBS has a fit to screen button.
Well, that's the thing. I don't fit it to screen because I do this
Oh.
weird thing where I have like
you
2/3 of
go
my screen is for whatever I'm streaming because I don't like overlapping and blocking what I'm streaming.
See, I just feel like unless those setups are pulled off really well, they look kinda bad.
No, I agree. I this is not my ideal setup. I just have not put in time and effort to fixing it.
The other thing for me is like my monitor is 1080, and if I'm streaming a game in 1080p and I'm having to like resize it in OBS, I'm like, that's just gonna crunch the pixels for no good reason.
Yes, no, Dreek, I did not close a bunch of incognito tabs. However, I am playing Balatro despite the fact it doesn't look like I've been playing Balatro. I promise that's what I've been doing. But my absolute crush, and I never let it go, is Uncle Iroh. It's just the thing. Uncle Iroh is not crush material. Uncle Iroh is like, oh, I would love an Uncle Iroh in my life. A lot of people say, I wish I had an Uncle Iroh. And my response to that is almost always, be the Uncle Iroh to someone else.
Real.
And I think that's what he would want. No, I swear, I've been properly gambling this whole time. Exactly.
There's been no cheating at all. Ever.
No. I've been cheating like a dog in this game. However, I just haven't been playing the game. Also, am I keeping you? Like, have I trapped you in my stream?
Oh, no. Honestly,
Okay.
this works fine for me because, like, I am working on animatics and projects right now, and I have trouble getting myself to sit still at my desk for long periods of time if I don't have something
What's
else,
your
like, keeping me
weirdest hear
accountable.
me out?
So co-working VCs are a big deal for me. This is close enough.
Is that to me or to AE? AE, do you have a weirdest hear me out?
See, here's the thing. Whenever someone asks me something like this, I use a safe answer because I'm like, I don't know where people's lines individually are.
Let's keep it safe for work and not break Twitch TOS.
Yeah. The thing is, like, I'm gonna be real, depending on who I'm hanging out with, I'm gonna give a different answer to this. Because
Let's give a stream
know
safe
who it
answer, shall we?
the answer that I tend to give is Pyramid Head. Because that's out there enough that some people are gonna be like, yo, what, but not too out there that people are gonna be like,
Right.
yeah. So that's the answer I usually give.
That's vibes.
Pyramid Head.
You feel free to DM me weirder answers. Cause like I'm good for it.
Fair point.
Listen, I simply match the freak of everyone else in my life.
I don't know how true that is, but you know.
Yeah? Have I not been an absolute freak? Would you say I've been normal?
I mean, you're not normal, but I don't know if you're not normal in this particular realm.
You have
Let's see
never
what-
heard any of my hear me outs.
That's true, I haven't.
Because I have not shared them because I'm smart enough to
Yeah.
recognize I'm not gonna give you that ammunition.
Yeah.
Oh,
I can't
bye.
believe I've been timed out even when I'm in the VC, excuse me.
You are not the first person that's happened to. Don't you start complaining.
I will complain.
Yeah, I know, because you're a complainer.
Yeah, because I complain about everything because I'm a bitch.
You said it on
It's
me?
nice being home on a Saturday for once. It's nice.
Yay.
I'm not home on Saturdays very often.
Are you busy with work then? Most days?
I have responsibilities.
Mhm.
I unfortunately am cursed with this thing called a responsibility.
Unpog.
It's very unpog. It's very sad.
I've pogging way
it's
too
like
much.
between the fact that like I have outside responsibilities, I gotta take care of the Ashen, I gotta run my revolution, working on my 3-year, and the fact that I've been going to a lot of pug shows, I'm busy.
Yeah, I believe it.
Jesus Christ, I do not have enough time in my life.
You and me both. Even just
I'm
keeping my
looking at
normal schedule is super difficult for me because I'm at capacity.
Yeah. And I'm like, I feel like I shouldn't complain, but I do know logically, like, my capacity for life and being a person is going to be a bit lower than most people's on account of, like, having the kind of mental health issues I have. And, like, that's okay, but it's also annoying. Because, like, one of the things with being schizoaffective is, like, the biggest trigger for symptoms is stress. It's like some of the best advice that they'll give to you as like someone who is schizoaffective is like get a job that allows you to live semi-comfortably, that is as unstressful as possible. Like, how do I do that? But, you know, I know for me, like, sure, there is time in my life, but taking on more responsibilities and obligations that I already am would gradually degrade my mental health. So it's just not a good idea.
Yeah, and that's valid.
Yeah, so I'm like taking on the max amount of responsibility that I can safely do.
Also, first off, Dreek, what do you mean by that? Second off, Wolk, calm down with the Rule 34. I just said we're keeping it stream safe. Third off, do you mean like Appa, the animal from Avatar?
That's a weird one, for sure.
I'm not gonna make that assumption unless I clarify. Feel free not to answer, but it's A from UA of A? Oh, you ass of A. Oh, it's a joke. I'm not very smart. I'm sorry.
So I'm from a version of Earth where everything's just slightly worse, but I am in my universe is my world's equivalent of the US, the fucking North American Union. The US is kind of a fractured series of nation states at this point. It's not great. I am from the Floridian Commonwealth here. Hi.
Yeah, basically, if you think the real world is messed up, just look a couple years in the future. That's A's.
Yeah, I'm pretty scared about the trajectory of Prime Earth and where things are headed on your world, because it's starting to look a lot like mine. Mine just hit that point, like, you know, like maybe 20 years sooner.
We're trying to like converge the timelines.
Yeah, it's kind of
Vagabond is not wrong.
Kind of terrifying. A little bit worried about you guys.
We'll be fine.
I don't know if you'll be fine, actually.
I don't know if I'll be fine either, but you know what? If I just say I'll be fine and I just ignore it, I'll be fine.
Say it enough, it'll be true. Absolutely.
I already forgot the context, but you said I will not give you that ammunition right before you shot A. Basically, I made a comment about being a freak as a joke, and then he's like, I don't know, I've never seen you I've never heard anything about you in regards to that. I'm like, yeah, because I'm not giving you ammunition. And then you said you would give him ammunition. I'm like, oh, shooting him. I love violence.
I love violence. Violence is so good.
Okay, if the USA was not so great, why would they make a USB? Well, the USA was so great. They made a USB and then they made a USB-C.
Oh my God.
Have you considered that?
USB. Fancy.
Yeah, once we converge the timelines, we can work together to make everything worse at twice the rate. Well, now you speak my language.
I'm trying to run a revolution out here, okay? Please don't interrupt my efforts. It'd be very unfortunate.
Well, yeah, but like, what if we just make the revolution worse?
No.
Why?
No.
Why? Please? Please?
Why are you begging me?
Because it's
Stop
funny.
doing that.
It's for the bit. Also, it makes you, like, viscerally uncomfortable, which is a plus.
Yeah, fair point.
Like, I keep mentioning to various individuals, I'm a villain. I'm not a good person.
Yeah,
And
you
no
are.
one believes me. And then I threaten them with a gun. And then they're like, why would you threaten me with a gun? And I'm like,
Why would you threaten me with a gun?
I'm threatening you with a gun right now.
Yeah, and it's scary.
Yeah, because you're cringe.
Fuck you. I'm not cringe.
Oh, I disagree, my friend.
I'm only a little cringe.
You sure about that?
I'm pretty sure. No,
All
I'm
right,
not.
well,
That's a lie.
You are delusional, so.
Yeah, I am delusional. This is real. A guy.
No, you're
one
not
of my
supposed to agree with
weaknesses.
that. Arrow, I'm not a perfect person. That's true. I say that regularly, and then people don't believe me. They're like, oh my gosh, you're so sweet. You're so nice. You're so creative. And I'm just like, die.
Die at my hand.
Well, no, not in my hand. I use a gun.
Fair point.
I just point and squeeze, and then they stop bothering me.
Oh my god.
When someone shows you who they are, wait for them to threaten you with a gun before you really believe them. I keep saying, listen to me. I'm threatening you with a gun. And then people will be like, oh, you're so cute. And I'm like,
You're
"Oh,
so
dude."
cute. Oh my god.
Truly the curse of being femme on the internet. I'm not even particularly femme. I'm just kind of like androgynous femme leaning.
I mean, people keep calling me cute, and
Oh,
if
wait,
I
I
hate
should
it.
be wildcarding everything. Sorry.
I don't know if it's even an issue of being femme unless I'm apparently femme without knowing it, because people keep calling me cute, and I'm like, bruh.
I mean, like, that's the thing, right? It's, people are just weird on the internet. And the
they are.
weirder you are, the weirder people act. So it's a feedback loop. That's why you have to curtail the weirdness of your community in a specific direction. And I chose violence. And by and large, it's a pretty good outlet for their hormones and emotion. But then occasionally, like, the horny creeps in, and I'm like, guys.
No, the horny... Honestly, okay, one thing I've been amazed at recently is, like, despite the fact that, I don't know, never mind, I'm not gonna say that. But no, the horny is a problem in my community. It's not a problem, I don't actually mind it, I find it funny. I think it's silly, I don't mind it, but...
Silly, goofy.
Because I do enjoy an amount of sexualization so long as it's on my terms and all that, but...
You mentioned.
Yeah. But it's been a lot in my community recently. And I'm like, what happened?
Listen, correct. I chose violence, and then I forced everyone else into violence. Like, I'm glad that you're on the same page as me. I'm the one that gave you the gun. You're the one that pulled the trigger. Now, did I say, do it, coward, shoot, you won't, and then effectively bully you into this? Maybe. But
That is absolutely you.
we're
Cody.
not
That's
here to talk about that. We're here to talk about how you're the one that fired the gun. I'm still amazed that, like, earlier, over the span of 45 minutes, we got, like, 100 purge the week, which bans a random chatter.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
No, and then I lowered the cost after that.
Oh.
It's so silly.
Why would you do that?
Because I like violence.
Fair point. You do like violence.
Like, I feel as though I've made that very clear at this point.
Yeah, you have. This Bug's hair, like, I love her hair. It's annoying to draw if I do this to myself. Why do I always make character designs that are annoying to draw?
Because your hubris is immeasurable, and you will never recover.
Yeah, I keep biting off more than I can chew, and the thing is, I don't know my own limits. I keep setting lines, and I'm like, this should be fine. And
What
then
does that mean?
Anything in my life goes wrong, and suddenly it's no longer fine.
Listen, all you have to do is believe.
Yeah, I just need to believe harder, and suddenly I will absolutely be able to finish these 4 animatics, 2 prints, and 1 additional punk patch.
You just simply need to tell them, get good, and then they will be good.
Absolutely. No. The big merch drop is honestly just the most terrifying thing, you know?
I don't know, trying new things in any capacity or branching out in any realm is always terrifying.
It is, absolutely.
And it's never easy. And a lot of people like to say it's easy, but it really isn't.
It isn't. It's a necessary thing, it's an important thing, and oftentimes it's a worthwhile thing, but it's scary.
Yeah, have you tried drawing a circle and then the rest of the picture, like, all at once?
Yeah. The tutorials make it look so easy.
'Cause that's really how art tutorials be, at least to a non-artist.
No, they really, like, I'm gonna be honest, art tutorials, a lot of them are very difficult to follow even as an artist. It's like, I face that a lot with like live 2D tutorials where it's like, oh, step 1, do this thing that I haven't taught you how to do. Do this really like odd technique that you're not going to find in normal art software. Where are you supposed to learn how to do this weird technique? I don't fucking know. You should already know that. How does glue work? How do you not know how glue works already? No other software has glue. That sounds like your problem. I've been rigging live 2D models for like 3 years. No, not 3 years. For 2 years now, and I still don't know how glue works.
Well, have you considered just pulling yourself up by your bootstraps yet?
I mean, I literally did that recently. Arrow.
I just had to check. It's kind of like, have you turned it off and then turn it back on again? Like, it's step 1. You love lecture/tutorials that start with, so you're probably familiar with thing you've never heard of. That's the thing. That can work, and it can be effective to have a tutorial that starts with that. The issue is it needs to be something that you have a reasonable chance of knowing going into it, right?
I think like you gotta do that. It needs to be a tutorial that's angled at like intermediate people, and you need to make it clear that it's not a beginner tutorial. Because when I open up a beginner tutorial and they're like, okay, so here's the glue tool, I'm like, can you explain to me what glue is?
Well, and I think that part of that needs to be, hey guys, so we're doing live 2D. We're going to start with, and we're doing a rigging tutorial. Right now we're going to talk about gluing. If you don't know about meshing, check out this tutorial here, and that'll give you a primer before we go into this kind of deal. Like, that's the sort of user accessibility that is often missing in tutorials. I'm
like, I never got far enough in my whole live 2D tutorial thing to actually do the rigging side of things, but I did all the art tutorials because I wanted the basis to be fucking covered, and that's important. And I'm also going to be forever mad that chances are, like, the most viewed thing that I've ever created is forever going to be my first live 2D art tutorial, and oh god. It has 40k views.
That is wild.
Yeah.
I still have yet to get anything that's more than like 20k. But I am approaching 1 million channel views.
Yeah, congratulations. I need to start like posting stuff on YouTube again. I'm just like, things keep happening.
That's how it always happens. You're like, oh yeah, I want to do this thing. I love doing it. Let me do it more. Oops, I can't do this thing. I'm so busy.
I'm like, I was so ready when January hit to start hitting a bunch of my goals as a creator, and then immediately January 1st, I'm streaming, it gets doxxed.
Yeah.
spends 2 weeks trying to get the doxing situation to end. It finally ends. Oh god, I need to mentally recover. Spends the next week mentally recovering.
Because that is a terrible situation, and that isn't something that you should be subjected to.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie.
That fucking psychosis got really bad during that because of the stress.
Because that's obviously, that scales with stress, as you were mentioning before.
Yeah.
Although, I must mention, I did just remember, I have rice. I keep forgetting and I keep remembering.
God damn it.
No, I say I have no object permanence. I really just hyper-focus is what it is.
Yeah. There's no way you aren't ADHD.
I have not been tested, so I don't claim to be.
I know you haven't been tested, but like as someone with the condition, I'm like you show a lot.
Everyone I know who is neurodivergent is just like, you are autistic, and other people have said you're ADHD, and some people have said you're both.
I mean, yeah, if you have, I feel like if you have one, you're very likely to have the other. The comorbidity is very high, and often this, like, I'm of the mind that a lot of mental health issues are they're not binary states of being, they're very much a flow of continuum. There's a lot of disorders that I don't think are actually separate things, they're just the same thing at different levels of severity, or two conditions, like, colliding. There's a lot of things that I do believe that. And the way that we go about like diagnosing and treating mental health is extremely fucked and flawed. But you know.
Yeah, and that's where it's like, it's super common that if you have depression, you're probably also going to have anxiety. Is that because being depressed makes you anxious, or being anxious makes you depressed? Maybe. But also it's just because of the symptoms to be diagnosed, like, I think it's like 4 of the 6 for depression are also symptoms for anxiety.
And you look at like the mechanisms just on a biological level and how much overlap there is.
Hey,
like,
Wrecker.
The other thing is, like, there's so many different causes for something as simple as depression. I feel like depression is a label for easily 4 or 5 different actual conditions. Just because the biology is so complicated. But like depression can be caused by a lot of things, but most commonly it is low levels or improper activation of the receptors for serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine. And then with anxiety, I'm just fact-checking myself on everything. That is, can I actually get, like...
Yeah, so Blade is out here saying, I highly recommend you get a formal diagnosis because they often lead or give a secondary diagnosis on autism, and also knowing your ADHD can help you use a medication. As someone with ADHD, being medicated makes all the difference. However, that's just my experience to take with a grain of salt. I mean, I've looked into it, and I've talked with my medical profession, or my medical, like, GP, and I've been like, hey, like, I'm looking into getting like an autism diagnosis, like, could you help with that? And they're like, sure, we'll get back to you. And it's been a couple months and I haven't heard from them. But also, like, I see them once every like 3 months because HRT. I've actually only started HRT fairly recently. And I am just gonna ask again next time I go, because it's like, hey, since last time we spoke. And I would love to get diagnosed or at least tested for one or both, because I have often struggled with, I mean, a lot, but at this point in my life, I've gotten to the point in my life where there are certain things that I've struggled with my entire life, and I've just kind of learned to live with and deal with and mask. And there are other things that I have fully leaned into because I work with them. Like, for instance, I hyperfocus. That's how I can stream for 8 hours fine, right? Like, that's because I'll just hyperfocus on stream. I don't worry about eating or going to the bathroom or anything like that. I'm just focused on streaming. And then I'm like, oh wow, I haven't eaten anything in like 9 hours. I need to eat food. Or I've drank like 200 milliliters of water over the last 7 hours. I should probably drink something. You have to put yourself and your problems in their field of view or else they'll forget about them. Yeah, and that's the thing is that I don't like imposing. And I know that's like the dumbest thing, but it's true.
I will say I do partially disagree with the notion that like getting a formal diagnosis is the best idea unless you need it for some reason. Especially given like the current state of the world. Hi, I come from Florida. In Florida on Prime Earth, there are restrictions put on like your access to HRT, for example, that can limit your access to them if you have psychiatric diagnoses. With the diagnoses I have, it is near impossible for me to get HRT unless I can get a psychiatrist that's willing to lie. That's a problem. And given the way that the world is currently going and the people who are in power, I can foresee that becoming a much wider spread issue. Likewise, there are jobs that you cannot get with these diagnoses. If you admit that you have these diagnoses, or like you have to, for your job, undergo some kind of evaluation, you cannot work those jobs with some of these diagnoses. There are real obstacles to your life. Luckily, most jobs cannot ask that of you. This primarily applies to government jobs and other like very important positions, but I also do not trust that the current people in power are going to keep it such that these things can't be used against you. I very much suspect
the government would never abuse its power.
The government recently has been very big on giving a lot more power to companies and corporations, and that could include the ability to require things like medical records or psychological evaluations. Also insurance. The other thing is insurance. Your insurance rates will very likely go up if you get any of these diagnoses.
Also, hey, I just saw your DM. I just saw your hear me out that you felt most comfortable sharing with me. That's not that bad.
It's not that bad, but that's another one of my safe answers.
That's fair.
I'm testing the waters. I'm testing the waters.
What about Omni-Man? No, Omni-Man has a beard. I don't think. Also, Hatsumiku, this is the second Invincible reference you've made. I see that you are an Invincible enjoyer. However, I have one question for you. If his name is Invincible, why can I see him? The mandate of heaven is not with this run. I'm so sorry.
One second, let me look at what MTO Blade. Very common situation with GPs. When you request to look into getting a specialist for a formal diagnosis, it takes time. Since it's not a priority on you being a patient, you'll have to wait. I have not had that problem. Typically, when I have requested a specialist, I have gotten a reference like in that office, in that session.
See, I didn't, is my thing.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Blade is referring to, where I said, like, I brought it up to my GP, and then my GP was like, yeah, we'll look into it, and then just nothing came from it. Which I don't think that's because my GP is like trying to be mean or anything. I think it's literally just like my GP got busy, other things came up, and it wasn't priority. And that's what Blade is referring to. Which is unfortunate. But like, what are you gonna do?
Real.
Arrow, how can he be invisible with that amount of cake? No, not Omni-Man.
No, depending on what insurance you have, you might be able to look up like what practitioners in your area they allow you to see.
And part of the issue is that I'm not a child, in case no one here was aware. So a lot of, at least with autism, I don't know about ADHD, but a lot of autism tests for adults are either booked or non-functional anymore.
Yeah.
And it's mostly about children and catching autism, or not catching autism, but like not detecting, but like learning about autism in children. No, Blade, I know, it's a joke. Don't you worry. Also, I think Hatsune Miku, I'm so sorry. I have to pass up the blueprint. I will not survive with no money.
But no, like, I honestly, like, it is definitely hard to get. I faced the issue of, like, openings not existing, definitely, for sure. It's a fight to get a diagnosis, and it can come with a lot of costs.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, with mental health, they're a lot less likely to just give you that reference in the office. I know, like, my current psychiatrist, I was very lucky. I just, like, put in a call to their office being like, hey, do you have any openings right now? And they got to me really quick. But that was easier because it's telehealth, and a lot of this shit, especially these days, requires an in-person visit. And I also, you can't trust on, like, a provider's website what
Guys!
take. So there's a lot of obstacles. I've had multiple instances of a provider saying online that they take a specific kind of insurance and them not taking that. I don't know, the mental health care system is fucked in a lot of ways.
I mean, yeah, it's one of those things where it's never easy, it's never fun, but it is... depending on how you go about it, you can adapt. It's just never easy.
They make it difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Especially these days, I would say there's an active effort to make it harder than it needs to be or should be.
Sorry. I've got good cards.
The hyper-focus is set in.
Oh, wait. Am I gonna... Huh? Huh? Sorry, I had to sneeze.
You're fine. Oh, how dare you have biological needs, like the need to fucking sneeze.
I know, it's disgusting. Why can't I just transcend past them?
Exactly, like, Jesus Christ, get a hold of yourself.
Are you sure you're not my dad? I'm sorry, like...
capable of bearing children.
Why breathe? Because breathing is cringe. What am I doing? Oh, you beat Golden Eagle Pog. Why are you pogging? I thought I was the one that pogged. Also, trans people in my country have access to free testosterone and estrogen shots. AE, oh my gosh, voice crack. AE, I think you're going to be moving. So, by the way, I'm a doctor. Ain't no way. Hatsune Miku is a trans supportive doctor, paranormal investigator who has played 500 hours of Balatro. I'm not going to believe it.
Goddamn, quite the
repertoire.
Mm-hmm. But no, I'm not planning on leaving where I am right now. I'm actually being the kind of person I am. I know a lot of folks, especially trans folks, are out here like, oh, I need to leave. My plans to get out of the country. That's the only way I feel safe. And that I don't blame people for feeling that way.
Mm-hmm.
I am of the mind that fighting is very important right now. We need as many people as possible to be actively fighting and trying to create change. Because if we don't, things are only going to get worse from here. And a lot of other countries look to the US for policy. We see this in Canada, we see this in the UK. So many folks I know are like, oh, I'm gonna move to Canada. The Republican Party, or not the Republican, but the right-leaning party in Canada actively looks to the US for policy ideas and mimics them. You are not going to be safe going there. And sure, you're not safe here, but the best way to create change or to prevent this from happening everywhere is to be fighting. We need as many people fighting as possible. I understand not everyone is ready for that, not everyone is capable for that. That's okay. If you feel like the only thing you can do to save yourself is leave, then leave. But that is not going to be a foolproof way of saving yourself, and I personally would rather stay here and fight.
Also,
You're a trans woman doctor that helps trans people with transitions, including giving free passes to psychological help and support.
I love
Absolute
that. It's
pog.
amazing. Fucking legend right there.
No, like literally. Oh, this is very unpog.
Yeah.
I retract my pog, not because you don't deserve it, but because I'm not going to survive. I'm so sorry for your loss.
And I'm just gonna fucking throw it out there. Like, hey, trans people who are struggling, there are resources in your area. They might not be in your city if you aren't living in like a major metropolitan area, but like there are probably resources in your nearest city that can help you. Look into mutual aid organizations. The punk communities are very good places to find that kind of help. They exist. They're going to be a little bit under the radar just because, you know, not all of their activities are, some of their activities are kind of frowned upon by the state, even if they're not explicitly illegal. But those resources and organizations exist and are worth working with, whether as a, you know, someone using their services or as a volunteer with them. And I would heavily recommend you do both if you can.
Where are my jacks? Sorry. I'm going to reset this run. I'm not one to reset runs normally. However, I had to reset that run because the jacks were off jacking it.
They were off jacking it.
I'm gonna be screwed, but are these jacks jacking it again? Hey, I've drawn of 2 separate standard playing card decks, like 5 times, 6 times collectively, 0 jacks. I don't know the probability on that.
Neither do I.
You're studying to be a plastic surgeon to help even more in the trans community since breast implants and breast removal are free? Oh,
Man,
pog.
whatever country you live in is great.
Wait, Uruguayan Miku pog. Like, I want you to know that after the Brazilian Miku meme, we're like, oh, Miku in a bunch of different countries. When I think of Uruguayan Miku, I now think of you. I think of a trans doctor who helps the trans community and is studying to be a plastic surgeon. I want you to know that. I don't know what that means to you, but that is now what I think of when I think of Miku from Uruguay.
We love that. Also, if people want pointers on trying to find resources, I can try to help and provide what I can. It is very regional, but
I think that's when you drop your Discord server link and they can join your server to ask you about that.
True that.
Self-promotion.
I mean, I'm in your Discord server. I'm in yours.
Well, yeah,
as well.
but you can also like drop yours so they can join yours.
True that. Am I gonna get like beat with a stick if I do that?
Yes. I have rice. What?
Nothing.
I just looked to the right and I saw I have rice behind me and I'm like, whoa, I have rice.
Hey, do you guys want help potentially finding trans resources in your area? I might be able to help. Even if I cannot directly point you towards them, I know people who work with folks all around.
Hey, really? Are you serious?
You listen.
Get timed out.
Wow, okay. What? You told me to do it.
How dare you post a link unsolicited in my chat in call with me?
When you fucking told me to, SMH.
How dare you? No, go ahead. I'm just screwing with you.
I'm gonna eat you.
Well, yeah, that's what the tier list is for. I better be at least in the top half. I am a snack. I am an absolute full course meal.
I do want to be clear for anyone who's wondering when I do the
Kaza got a
I eat tier list. God damn it. When I do the what VTubers would I eat tier list, it will not be on attractiveness. It'll just be on how much I want to sink my teeth into them and like eat
No, that's
them.
what I'm saying. I'm a snack. I'm a full meal
Yeah.
in terms of being devoured.
Real.
Not like in a vor weird way. In like a, if someone was to feast upon my flesh after my passing. Yeah. You feel free to repost your link because it got removed when I timed you out.
I'm waiting to be untimed out.
I untimed you out. Oh wait, no, you got shot.
No,
I'm sorry.
I got shot
I'm sorry.
with a gun. I'm currently bleeding out on the floor, Era writes.
No, so when you get...
Also, I love the Technoblade profile pic, MTO. You just joined my Discord. I love the fucking Technoblade PFP. Fuck yeah. That's the man who inspired me to start streaming.
Also, Era, I've been studying for 9 years now. I want to help the LGBT community as much as possible. I normally take all the trans cases in my hospital, taking most of the LGBT that are questioning their gender. Aww.
Aww.
That's so awesome. Also, if anyone is not on my Discord either, you can join here. You can do the cooler Discord. This one has join the arrow cord linked. That makes it better than AE's.
I just didn't include my write-up, okay?
Oh, he inspired you to grow out your hair and explore more in life since he passed away young? Aw. Yeah, it's the Daniel and cooler Daniel. Just straight up.
When I fucking TMI, but like there was a point in my life where someone very close to me died and it made me realize I needed to start creating again, but I at that point like felt so burnt out and tired of creating I didn't know how to do it anymore. And it was Technoblade who I saw him streaming the way he used streaming as like a method for storytelling and whatnot, and I was like, this feels like a method of creation that's accessible to me in this dark point in my life. So I started doing it and here I am.
And here you are, and you're talking about trans healthcare on a stream while a gun is pointed at you, and someone plays a poker game that you have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
I think that's considered a win.
I consider that a win. I'd consider that a win for sure.
Like, would it be wise to consider that a win? Probably not. However, you take what wins you can.
To win. Yeah, listen. I don't come by wins too often in my life. I gotta do what I can.
Listen, a win is a win no matter where you find it or what form it takes. It doesn't matter if it's a big win or a small win. A win's a win. I need a cover letter for my Discord. Listen, do you want to try a lurk command? Because that's where we spend all of our budget, is on the lurk command. Trans rights, Pog.
Trans rights, Pog. Like, I'm not joking when I say that the best resources I have found as a trans person have been in the folk punk community. Those fuckers are doing things and making things happen, and it's absolutely incredible to see.
Well, yeah, because if you need to rely on anyone, like, you know, you can rely on a punk, just generally speaking.
No, like, if you're in a bind, if you're having a hard time, if you need help, punks are probably one of the best places to go. Because
also, no, Hatsune Miku, you're doing great.
Oh, no, you're doing great. But yeah, like we, mutual aid, helping our community, being there for the everyday people around us is like one of our greatest values as punks. It's one of the things that makes us punk. If you need help, like I carry Narcan in my car. Do I know anybody who does heroin or uses opioids? No. But I keep Narcan in my car because you never know what's gonna happen. And the unfortunate reality is that a lot of people, despite being kind and helpful in the community, have struggles with stuff like that. Yeah. Absolutely, like especially being in the punk scene, there are a lot of issues with drug abuse. And if I'm at a show and someone needs Narcan, I will run out to my car and grab my Narcan on the spot. I don't care what I'm missing. Well, yeah, because at that point, like, it's kind of more important than a show. Yeah, like, fucking, I want to be there for the people around me. At the moment, I don't have a first aid kit lying around because I haven't been able to set one back up since my whole recent situation, but as soon as I do, I'm keeping that thing in my car. I was always the person with a first aid kit for a long time because if anyone around me needed help, I wanted to be there to do that.
Yeah, my roommate's the same way, where my roommate is also a punk. I know other punks in my life, and like just being prepared and having a first aid kit and being able to handle that kind of stuff is very important. I almost want to say that culturally.
No, it absolutely is. Like, one of, like, mutual aid is one of the tenets of punk culture. Same with, like, like, punk is more than just an aesthetic and a music genre. Punk is also more than just about defying the system and whatnot. Punk is also very much about DIY mutual aid, actually putting those things into action in meaningful ways.
I mean, you know about the story, right? Where it's two guys or two individuals are walking down an alleyway, and then one of them mentions that they're punk, then the other one says, "What's punk?" And then the first one kicks a trash can and says, "That's punk." Then the second one kicks a trash can and says, "That's punk?" And the first one says, "No, that's being a poser."
It's kind of real. Yeah. Kind of real.
It's very vibes based. Because at the end of the day, it's idiosyncratic.
Though. You're reminding me of fucking Twitter drama in the punk community from a couple days ago. Like, God, no. There was this this post that blew up, someone saying that they just bought this jacket online, and it was this cool battle jacket, a pre-made battle jacket that had on its back a big "I am your concert mom" patch if you need XYZ on there, listing it like, oh, if you need Narcan, if you need like glucose tablets, if you need water, etc, etc, etc. And then people were like, of course there's going to be an amount of drama there from people who are like, oh, you bought
you bought a battle jacket, you didn't just have it.
Which I don't entirely agree with. I do believe that when possible, like, making your battle jacket is good and important, but for some folks that's not accessible, and that's okay. I
mean, I also think that a battle jacket is not something to make. A battle jacket is something that you almost stumble into because you're like, oh, I have experiences with this jacket.
Yeah, like, I would say a battle jacket at its best is something that you create, but there are some people for whom, like, doing that isn't accessible. There are reasons why someone might want a pre-made jacket, and I don't fault people for that in its entirety or inherently. But the bigger drama came when this person was like, oh, asking me to actually provide these things is like asking me if I know 5 punk songs. That's poser shit. That's being exclusionary. And I'm like, you're the one who bought the jacket, saying that you are there to provide people with things like Narcan and shit. The fuck are you on about? I understand not everyone at a punk show is gonna be carrying those things or has to carry those things, but if you're gonna be wearing the jacket saying that you're going to provide people with first aid and important necessities.
Yeah, that's not something you joke about.
Yeah.
If anything, saying that you're going to provide that without actually being willing to provide that is being a poser.
Yeah, that's poser shit. That's poser shit right there. And it was one of those moments. I don't think that the majority of people in the punk community are there for aesthetic. I don't think that's true, but I do feel like there is a problem of it we've been seeing in recent days. With folks embodying punk without embodying the ideals, and it's disappointing.
Yeah. Hello, Stunov. Welcome back. Despite the fact that apparently my community, I don't think you know this. My community has softly decided on arrow kissers as my community name.
I hate that.
Well, so what are our pronouns? Hatsune uses they, them.
I use he, him, or they, them, no preference. If you're gonna refer to me with, like, other gender terms, I prefer masculine or neutral terms. Generally masculine with most terms, honestly, but, like, pronouns, no preference.
And I am fine with basically anything. I generally default to they, them because I'm more femme presenting. A lot of people call me she, her. Not real preference.
Real.
Yeah, imagine having preferences on gender. So it is currently an ad, so I am going to pause. However, Celador says, 2 punks are walking down the beach. One notices 2 sets of footprints. However, during the saddest time... oh no. During the saddest times in their life, there was only 1 set. They question the other punk about this. I don't understand why when I needed you most, you would leave me. The other punk replied, during your time of suffering, when you only saw 1 set of footprints, it was I who carried you. See, that's the thing. I've heard that about like Christians and God. So I was worried because I'm like, oh no, this is going to be a parody of that, isn't it?
Oh my god. I've not heard that before.
Yeah, that's like a very, at least from what I've seen, like it's a very common like, oh, why did God abandon me in my time of need? And it's like, no, I actually carried you during your time of need. It's like the whole Christian ideology of like God being forgiving.
Good to know you are
and
both
supportive.
wonderful persons. THX for share
Well, thank
your
you for
pronouns,
checking,
keep the good
Hatsune.
work. Purple heart.
Yeah, everyone's in ads. My apologies to anyone who's caught there. But as soon as I saw that, I'm like, oh no, it's either going to be like full-chested, just straight parody, or like inversion, or it's going to be making fun of that, and I don't know which is worse. You're not in Agile? Well, I guess you got scot-free.
Congratulations! You have not been in prison. The state has not seen your crimes as worthy of punishment.
Disrespect your surroundings. Oh, I can't go that.
Real.
I was not that low. I can have a sort of graveliness to my voice, but I don't know about you, because like for anyone who doesn't know, AE is actually like a trained singer and actually knows a lot of vocal stuff. When you try to have like grit or gravel to your voice, how easy does it come to you?
It's a hard thing for me to do, actually. Like introducing anything more than mild
Like
rasp
distortion?
to my voice is something that's hard. Yeah, distortion is hard. Especially because like we're taught not to do it in classical singing at all, but also because it's hard to do in a way that's healthy. It's very easy to damage your voice, and I have damaged my voice doing it before.
Oh, I remember like when I first met you, you immediately damaged your voice.
Yeah, because I was at a point where I was like picking up a lot of classical singing again and trying to reteach myself a lot of shit, and I pushed myself too hard.
Yeah, and I also had a time period where I damaged my voice because I was doing some voice work for a short. And then my voice was shot and I could hardly speak, but I had to stream the next day. So I streamed. And then I found that despite the fact that my voice was completely dead, I discovered that if I spoke at a lower register and I spoke more like a Valorant E-boy and I went down into a register like this, I would be able to speak fine. So I did an entire stream where I just spoke like a Valorant E-boy. And like people seem to enjoy it.
I remember stopping in during that stream.
You've broken out of Agile? Don't you worry. I waited. I did not play cards. Just like I broke out of regular jail? Oh no.
I, at one point, actually managed to damage my voice for a period of months. Because I knew my voice. So I did a stream where I was, I'm not gonna speak on it in too much depth, but where I was playing a character who was also doing voices of other characters and did that for about like 7 hours. Damaged my voice. Proceeded to continue streaming with no breaks for, you know, a period of months. For probably about 2 months. And it never went away up until I was forced to take a month-long hiatus. And that's finally my voice healed. And I'm like, God fucking damn it.
Well, who would have thought that when you absolutely destroy your voice, letting it heal and repair itself kind of does numbers?
It did take about 2 weeks for it to get back to normal, though. Which is a long time. So I'm like, if that ever happens again, I'm gonna cry. And it is worrying because some of the tasks, the obligations I have outside of here require a lot of talking for extended periods of time and a lot of yelling for extended periods of time, so you know. Yeah,
I'm at the point where, also, don't you call me a Roblox E-boy. Being called a Valorant E-boy is bad enough. But, I'm at the point where I can go for like,
I like to scare my coworker with my male deep voice when they saw a woman yelling like a trucker.
Hey, it's Sky. Yeah, it's real money. I'm gambling all of my life savings in Balatro. I'm on gold stake. Like, things have never been higher. No. Balatro's real. Don't tell him. What was I saying? I have rice.
Oh my fucking god, you dumbass.
No, you don't. You don't understand. I keep seeing my rice. And
No,
I'm like, whoa, I have rice.
I will do that about food pretty regularly, where I just like, I don't have anything edible, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I have edible things.
Grab the rice or I'm throwing money at you. No, please don't.
Fridge or freezer, I will like actually forget about it and not consume it.
No, that's what I was saying. At the start of stream, I was saying I got my roommate a rice cooker for their birthday. And now it's been so useful to have a rice cooker because I look at it, I'm like, we have rice. I can just make rice and it'll take like 5 minutes of prep to like wash the rice, set it up. It takes half an hour to cook. And then I have rice half an hour later. And that's what I did this morning. So I had some rice before I started stream and I'm like, oh, it's so good. And then because I made rice, when my roommate got back from work, they were like, hey, I got a bowl of rice for you. Here's your lunch. And I'm just like, well, thank you. I had this for breakfast, so I'll just set this aside for now until I'm hungry. And now it's been like 5 hours. Yeah, you wash your rice so the scary Mulan man doesn't come for you. Then grab the rice or others will no longer suffer ads. Well, yeah, it's already past lunchtime. It's time for early dinner. But I haven't had an opportunity because I've been chatting with AE even when I'm in ads.
Real.
I was gonna remember that rice like not 8 months later. See, that's the thing. My rice is on the foot of my bed. So if I forget about it, I'm gonna have a rude awakening.
Why is there rice on the foot of your bed?
Because I have my minor MS Paint adventure. If it wants to work. Yes.
I know I currently have like a ton of food just kind of chilling in my room. At one point I had like my entire handle of vodka chilling like 5 feet from my bed, but I had to change that because I'm like, no, this is a bad idea.
Well, so this is where I'm sitting. This is where my computer is. This is my whole setup. My bed is right here. So I just put my rice right there because it's in a bowl. It's on the foot of my bed. It's in like orange trees. So if I'm looking like this, you can understand why I'm constantly forgetting about my rice because it's not in view. So my chat is like right here. So I'll look like here. And then occasionally I'll like look over here and then I'm like, whoa. Yeah, that's my answer. Blade.
Why is it on your bed?
Yes, it's on my blade. Yes, it's on my bed. On the foot of my bed. Thank you for the 10 subs. I'm not eating my rice. I'm waiting on the rice.
I do probably need to eat something before stream, but like I don't have anything prepared.
I just scarfed down a bowl of rice before stream, and now I have more rice. I don't need more rice. Mukbang? I don't want to do a mukbang. That actually grosses me out. I wouldn't want to. The only thing near my bed is a pile of garbage and a fire extinguisher in case it catches fire. What is this? Voices of the Void?
I always feel weird and bad about like eating on stream, but at the same time, I'm someone who actually has a lot of anxiety about eating in front of other people. And I've kind of been using it to exposure therapy myself through that.
Oh, I hate eating on stream, which is why most of the time I just eat during ads, and then I frame it as we're having a little like lunch party or like a dinner party. And then like cool subscribers get to have food with me. And then the poor losers who aren't subjected to me like being silent and eating. Cause I absolutely mute my mic when I take a bite. Cause otherwise I'll go, oh. You're just gonna slurp in front of other people? Oh my gosh.
I just like, it's a weird anxiety of mine just eating in front of others and I don't know where it comes from. So I'm like, fuck it.
Blade,
if anyone on,
you can't tell me what to do.
Here we are. If I don't extremely trust someone, I'm not like eating in front of them.
Like, listen, you can't tell me what to do. I'm not gonna firmly grasp it just because you threw money at me. And yes, I understand out of context that sounds very bad. We're talking about rice here. Well, oh, I was playing Balatro, right? Oh my gosh. I want you to know, I have firmly moved in on your niche of tangents every half hour.
I'm the same way. You've stolen my niche.
No, that's what I'm saying. I've stolen your niche.
Uh-huh.
Because I'll play a game and I'll just be like, oh yeah, here's this fun little tidbit.
I have not had my I have not had my Vivance recently, so I'm like I've not been very good at my own niche because I'm like too scattered to even do the niche right, and it's sad.
I had a stream. I think 2 weeks ago at this point on Sunday, where I just straight up like I was just go. I did not stop yapping for like 7 hours. Or no, the Sunday stream was only like 2 hours long, but I went from topic to topic to topic without pause because it was YouTube and I didn't have ad breaks.
I didn't have I just recently haven't had the ability to like make a cohesive point. Like I start talking on something and I never am able to like bring it back to a point. I'm just like tangential, very bad at trying to resolve the thought off and off into oblivion. And then I end up sitting there like, wait, what was I talking about? I feel like I was trying to say something and I never could figure it out. And it's just like, I've not been good at my own niche. It's just because I don't have my Vivance, because I need like just enough focus, just enough medication to be able to actually complete a thought. Like, god damn it.
Oh no, when it comes to trying to have a singular conversation, I am struggling. You want tangents often, you just don't do it here, because when people fall silent, they think you're annoying. Here's the thing. And it's particularly true in the Discord. I love it when folks on the Discord just full send rant. Like, so long as they're being respectful and it's about something that they are passionate enough about to make interesting, I love it. The issue comes in when people just, they talk about their stuff and like, oh yeah, I really like painting. Like, painting's really cool. What do you like about painting? Yeah, painting's just fun. Like, soothing, relaxing, cool. Like, that's not interesting. But if you can talk about something with passion, authority, competence, confidence, interest, life, zest, that drives me wild.
I'm gonna be real, the issue that I've been having recently in my streams is there are some people who love yapping about the things that they care about. That's so cool, great. I'm happy you love these things and want to talk about them, but they will be in my stream, watching my stream, yapping non-stop about this unrelated thing while I'm trying to have conversations, and it's the only thing they'll ever talk about. They come into stream and it's the same subject every time. With no regard for like whatever it is that I'm talking on.
Yes, gusto.
That has actually been a big issue and a source of frustration recently with my community, because there are a couple people who I'm streaming, I'm sitting here trying to have a conversation. Anyway, I have been thinking about buying XYZ Vocaloid. Okay, cool. That's fun.
Have you considered committing unimaginable acts of violence upon them? Like
you
timing them out and murdering them? Or purging them from chat, sorry.
Last stream. And literally, like, I mid-conversation go, guys, why am I so autistic about Vocaloid? Or why is XYZ Vocaloid so gender? And I hate that I'm like out kind of calling this person out low-key, because I do appreciate this person. When they actually participate in the conversations on stream, it's very nice. And I want to encourage them on their creative journeys. It is about 75% of their chat messages are not anything about me or the content of the stream. And it's never about a different subject, it's entirely about this one thing. It's either that or it's like self-deprecating about not being good enough at this thing. And I'm like, please.
See,
love you,
Dreek
buddy.
gets it. Time them out.
Stop.
No one can hear them scream. Why do you think I time out my chatters? Is it because I foster an environment of lighthearted chaos in order to get people to distract themselves from the horrors of the world and just have a little bit of fun back and forth. No, it's because I want them to shut up.
I'm just like, I love my community. I love the people who are in it. I think that they're wonderful, wonderful folks, and I want to hear them talk about the things that they... Kaza just... I think Kaza just committed suicide.
See, Blade, I could calm AE for emotes. However, that costs money. I would not solicit AE for free emotes.
Cheap, but
AE
my comms
drew
are
me
cheap.
a profile picture.
You a deal, but like...
AE drew me a profile picture for free. And then I refused to put it as my profile picture because I didn't want to exploit the kindness of him doing that for me until he yelled at me to put that as my profile picture.
I will say, if you ever want to call me, I'm willing to work out a deal, but no pressure. I'm also like swamped right now, and I'm not gonna have openings until at least like mid-March. Also, PayPal's changing a bunch of things with their terms of service, and it may no longer be safe for me to take comms at all soon. So.
Oh.
Yeah, so PayPal's changing their terms of service so that it is impossible to hide your legal name. And especially given the events that happened back in January, I might, unless I can find an alternative payment service, have to stop taking comms entirely.
No.
How much would it cost to do? I could cover cost. It would depend on the number of emotes and the style of them. I know for me... Let me actually check what I charged.
Oh no, we're not... I know I need emotes. We don't need emotes that bad, do we?
Also, don't do this, especially because I'm not in a place to be taking commissions right now.
Oh, physical cash transferred via Dark Alley. That's how we do all of our normal transactions. How do you think I paid him for the appearance right now?
But yeah,
like, I have to pay AE to appear on my stream. I'm using his likeness.
I might be in a case soon where I'm like only able to take comms from like other creators and people I trust, and even then be very selective about it. Just because, like, especially after recent events, I do not want my information getting out there. Let me see if I can find the one time I did. Can I see more of my transactions, please? Filter, not past 30 days. It'd be in 2024. Let me apply that filter. Okay.
You just purged yourself. You got a ricochet. Oh, sorry, no. Yeah, Kaza, you just purged yourself. I love it when people ricochet. It's so silly.
How much did I charge for this?
You're literally suffering from success. You've made too much money. You don't know how much you made.
What the fuck is this?
But yes, I am very much averse to spending money in any capacity. I understand that technically speaking, buying or calming a artist for emotes is basically only a good thing. It's basically only supporting another creative and supporting my community, but also I'm so scared to spend money.
No, I feel you very much. I feel you. Spending money is terrifying. I'm just like, how much actually did I charge for this thing? Okay, here it was. I think, okay, it looks like I charged, it was either 30 or 25 for an animated emote, but that's animated. That's one that was animated in Live 2D. I'd probably do, honestly, I need to up my prices. My prices are too low. It'd probably end up being something like 20 or 25 for like a regular emo, and then
although I will remind everyone that I do have a partnered publisher in Homie and the Dude. So if you are interested in like legitimately financially supporting me, even better than something like subs is if you go to hatdbuilder.com and you buy either Sky Zephyrs or the Wandering Tavern using promo code AeroKiss. you will not only get 20% off, you will also give me a kickback, and it demonstrates to my sponsor that I'm actually worth working with. So that just like helps everyone, including a small father and son owned TTRPG third-party publishing business.
Fuck yeah, we love to see it. I actually did have like my first sponsor reach out to me to do like a partnership recently. But it was one of those like generic, it was one of those energy drink mix companies, and I'm like, no thanks, I'm good. I'll not say which one, but it was one of them.
Yeah, I keep my mouth shut. I have had multiple sponsors reach out to me who I've had to turn down. I've talked to you about one of them.
Oh yeah, you did talk to me.
I would prefer you not repeat it, but I think it is very funny.
Oh, it was very funny, absolutely. This was the first time I had someone reach out to me directly. I've had like, okay, sometimes when you're on Streamlabs, you will have like the companies have
like Stream Elements is similar
on their reach out like on their behalf. So like they see that you're part of like this program, and they will have someone actually from the company reach out. But that's not really them reaching out directly the same way. I do consider that to be a bit different than like actually having a sponsor reach out directly. So the only time I've had someone actually reach out to me directly was the recent energy drink company, and I'm like, bruh. I have had a lot of charities reach out asking to work with me.
Really?
Actually, though. Yeah, I've had multiple charities. I had one being and these are people like they watched my streams and decided to reach out because they will actually like talk about things that I've recently streamed and things that they heard me talking about. Like one of them was like, "Oh, I was so sorry you were having technical difficulties on your last stream. I hope the new GPU treats you well." Because I mentioned on the stream that I was getting a new GPU. So these are people who actually did pay attention. But like I've had charities for trans issues, and as well as like one was something about like helping veterans who are suffering from mental health issues, as well as a different one reach out to me directly. But it was all during the homelessness saga. So I'm like, hey, I'm sorry, y'all are wonderful. And I would love to work with organizations like you. Unfortunately, my current financial situation means that I need any money that I'm making through this to be going to me.
Yeah. And I think that is something that some people turn their nose up because they have not been in that situation and they don't get it. Roll the shill clip. Okay, calm down.
I did feel bad about it, but like, because ultimately the people who the charities are serving are also in desperate straits, but also I'm like, at this point I'm homeless and fighting, and I know that my community has limited resources, and I appreciate every resource they push to me. What resources they are capable, I need at that moment,
yes.
You know?
And that's valid, and you can't be faulted for that because you were in a vulnerable position at that point.
Yeah. And the responses they give to that are pretty generic, little bits of, oh, we're disappointed, but okay, it's understandable. Hope things get better
professional.
for you soon. Yeah.
Okay, but I would love to sponsor you by sending you 20 horses and 100 sheep. Listen, if someone wants a sponsorship and they're willing to give me 20 horses and 100 sheep, as long as they can provide like housing for them.
Can I ride one of the horses?
Only if you get Horse Girl SA out.
Okay, I know I need to pick that up and work on that again. I have like a much easier video essay that I've been working on first, but and I have script for it almost done. It's just that things keep happening.
Wow, you're so cool and popular and successful. Things
More
keep
like I got
happening.
Done. No, so it was my plan was to get it done during January while I was doing the early prep for my 3-year, but then the doxing situation happened and my mental health went through the floor. So I did not get that done before I had to start grinding for 3 years. So now it's 3-year grind time.
Which, that's crazy. 3 years.
Yeah, I've been doing this shit for 3 years. Honestly, like, I feel like for 3 years of work, I've built something decent. I'd say my first, like, 2 years, I didn't really know what I was doing, and I was floundering, and it was when I hit that 2-year mark, I talked about this explicitly, about how, like, I want this next year to be dedicated to me becoming the person I need to be to succeed at this, and I don't think I'm quite there yet, but I've made meaningful progress, and, I think I've built something decent in this time.
Wait, quick question. How would I ride 19 horses simultaneously? Is this like a 19 horse carriage, or I am like just spreading my legs so far across all 19? Like, I'm curious about the logistics of it. I understand as someone who's fortunate to have the ability to give, I'll never not do what I can. Like, part of me always wants to put others before myself. And yeah, and please keep in mind, as selfish as it might feel, fundamentally you have to learn to take care of yourself first. And it's like the stereotypical, oh, put on like your own life mask before someone else's, but it's also realistically, you are not what you give to other people. You are who you are. And if you are nothing without what you give to other people, then you are nothing. So don't build your identity around helping others or being indebted to others or serving the world out of some sense of either martyrdom or self-sacrifice. Focus on being like, no, I get fulfillment from this. A little bit of ethical egoism, a little bit of self-interest galvanizing you to be selfless is actually far more healthy than a 100% dogged, I must always support others before me. Because then that's sustainable. Did you get that, AE?
Shut the fuck up. I have been, like, trying to work, like, it's adjacent but not quite, but work on, like, having more of a selfhood in my life. And that has been me, like, rebleaching my hair and going to punk shows and building connections within that community and shit. Because, I mean, listen, a big element of punk culture is that selflessness, and that givingness and being there for your community and all of that. But I'm also trying to work on, like, making sure that I am being myself and having a identity. So, you know, I'm working. And I think it's going alright for me. Vertical. Vertical. You're being weirdly quiet.
Don't worry about it. I'm demonstrating what a horse stack would look like. See, once I did the times 6, it counted. Fine, times 6 plus 1. PEMDAS.
PEMDAS.
And then, like, AE can just kind of be over here, like...
With my singular horse. Yeah, I will say my financial situation makes living myself without difficult, and I'm also the kind of freak who refuses to use the money my chat gives me for myself unless it's an emergency, but you know.
Also, the last horse should be attached to a rope? Oh, because it's like an 18 stack, or it's 6 stacks of 3 plus 1 who's just like trailing by a rope. Understood. What if it's a horse pyramid? I have a clip that I'm probably going to send in the Discord, but it's a clip from a Critical Role Elden Ring one-shot where they have summons and they're discussing the logistics of stacking horses on top of each other. And that was my first thought.
I love that. It's amazing.
Because at the end of the day, it's not a matter of getting the highest height. It is about stability and sustainability, much like your mental health, right? Horse stack is mental health. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Horse stack is mental health. So my mental health is like horse stack?
No. Not mental health is like horse stack. Horse stack is mental health.
Got it. So I need a horse stack in my life. I need to acquire several horses.
So you need to write 19 horse girl essays. I hope you know I'm never gonna let you live that down.
I know, and I swear I'm gonna do it one of these days. Like I literally, I stumbled. Okay, you've probably heard this already, but I was in a retro game store back in September, and I stumbled upon in their bargain bin a copy of Barbie Horse Adventures Blue Ribbon Race for the Game Boy Advance. I do not own a Game Boy Advance.
My game audio just killed because my headphones died.
Rest in piss.
And I believe also my Discord. Speak? Okay, there you are. Sorry about that.
No, so I was recently back in September in a retro game store, and while I was at this retro game store, I was looking through their bargain bin, their like $5 and under bin, and I stumble onto a copy of Barbie Horse Adventures for the Game Boy Advance. I do not own a Game Boy Advance. I do, however, now own a copy of Barbie Horse Adventures Blue Ribbon Race.
Okay.
For the Game Boy Advance.
Okay.
I will be writing this off as a business expense because I will be using it for horse video.
The things some other streamers I've heard call a business expense is always wild to me. It will never not surprise me the lengths some people will go.
I'm trying to think, like, what can I write off as business expenses?
Well, theoretically, anything that you use for your business that you do not use outside of your business can be a business expense.
I think it has to be something, like, there's a percentage use.
So
that has to be
I think
business.
It depends on state, but at least based on my understanding, it is if this is a video game, you will play 70% on stream, 30% off stream. You are allowed to write it off as a business expense up to 70% off of it. But if it is an office chair you only ever use in your office when you're working, 100% of it can be written off as a business expense. That is my understanding, which I am not legal professional, so...
Yeah, I don't fucking know. But like, yeah, I could write off the couple of like commissioned assets I can do. I can write off the payment I've given to my voice actors. I need to check if one of my VAs actually received the payment because I didn't tell her that I was paying her.
Oh my gosh.
I sent it as a surprise, and I have to like actually check if she got it. Surprise! Like the tip link in her fucking stream. And she never, like, I've been in her stream since and she hasn't said anything, so I'm like, did you receive my payment?
Probably did not notice.
You might have not noticed. But I can, like, write off my payments to my voice actors. What else could I write off? Because the thing is, most of my recent stream upgrades, like, almost all of my equipment has been bought for me by chat.
Which you still have to report, I'm pretty sure.
Do I? I don't know how this works.
I would not assume it's just fine, because, for instance, you get taxed if you win the lottery because it's considered a gift. I would not be surprised if someone buying you a SM7B would not be taxed.
I don't know how it works with physical items, though. I don't know.
Wait. What? Full slippers? What are you saying, Celador? Like, I'm not even I'm not even mad. I'm or like upset. I'm literally just confused.
Yeah, taxes scare me because I made, I think, something like, let's see. I would need to actually look to get the numbers, but I think
How
I
about you
made
don't reveal your
something
tax
like
information on stream?
I made a lot of money this year.
That's good. I would recommend not revealing specific numbers.
Cool. I made a lot of money.
Like, if you're comfortable sharing, I don't care if you DM me about it. I'm just saying, probably keep that private. I think we should do our taxes together on stream. My taxes aren't interesting. I just do like TurboTax or like H&R Block or like whatever freaking tax site I use. I don't know. I have all the information written down. I just need to do it, which luckily I don't have to worry about that for like 2 more months. Yay. The mandate of heaven is not with us. It's probably fine. Famous last words by someone last seen with the IRS entering their house. That's the thing. You would not see the IRS entering their house. The IRS is worse than like the FBI, CIA.
Oh, yeah,
the IRS can take you out faster and... Oh, come on. Disrespectful.
Sorry?
Not you. In my
Okay.
game, the second best Joker in the game is $1 too expensive.
God, that sucks. Rest in piss.
Excuse me?
What? What?
I was just taken aback. The IRS knows if you've been naughty or nice and they know how much you owe. That's the thing that's silly about American taxes is the IRS knows how much you owe. They just make you file it by yourself.
Yeah. I don't
so
know
silly.
anything about filing business taxes and it scares me.
Do you have an LLC?
No. If I did, my identity would be publicly searchable. The reason I do not have an LLC is because in the state, it would mean that anyone could look up who owns that LLC and get my information.
Oh, Pog. That's good to know.
It depends on the state, but in the state of Florida, yeah, it's all public record. Florida
Yeah,
has
Florida
public
has a lot of stuff on
so
public record.
Everything is,
Mhm.
yeah. Like, so when the doxing situation was going on, I had to get a police report filed, and I had to specifically like sign a bunch of documents and request that the records not be public for my safety.
Oh, wow. And that's the thing is that it's so dependent on state, you can never be sure. Oh, yo, that's pretty Pog. I just saw what you posted.
Yeah, I would not have gotten through my situation a couple months ago without my community, honestly.
Well, you're real quiet.
Yeah, sorry, I stood up to stretch. I would not have gotten through my recent situation were it not for my community, like genuinely.
Yeah,
Actually
that's the
insane that
thing where you have a really cool community.
Yeah, no, I'm incredibly grateful to these fuckers.
Yeah, since we all homies, we should share credit card numbers. I prefer sharing social security cards, but that's just me. Do you ever just share your social security information with the boys? Or is that just me?
I think that's just you.
Oh. Well, now I feel like a fool.
Okay, what the fuck is Clip Studio Paint doing right now? There it goes. Better fix. Got it. Okay.
We should swap social security numbers sometime. You know, I don't know about that. How about we swap full legal names and addresses first? That's a joke.
That
Don't
sounds
actually
like a
do that.
good time.
I am legitimately worried someone might like just DM me their full personal information. Don't do that. We get up to some silliness and some shenanigans in here. We don't get up to doxing.
Yeah, yeah. Please do not dox people on the internet. Speaking as
Including
someone who
yourself.
has had that happen. Yeah, including yourself. God. I don't know if, okay, you know, fuck it, I had to recently deal with a situation in my community where one user doxed another user,
Uh-huh.
and the other user was a minor.
Oh no. Yeah,
And I'm sitting here
I'm
like, okay,
extremely protective of minors in
Yeah.
my community. And my community, I actually, no one's commented on this. I actually don't know how people feel about this, but I have I delineate at 21 instead of 18 because it's harder to fake being 21 than it is to fake being 18. So
Yeah.
I say like, hey, if you're 18 to 20, I understand you're legally an adult. I'm going to treat you as if you're a minor just in case, just to be safe.
Honestly, fair.
And like, if you reveal where you are, your age, whatever, I will like delete your message and be like, hey, do not dox minors, even if you are the one doxing it because you are the minor. Like, keep yourself safe, bro. Because minors are vulnerable. Even if
Yeah, very much
you
so.
think that you're safe, you're probably not.
I think there's a lot of truth to that, and honestly, admirable position to take. I fuck with that.
Yeah, I always get really worried about that because I'm just like, I was a minor on the internet at one point. I know
Yeah.
I didn't do the smartest things.
Yeah.
But mining is dangerous. The children yearn for the mines.
It's very scary having a community, and like I've played around with the idea of making my community 18 plus largely because or maybe even high. Well, I'd probably stick to 18 plus just because that's like the standard. But like, because I'm scared of kids getting hurt within my community and me not being aware of it,
Yeah.
and not having the ability to properly fight it.
Yeah, and I've mentioned this to you privately. I think I've also mentioned this publicly. Like, I don't make my community 18 plus in large part, or I also don't do anything 18 plus exclusive, at least at the moment, because I recognize TTRPGs and D&D has a large audience of like the 13, 18-year-olds. And I don't want to exclude people who want to get into something and want to be inspired and want to have role models and inspiration and a community. But at the same time, that means that I then have to be very careful.
Yeah.
So
No, and I've definitely run into that issue of like finding out a member in my community is younger and having to change how I act around them because unfortunately.
I
it's
don't
not,
change how I
like,
act. I just act family friendly at all times.
Yeah, fair. I mean, like I'll occasionally play into like 30 jokes on stream, okay, like for the bit and whatnot.
Yeah, my chat just
I've
makes
had that
passes
happen
at
a
me
couple
and I
times.
deny them. That's my interaction.
Honestly fair. I don't even want to interact with it in a denying way though, because it's very easy to read that as bratty behavior. And at that point, I'm just like, I need to just not read these messages.
No. I treat it as a whoosh. Someone in my
That's
YouTube
smart.
comments.
That's smart, actually.
I made a short about like a goblin village. And then someone was like, "Oh my gosh, you're so cute. We should like build a house together. Haha, heart." And then I'm just like, I already built a house. It's the goblin village. Like, does that meet your architectural specifications? And then they're just like, not what I meant. Crying, heartbreak emoji.
Crying. Heartbreak. Oh, that's kind of adorable.
No, it was so funny.
No, honestly, that's a smart approach. So the thing is, I like that kind of attention. I don't want my chat to get absolutely explicit, but I do like an amount of attention like that. It's a difficult line to tread.
Sometimes I wonder if I would be the sort of person to
especially
correct.
because I talk so much politics. I don't want to lock people out of politics. I don't want to make a space where people can learn politically a adults only and 18 plus space.
Yeah, and like sometimes Apocalyptian wonders if they'd be the sort to correct people getting their personal information wrong by accident, entirely full on Bugs Bunny rabbit seeds and stuff like, oh yeah, your social security number is 5554. And it's like, actually it's 5555. Wait, no. No, I feel that.
I will say, if anyone's ever in a situation where you are getting doxxed, a smart strategy is just to be like, they're not even doing a good job. deny the legitimacy of it and keep your cool.
Mm-hmm.
Just be like, hey, someone, you know, because it's going to be obvious that someone's trying to dox you. Just be like, someone's trying to dox me, the information isn't correct, but I'm trying to make sure it gets dealt with, etc., etc. You don't want to let them know, you don't want to panic, and you don't want to let them know that they have the correct information, both because that means they're going to continue to throw it at a target you, because they know they've gotten under your skin, but also because it does kind of keep you safe in your community's eyes. Because your community is going to trust you when you say that. Also,
First off, you got banned again. Second off, 500 cows and 2 goats is not a declaration of love. I am of the opinion, and to kind of shift gears for a second, if 2 people go out on an activity and then they both enjoy themselves, they have a good time, and then they walk away, and one of them says it's a date and one of them says it wasn't, it was not a date. I think dates have to be both people walk away from it saying that was a date. Even if you don't walk into it saying that was a date, you can walk away saying it was a date. Same with like a declaration of love. Just giving someone 500 cows and 2 goats is not a declaration of love unless you declare your love alongside it.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Maybe I'm just old-fashioned.
Running a community is complicated and difficult.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I don't know. Running a community is difficult. I was like, I'm not sure if we're done with the previous topic or not.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. I have rice. I'm not gonna lie, at this point, it's a little bit of a meme. It's a little bit of I'm doing it for a joke.
I'm like, this is a bit at this point.
No, it is a bit. However, it's also legit. It's also me literally being like, oh, I do have rice.
Like, you actually forgetting is not a bit, but you looking back and be like, so amazed about having rice is the bit.
No, that's the thing. I am actually amazed. Like, I just realized I was hungry, and then I was like, wait, I have rice. And then I looked over and I saw the rice, and I'm like, whoa.
Oh, I have rice. You heard it here first, folks. Arrow Right has rice.
Okay, but what if each cow has a letter and they're arranged in a way to spell the declaration of love with the 2 goats as punctuation marks? That could work.
Yeah, that's a declaration of love at that point. That's
Question, are you stacking the cows? Conversations like this dissuade you from the idea of building a community for yourself online because of the creepazoids that exist out there? That's the thing. Dealing with the creepazoids is honestly mostly preventative measures. For instance, in my community, I have yet to have any explicit things brought to my attention of people like being uncomfortable or anything. There may be stuff where someone was like, oh, I'm uncomfortable, I'm gonna leave. And that was not brought to my attention, that was not brought to my mod's attention. No one has mentioned that, feeling uncomfortable. But there's been no like major issue in my community, for instance. And a lot of that is like, I don't really allow NSFW content. Everything is stuck at PG-13 mostly. Like a little bit of like 17, but like really nothing that a child should not be privy to. I keep minors extremely safe and like do not let them reveal information. I don't really pry for information from my community members, and I try my best to avoid encouraging them to reveal information about themselves. And a lot of that just, if you're a creepazoid, if you're a weirdo, if you're a loser who like wants to be weird, are you going to lurk in the community waiting for someone to slip up and reveal information about themselves? Or are you going to go to the community of 10,000 more people of whom maybe only 1% are loose with their information, but 1% of 10,000 is still way more than you would find here?
Yeah.
Yes, they're 100% sacked. Good.
And I will say, like, part of why these problems do exist for me in my community is because I'm larger. I don't mean that in a mean way, but I am significantly larger. It's a lot more people to manage, a lot more activity to manage. And I am, like, I only recently upgraded my mod team. We're still figuring a lot of things out.
Yeah, like I know someone.
When you get larger, it kind of becomes an inevitability. And to be perfectly honest, like if you cannot handle that, chances are surviving in this industry at anything larger than like 20 viewers is going to be a problem.
Yeah. And like Kat from Cafe Foxtails, another great example of like larger creator deals with this sort of stuff all the time, has systems in place not to respond to it, but to deal with it before it becomes an issue. And that's really where the strength of her moderation comes from.
That's honestly something I need to work on. Having those systems in place is one of those things that I need to do now that I have a better mod team. It's just been, a lot of things have been very messy recently in my life. But it is something that I'm working towards and trying to address. But yeah, like this shit, it's part of the deal. And unfortunately, sometimes issues aren't going to be brought to your light. Like there was a situation in my community that was a big problem for a extended period of time that did not get brought to my attention until it got really bad, and I wish it had been brought to my attention sooner. There's only so much that you can do, but having a good moderation team, setting those kind of lines and expectations early are all good things that you can be doing if you care to keep your community safe. But inevitably you're going to hit a size where these things are going to start happening. I need to set up those systems as soon as possible, but it's an inevitability.
It's unfortunate, but it is inevitable. But see, listen, pointing a gun at chat is not the same as being irresponsible with the safety of my community. You want to fight me on that? Oh, we got Brainstorm back.
Ayo. I don't know what the fuck that means, but
remember when I said the second best Joker in the game was $1 too much? I got it for free. Or not for free. I got it randomly.
Winning. Okay.
At this rate, one of the emotes will be Arrow turning around to see the rice on my bed. Exactly. That's what I aspire for. Am I playing pairs or am I playing... What am I playing? Hey, what am I playing?
I don't like how this looks. I don't know what the fuck you're playing.
Tell me what I should play.
I don't know this game.
What should I play,
You should play Hades. Not this game. How about that? How's that answer for you?
Fine, I'll discard a high card and then upgrade that twice. And then I'll play a high card and get tons of points.
Real.
Like, I guess I'm doing a high card build. I don't know if this is effective, but... Incorrect, we all harm each other all the time.
Looks.
Exactly, we all harm each other. That means that no one gets harmed because you just rub some dirt in it.
This drawing is turning out like a drawing.
Drawings do tend to be like drawings. Unless I'm mistaken. Is it fair for me to do a drive-by on chat? Go for it. Plenty of people have. Honestly, I don't know how to play Plasma. I got done with it and never want to touch again. I think the way to play Plasma is max out your... I mean, really, it's just like any other deck, but it's max out... Sorry, I'm speaking over the gunshot. Yeah, I don't know if you're privy to this, but I'm currently in a bit of a firing range. Don't worry about it. All is well. We protect our community members in the AeroKiss Discord, in the AeroCord. I should be singing over the gunshot. I have mentioned that. Okay, in expectation, nobody's allowed to be harmed beyond their own capacity to do harm. I would sing, but now AE's here and I'm all embarrassed. Unless AE would like want to do a duet, and then I don't need... Apparently he's got my bad mic quality from me, so I don't want to do that to him.
Also, doing duets is very hard or something like this.
That'd be so funny though. A duet via Discord.
I mean, do you want to do a duet via Discord?
I don't think so, but it would be so silly.
It sounds like you want to. The way you're
Well, no, because
talking.
I made a joke earlier about doing a karaoke of like I'm Still Standing or something as they're just spamming gunshots. So it's like I'm still standing, yeah, 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 as they're all just dying horribly. So it is a bit. Although I will say, I have had some people mention like, oh yeah, it'd be cool to see you do like karaoke or something. And I'm like, no, I'm too embarrassed.
I'll give you singing lessons.
Pog?
Cell never took me up on the offer.
Bruh, no. Oh, blade ricocheted.
I do love that it can hurt yourself. Like that's
Yeah,
what's
you
good
can
about
get
that.
yourself, and also you can get the mod, but you don't have permissions to ban the mod. So in that case, it will just do nothing. So sometimes you miss,
That's really funny.
sometimes you get someone else, and sometimes you get yourself.
That's very funny. I love that.
It really is beautiful.
Incredible system you put together here.
Wait, you started off your first karaoke with a 19th century military march? That's so silly. I could change my strategy, but I'd lose Burnt Joker.
I want to do another live music stream, but I want to go all out. Like, I have plans. Have I mentioned to you that I have a 3D model that I'm working on?
You have not. Also, Sunov, when you have
Okay.
your star next to your name, that means that you are a subscriber. You are a subscriber. I don't have sub emotes, so it's just the generic 6-star. Continue, AE.
But yeah, I have a 3D model that I've been working on, and by a 3D model I've been working on, I mean something that I've been creating myself. Because I'm like that. Been new. And I have this very far off dream of full body tracking live music stream. I had like a lavalier mic for it, one of the ones that they use in like musical theater on my throne. I'm like, I want to make it happen one of these days. It'd be really cool.
Yeah. That sounds really cool.
I want to do, I desperately want to do another live music stream, and every time I go to a concert, it just fills me with this, like, I need to be on a stage singing type of vibe. I'm like low key, there's a part of me that wants to get big enough in the folk, like put out enough music and get enough notice in the folk punk scene that some of the local artists will know, like, I know this bitch is in Florida. I want to get them at a show. I'm hoping that'll happen someday. That is a dream right there.
Well, see, that's the secret, right? The secret is that you just have them become fans of yours, and then they do all the heavy lifting of like promoting you.
Real. It's just like, I have at this point, like, the thing about going to any kind of indie concert is that you do get to like talk really personally with the artists and shit. And at this point I've had a lot of in-person interactions with folk punk musicians, both local and far away. And I'm like, what if one day they recognize my voice or something, if I get big enough? If I ever end up making enough of a stir in the folk punk community, like, that'd be wild.
No, that'd be so silly. And that's why I think it's really funny when you have something of VTuber where anonymousness is very important, right? But the idea that you then have some degree of notoriety, or you basically just get to the point where people can recognize you in other fields, and then they're like, hey, are you related to this person at all? And you're like, nope. Don't know who are you talking about? What? It's just so silly.
Like, one thing for me, like, I do care for my anonymity. But also, I've shown off my battle jacket on stream before, and if I ever in a situation where someone recognizes that battle jacket in person, at this point they've won. And I'll be like, do not take any pictures of me. Respect my boundaries there, but you can tell people that you met me.
That's pretty pog.
Because if someone manages to like recognize my jacket in public, recognize me, wants to talk to me, I'm open to that. So long as they respect the boundary of like, don't take any pictures of me, don't spread any personal information.
Yeah. Black metal has its roots in like burning churches, which is not the best.
What kind of churches? I think that's important.
Let's not support burning churches on my stream.
Okay.
Well, joke's on you, AE. I already took a screenshot of your NFT. Got you there.
Oh no. My NFT, now everyone will know that I'm actually a crypto bro. No.
See, that's the way to do it, is you just say, joke's on you, I already screenshotted your NFT. And then what are they going to do? Say, oh no, that wasn't my NFT. Yeah, liar. We all know you're an NFT bro.
Yeah, chat knows that I'm secretly a crypto bro. Oh god, I have one chatter who won't let me live this down. Pot from my community does not let me live this down. Yep. The fact that there was a guy who was like, I was friends with benefits with, and then a couple years later, he turned into a crypto bro.
No!
And I'm like, I don't feel like that should count.
That absolutely does count. I feel the shame every day of knowing people who are like NFT enthusiasts. And I don't talk to them. I have not spoken to them in years, but I knew them.
I'm like, I don't feel like this should count against me. How was I supposed to know that this guy was going to turn into a goddamn crypto bro in a few years? Well, how was I supposed to know that?
You were supposed to perceive the future. And that's honestly on you for not getting that.
God damn it. I can't believe that I failed like this. Oh, it's that one.
Your sibling used to stand by crypto and NFTs? Oh no.
Oh, have they, like...
Well, given that they said used to...
Yeah, that's a good sign. We like used to. Used to is a good sign.
Your music taste is too mainstream to define any kind of people in your community? I mean... Depends on what you mean by that.
There's still probably, like, community and people around it. Probably. I can't say because I don't know the genre of music, but you know. I'm lucky that there is a folk punk community around here. It's very nice, and there are, like, a couple local artists that I've managed to, like...
network with.
How do I end up in a situation where I have, like, you know... I wouldn't say network with, because they don't know who the fuck I am. But... that like they follow my personal social media and shit. They don't know that I'm a musician.
They don't know I'm a VTuber.
Yeah, they don't know I'm a VTuber, and they don't know that I make folk punk music, or that I'm trying to. I need to actually release an album before I can confidently say that, but like it's kind of wild that like I'm in a pocket where there is like folk punk happening.
I'm sorry, I'm busy hogging my gourd out.
It's also really funny watching, like, someone, like, I'm buying merch directly from a musician that I idolize, and they're watching me try to learn how to use Venmo live.
Yeah, you just completely make the fool of yourself.
Yeah, they were chill about it, but it was funny. And then one of the other musicians, which was someone I had not listened to before this show, afterwards I'm going to buy merch from him because he was fucking delightful. And he's like, yeah, and now you know how Venmo works. And I'm like, I'm going to.
You are a sweet treat. You're an absolute delight. That kind of energy.
Yeah. I'm just like, I'm just a guy. And because I was one of the guys up in the front moshing, they're like, yeah, I don't know, it's really funny buying merch directly from the creator. I kind of hope that I can embody that energy a tiny bit with my merch store, the fact that like people are going to be buying shit that I handmade. Like, yeah, if you end up buying one of my patches, I bled on that thing. I bled in the creation of that.
Did you pass out because you pricked your finger?
Thankfully, no.
So Stunov is talking about how black metal is traced back to Venom and their black metal album, which is straight up not even black metal. But like, you like classical, even though most other genres you listen to are very bad quality instrumentals and yelling. I mean, honestly, I really dig metal, hard rock, more old school rap, but rap as well. So I feel you on that. But also, there's something so hype about listening to like Toccata and Fugue in D minor, like the Dracula theme. There's just something so hype about that, and I don't know how to describe it. It's the gallant regality of it, of something from hundreds of years ago that just stands the test of time, even if my personal preference is like harder stuff.
I will say there is absolutely community around classical music. It might not be in your area, but there is. I would recommend trying to seek out like local event pages or other resources like that in your area. I'm lucky where I live, there is a website dedicated to posting concert schedules every month. So the first of every month, they will post a schedule containing every single concert that is going to be happening throughout the entire city and like a couple of surrounding cities. When they're all happening for the next 2 months. So start of every month, I will go look at that, and I will see if there's any bands that I know or that I'm interested in that I wasn't already aware of performing. That's how I find like music that I enjoy playing in my area. I've also been very lucky. Instagram is great for finding like hobby groups or similar organizations in your area. Also great for mutual aid, by the way. I've managed to find in my area. I see you have your golden joker. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's money. So it's not like a good joker. It just gives me money, and I like money.
I mean, hey, real.
I like money.
I've been lucky to find like there is this Instagram page that also posts. How do I say?
How do you say?
Okay. Every week, start every week, they will post cultural events happening in the area, and this will include like hobby meetups. This will include
I don't know what you're talking about, Blade.
Local like farmers markets, like DIY clubs, all kinds of things like that. Like, okay, here's an open mic night happening here, and that's a great way to find like events too.
Yeah, I'm a Stunov. The stereotype of classical fans is like gatekeeping weirdos who are like, oh, classical music is superior. I think that's the stereotype.
I mean, there's gotta be communities or folks, especially if you're living in a bigger city, that are different than that, that don't carry that attitude, especially if you find communities that are orientated or mostly consist of younger folk.
Yeah, and again, like the reason that it's a stereotype is because it's not true necessarily. It is something that can apply to an individual, but is not prescriptively true of the entire group. That's what makes it a stereotype.
Yeah. And that's important to remember.
With theater orchestra kids, that's the thing. I don't even think theater orchestra kids like classical. I think they're all tired of it.
I think my experience with theater classical kids, I don't know, classical theater is meaningfully different than just classical music, but I am someone who actually does enjoy classical theater, partially because I was a classical singer. But I think a lot of folks there, they're more drawn to it for the performance element and the singing style as well.
Well, and like, Sunov is talking about, you get a bad look when you say you enjoy classical. That's the thing. When I think classical, I don't think of pieces I enjoy, but then I actually listen to classical music, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm generally enjoying this. There's a general...
The reason why folks might... Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. I was going to say there's a general like whimsy and lightness to a lot of classical music. Even the more dour, aggressive, oppressive music tends to have that lightness and whimsy to it because it's strings, it's woodwinds, it's I would say like hollow, like obviously most percussion is hollow, but like not really deep, bassy, thrum in your chest percussion. So even the heavier stuff tends to be lighter than like rock, for instance. So that's something that I think of when I think classical.
Yeah, I was just thinking that stigma might come from, like, especially if you're talking to younger folks, from people who associate classical music with folks who have like an old-timey, antiquated, conservative attitude. That's probably where I would guess that's coming from, which is shitty. It's shitty that folks are like that, but...
Well, yeah, and it's also like... Oh, go ahead.
Stereotyping is a thing that people do in part to protect themselves as well these days, especially in more marginalized communities, and it fucking sucks, but it's also where we are.
Yeah, it's like Tchaikovsky's 1812 Overture. Like, yeah, it's a meme about like, oh, Tchaikovsky, cannons aren't instruments. Tchaikovsky, no. Tchaikovsky, yes. Like, but it's also, that doesn't strike me the same way that if you're in like a basement show and the bass is pounding and you feel a thrumming in your chest as you're slamming against the person next to you in the mosh pit, that is a completely different bassiness than like the cannon fire. I don't know, it's almost like a different flavor to me.
It is. Something to do with speakers. Actually, one thing I do like about folk punk is that there isn't a whole lot of heavy bass most of the time, because I actually find like the heavy bass something that really overstimulates me. Especially if it's played like physically out of a speaker. It overstimulates me, and I can like start feeling claustrophobic because of it in a weird way. So for me, the fact that like folk punk doesn't have that is an appeal. But yeah, classical music doesn't really have that, or yeah, not that kind of bass.
You're not gonna believe this.
Uh-huh.
I have rice.
I'm gonna eat you.
No, that's the thing. It's like partially a bit, but it's also like I actually just forgot. And I keep remembering, and I'm like, it's amazing.
Girl, she's so amazed by the concept of rice.
Have you...
I wish I had rice.
Are you disrespecting rice?
Maybe? I think I'm mostly disrespecting you, but...
Oh, okay, that's fine then. Like, I don't care if you disrespect me. Like, medium grain or short grain, sticky rice, my beloved.
I wish I had rice. I want rice. I had to figure out what I'm eating before stream tonight, because I go live in like 45 minutes.
Wait, you're... Oh, I thought it was an hour 45.
Oh, I've started streaming an hour early. I started doing that for the new year. I told my community and I was like, hey, my personal schedule is changing a lot. How would you prefer I stream? What is your ideal start time, ideal end time? What days of the week? And I kind of made my stream schedule around that. And the most common answer for when's the earliest you can catch a stream was 7. So, 7 p.m. EST is when I start now.
Enjoy, Stunav. Enjoy War Thunder. Try not to leak any classified military documents. I know it's hard for you War Thunder players.
I'm not sure if like friends and whatnot have gotten that memo though, given like anyone who used to raid me a lot doesn't raid me anymore. And I'm like, guys, it's because I'm streaming earlier.
Yeah, the thing with raiding is it's almost always one-sided. Not because like of any untoward misappropriation of communities. It's literally just like, I am far more likely to raid into AE than AE is to raid into me, purely because I'm rarely going to be streaming when he ends.
Yeah, because I don't end until ungodly hours of the night.
Right.
So
like,
the only chance
I have raided you before.
I get a raid from me is if I was doing an event or something where that required me to be up early. Like, I think the main time that I get back people who raid me, the only really chance I get to do so is if I'm, like, guesting on someone else's stream. And so I try to take those opportunities where I can, but, you know. I did that the other day and got to raid into someone who I can never raid because he ends like fucking an hour after I start.
Leak them. No, do not leak classified military documents in War Thunder or otherwise. Like, that's the thing.
Like,
you can say like,
me.
oh, I'll leak classified military documents in Minecraft, and people will be like, oh, haha, in Minecraft, that's so funny. If you say you'll do that in War Thunder, people will take you seriously.
This is true, actually. From what I've heard, that fandom's insane. Best possible way. Insane in the best possible way, but insane nonetheless.
Simply acquire classified military documents and then don't leak them. Is that so hard to understand?
Okay, but I think it's cool when we leak classified military documents, actually.
I recognize that as a channel and platform, I cannot condone leaking classified military documents. That is the blisteringly hot take that I have. I know.
What if we did it as a bit? What if we did it as a bit?
Okay, but like if you did it for the Vine, maybe. No, I will stay strong.
I know you're not immune to the desire to do things for the bit. Come on.
You can't do this to me. You can't exploit me like that.
Well, too bad I already am.
Well, my chat already exploits me for content. You're no different.
Yeah, this is real.
What if I politely ask the government if we can declassify some of them? My assumption is that the government would be like, no response, because they would be waiting to get back to you when they're dealing with some other issue. And then like 6 months later, you get a message and it's just like, hey, in the next 48 hours, we need this, this, and this. Oh, you didn't get it to us in 48 hours? We have deleted your request. Try again.
I had that issue recently with a fucking Rockstar support.
Oh, really?
Yeah, where I put in a support request with them, and
gosh.
Because I can't get into my Red Dead Online account right now because two-factor authentication was enabled and that phone broke.
Right.
So I can no longer like move the authentication between devices. And so I send a message to support, and they don't get back to me for like 2 weeks, and at this point I've forgotten. And they're like, okay, here's the link to reset your thing. I don't see this for another week. It's no longer valid.
Yep.
Yep. And I'm like, I want to reach
but...
out again, but I'm scared they're gonna tell me that I'm crazy, and I'm just gonna be like, I'm sorry, I didn't get your response.
It's sucky, but it's an unfortunate reality of the world. You can't just say I'm declassifying these military documents and expect it to work. Like, you can say that, it's not going to work. You can't just manifest that. Or I suppose you can manifest it, but it's not going to be very effective. Wait, so Borderwise recently showed his girlfriend how to play FTD, and one of her first questions was, is this one of the communities that leaks classified military documents? I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not going to lie. Although,
I wouldn't be surprised if the community with that either.
Do we think Borderwise is someone to leak classified military documents himself? I think he would. And that's not an insult.
I don't know him very well. I don't know him very well. Like, we interact on Twitter every now and then. We rated each...
He is so nice.
And I've talked on a couple of streams. I'm just like, I'm really shy, and like, I tend to be busy until like 6 p.m. Very consistently these days. So I'm like, I can't stop people's streams much anymore.
Like,
they are streaming early.
Absolute sweetheart, like, from what I've seen.
He seems like such a sweetheart, and I'd love to interact with him more. I'm just like, I'm busy, and on top of being busy, I'm like, my capacity is very low these days. I'm kind of expending the maximum amount of energy I can most days as is.
Yeah, and like, I don't know, he'll do art streams, and then he'll raid into me, and then I'll be like, oh yeah, where are you drawing? And he's like, I sent it to you on Blue Sky, don't worry. And I'm like, oh.
That is adorable. I love that.
Well, because like one time, I asked him for it, and then he's like, yeah, I'll just send it to you, don't worry. Okay, you cannot say that the military has a mind control device and thinking about declassifying those documents, it's basically them declassifying it. You can't just say that. You need proof. You need evidence. Do you have any of those?
Okay, I'm so close to finishing this frame of the cinematic. Like, please, this one frame alone has taken me like 6 hours. This is why I never get anything done.
I don't know. I'm extremely hit or miss when it comes to my productivity. I'll be like, I'm either doing amazing or I am super slow when it comes to like editing.
Yeah,
I'm
see,
either
I
like
have-
knocking out an entire short in half an hour, or it takes me like 4 hours.
I've described this shit to you in the past, how I work slowly at everything I do, and I
Yep.
don't know why.
Yep.
I do not know why it's such a problem. I do think some of it is just between the ADHD and disorganized thoughts, it's just very hard for me to like maintain a consistent like flow of attention and energy for an extended period of time, but, you know. It's a big frustration.
Yeah, I mean, and it's rough to keep track of. It's not easy to keep it all in your brain, and it's not even easy to like put down on a page, right?
Yeah, because like trying to describe it to people is hard, because I think people just assume like, oh, you just, you know, you need to improve your workflows and work faster, and I'm like, nah, in the time it takes me to like copy and paste something or place down an effect or something, like I've forgotten what I was doing, or yeah, it's very, very difficult to, like, I think everyone has those moments where they like walk into a room and they can't remember what they did that for. It's that happening constantly.
Yeah. And honestly, that feels like me on stream a lot of the time, where I'm just like, I literally have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, and I feel like there's some comparison to be made there, because like on stream you're managing a lot more information than you typically would be, or even necessarily like know how to handle. And it's kind of like that happening constantly, very much. My brain is just doing more than it can or knows how to do. It's a bit annoying. But yeah, I don't know. It's stuff that I'm still looking for skills to work with.
And it's something where I think a lot of people have their own fixes, and a lot of people will assume that their fix will work for everyone, but it doesn't always.
It doesn't always, and fact of the matter is I'm neurodivergent in ways a lot of people aren't, so. Oh, this frame looks so good, it's so worth it, okay. I just need to do the shading for this frame. Beautiful. What am I gonna eat before stream, though?
Also, you probably should leave, because you need to, like, take care of yourself before stream, no?
I should, but also I don't want to.
I mean, I'm not gonna kick you. I'm sure that my community has a lot of people. My community has a lot of comorbidities with your community. That's how I'm gonna describe it.
This is true. This is accurate. I would say that this is the case.
You might go so far as to say it is factual and accurate.
It is factual and accurate. I think I would say that.
However, I have rice. Did you know that?
You do have rice. You do have rice. Yeah, especially because I don't have anything prepared at the moment. I probably should go make sure that I am fed.
No. Comorbidities
nice
like
chatting
bullets?
and
No,
catching
not
up
like
a bit.
bullets. How dare you?
Oh god, where's my shading color? There it is, okay. It was nice chatting and catching up with you. We should catch up properly sometimes.
Yes, however, I think that we're both extremely busy right now, so...
Yeah, we are both extremely busy.
I apologize for my mic quality. Hopefully, I get it fixed.
It's fine. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
You take care of yourself, though.
Goodbye.
Peace.
So once more, I'm going to shout out AErchivist, who is just a friend of the channel. this is just a policy I have with other streamers that I work alongside. Is I'm just like, hey, you can come on by. What do they archive? So they are a freedom fighter in a version of Earth that is slightly worse than ours. They are in their version of Florida, and they're a freedom fighter where they initially occupied an archive and then were driven out of it, driven into hiding for a couple years, and then they actually just took it back the other month. What they archive, I have no idea. I also don't think AE knows what they archive because they were busy not being in the archive for a while. But no, it's always fun to chat with someone. I hope you heard them fine. I asked a couple times and y'all said they were fine. But I'm gonna continue up this run of Balatro, and then I'm probably going to pivot over to chatting. Yeah, the volume is fine. Okay, good to know. Because AE was a bit quiet for me, so I always want to check and make sure everything's fine. Perfect. I wonder if all the bullets we fire here go over to their road. That's the thing. I think it's less, oh, you fire a bullet and then it ends up in their reality. I think it's more like AE came over here for whatever reason and then just we opened fire. Which, if you think about it, is a hilarious way to deal with interdimensional travelers. Just, oh, what are you gonna do? You're gonna come over to my world? Best be strapped, because I know we are. But nah, I love it when folks I know swing by, like Cell or AE or Rory. I was wondering if I were to cover the cost of emotes, what would you like to do? So when you say what would I like to do, what are you asking? Are you saying that you want to spend money so that the community can have emotes? Because in that case, I physically cannot stop you. However, I am not going to ask for any money. I'm not going to request any money. I will say, if you say like, I don't know, here's 20 bucks for the emote fund, I would probably put it up to a vote. I'd be like, hey, I'm going to talk to an artist, see what they come. If 20 bucks gets, I don't know, 4 emotes, then I would ask like, hey, what 4 emotes do you want to see? The real reason we haven't seen any time travelers yet is that Arrow shot them all on site. No, I got my community to shoot them on site. I'll have you know. I'm not some sort of animal who would just shoot a traveler on site. I would get my community to do it for me. What do you think I am? Some sort of heathen? Ridiculous. Interdimensional travelers, time travelers, anyone from a different time period. I don't trust them. I just don't, you know? Oh, I was hoping on the plus 20. I don't, yep. Oh gosh, it has been 6.5 hours. I have rice. Oh my gosh. I would say find an artist, get a rate, and an amount of emotes you would for us. And have chat vote on the emotes that'd be creative. See, that's the thing, right? I'm gonna open up Paint. We have a couple emotes already that we've been in chat, we've been in talks about as a community. 07, Arrow Mog, probably Arrow Chad, Arrow Gun, some sort of soup emote, potentially a Union emote, maybe an Arrow Blush, which would probably be Arrow Folds. Arrow, please explain your thing with clowns. What do you mean my thing with clowns, and who sent you here? Because Squeebles... Oh, so it's Clownston? Okay. What is he asking? Is he asking... Because there's a couple things he could be referencing, I will say. Let me just real quick. I'm just knocking on his stream. Hello. Oh, you're muted.
What's up?
Hello, what do you mean by the clown thing exactly?
You know what I meant by the clown fin.
No, I don't, because unfortunately there's multiple things you could mean.
No. Neko and I were talking about the clown fin. Don't worry. Anyway, I'm streaming right now. Like, I gotta go.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. You know what? Absolute clown of a man. Anyway, sorry, Rory was just being a troglodyte there. I think it would be really funny to raid into him right now and just bully him about that. But, well, that's a bit loud. Oh, wanna know why? Because I increased Discord volume because AE was really quiet. He's being a troglodyte? What else is new? I mean, that's just how Rory is. Join the kingdom. The patricians need more. We're not joining the kingdom. I'll probably join the kingdom after I raid out. However, for now, I have to deal with the fact that Clownston is apparently real. He's been a troglodyte the whole last 6 years. I don't know. He just is a troglodyte. He is a swordless rapscallion. He is a landless troglodyte. He is an absolute bedded creature of malice and hatred. Trying to get in as Clownston's queen. I already was Clownston's queen, unfortunately. The last time he played that on his Discord server, he was just like, yeah, oh, my queen is useless. Just like Arrow. Arrow, you could be the queen. And I'm just like, you know what? Sure. Anyways, so we have 07, Arrow Mog, Arrow Chad, Arrow Gun, a soup emote, a union emote, a folds emote. And then there's just the standard of just like laugh, cry, scared. There's the whole standard array which we could do. If I really wanted... Oh, hello, Squeebles. Thank you for the follow. I know that you've been in, like, Rory's chat a whole lot, so I apologize for whatever poison he's put in your mind. But I do know that... what's it called? There's a lot of, like, generic emotes out there that a lot of different streamers have as a base. I think it would be really funny if we had none of those. So we didn't have any generic ones. We literally just had in-jokes. You've been IRL friends with Roar for the past 6 years, so you've already been poisoned. See, that's the thing. You know him, so you know how to kill him. You know his weakness. You know the fact that if you go for the legs, that's 90% of the battle right there. Also, you know, if you call him a... if you call him a backwoods 7 and a city boy 4, that will get under his skin. Take out the kneecaps? Exactly. A backwoods 7 and a city boy 4. That's being generous, I will say. And I'm sure he'll say that's generous. Okay, but taking out his legs is 90% of the battle because 90% of his body? Exactly. Why do you think I said that? It's because I know my enemy. Much like a Titan from Attack on Titan, he's just a creature of, honestly, awful and disgust. He really is the common enemy? No, he is the grand unifier because he is the great threat that all other streamers rally against. Why do you think Merxy and like M and Cat all were so quick to like appease and befriend me is because we're all associates in arms against Rory. I mean, literally, have you ever seen something quite as horrible as a Canadian with peanut butter on his head? Oh gosh. Creeping over the protective walls. It's literally like his legs. He is the Colossal Titan. Fun fact, I've only seen seasons 1 and 2 of Attack on Titan. Well, because the other perspective of this, hello tier, the other perspective of this is that he's like this. And the hand right there. This is the other side of him. And this is not the world he wants you to know. He wears his jeans so far up that they reach his neck. Like, he's just 90% gene at this point. He's more gene than man. See, of course I'm true and real. I know him. I have met him. I understand the idiosyncrasies of this troglodyte of a human being. I'm so mean. Oh, wouldn't it be so funny if... What if I just totally jacked his emote? Like, he's got Legston, where he's like doing the stanky leg. And it's like... Like that? What if I just stole that? What if I just had like arrow legs? See, Corey, you get it. Like, what if I just had arrow legs where I just do that? Well, no, that's the thing, is that we're talking about emotes because one of my community members is like, what if I donate for an emote fund? So I said, sure, we'll talk about what emotes we would get if there was an emote fund. And I'm thinking like arrow gun, arrow 07, arrow folds. We need a soup emote. We probably need like a shield, like a protective shield. But it would be so funny if we ignored the laughing and the crying and the scared emotes that everyone else has, because you've seen those a million times. I just have global emotes for that. You are soup. I mean, if you want to become soup, that is a channel point redeem. By all means, become soup for 10 channel points. Be warned, you will be sent to the front lines 86 style. Because I'm assuming that as someone who knows Rory, he has shown you 86. Arrow legs, but longer just to flex. See, that's the thing. Legston is like this, right? Meanwhile, arrow legs is like this. Like, it just can't be beat. We are not the same. Do you see this? Want to know why? Do you want to know why? Because I have a thigh gap. Well, I meant to say, like, there's visible thigh on my model. But I also do have a thigh gap. Are you illustrating your thigh gap? Well, tier? What do you mean hot? How dare you? Here I thought Rory was the most down bad person in my chat. Particularly when I show off my thighs. However, I do actually have, speaking of art, speaking, I am considering turning this into an emote. I'm just not sure what I would do with it. Someone on Blue Sky was just like, hey, I've been watching Arrow's streams and I saw a video about Rangers. Let me just do this like quick drawing as a thank you for fixing Rangers for me. Look at how good this is. Look at how awesome this is. I was completely surprised at someone just being like, someone who I don't even think is in my community was just like, yeah, I really like this person's videos, so let me draw them as a Ranger. Right? It's so good. Now imagine this is an emote where it's like just the face. Wow, I'm learning so much about Roar. I'm not surprised he's the most down bad, but confirmation's hilarious. Oh, he's awful. Apparently the only chat he's worse than in my chat is Shan's, which I don't know if you know Shan, but he's so bad. Commission them for the emote. Honestly, I might, because I kind of love the watercolor style. The nice sheep, yes, the nice sheep lady. Apparently he's an absolute degenerate in that chat. You want one as a rogue? I mean, Tyr, if you want the contact info of the person, I can send you their Blue Sky. I don't know if they're taking comms, but Shannon and I are good friends. Bold talk for someone in arrow range. Well, yeah, that's the thing, is that it even fits because Arrow, they put a little bow next to my name. It's so cool. I don't know. I try not to like ask for fan art or ask for compilations or anything, but like whenever I get it, I get so happy. And like, just to continue showing off cool stuff, Araya, member of the community, made this really cute group picture for the new year where it's the three of us, and they gave Rory better eyelashes than me. Because obviously you have Neko, who's just a blob, right? You have Blob Neko, and then you have like Maidstone and Gremlin me, right? I actually did, another version of this same art style is actually one of our emotes. Because it's just me holding a rocket. What is it? Yeah, this. Because, of course, I would be the little gremlin that has ordnance based off of Terraria. No, literally, like... Corey, you have access to all of them. Let's go new. Oh my gosh, I have rice. Oh my gosh, I just remembered. This is like so cold. It's been in my room for 7 hours. I'm gonna take a bite. This would have been much better 6 hours ago. Dreek, I'm not going to comment on that. Because I feel like no matter what I say, people are going to be weird about it. Particularly because at the start of stream, someone was like, yo, Arrow kissers, what's good? And then Rory's like, no, the time for kissing Arrow was yesterday. People are so weird. Just got back after 5 minutes, we launching Ordnance? Yeah. Simply use this emote, and that's all the ordnance you need. What are we doing? I'm not gonna lie. Normally I'd go for like at least another hour, but I don't know what I would do. It's too late for Disco Elysium. I'm sorry. Having rice is so pog. I mean, I could do more Balatro. Like, I could grind gold steak. I could... Do I own a microwave oven? I do. However, I'm not going to leave stream to then go microwave food and then eat that food on stream. Okay, I'm going to make a vote. I'm gonna make a poll. And on this poll, it's going to be new poll, game, more Balatro, marble, ribbits, Disco Elysium for like an hour. What other games do I play? Chatting. And I'll add coding. Actually, I'm gonna take off Disco Elysium. I'm so sorry. Okay. Rice cooking stream. I could set up a stream where it's literally just a rice cooker cooking rice for like 28 to 32 minutes. And then another 15 minutes of the rice cooker being on warm, and then ending stream. And want to know what? That would probably perform better than my normal streams. Because rice is kind of pog. Bro, this rice is so pog. Alternatively, another option is I could do the thing where I turn Purge the Week down to 10 channel points, and I'm just like singing karaoke while y'all are just killing each other. Because that would be very funny. That is another option we have. Start the timer like 5 minutes and add a redeem to extend. And then I have to eat whatever. Oh no. Start the timer at 60 seconds and every gifted sub is 1 extra minute. So it's the idea of like, do you want me to die because I'm eating undercooked rice or overcooked rice? Marbo Ribbles. Okay, so folks are saying coding Vimeo game. Coding Vimeo games. Oh, chatting is going up. Can I get $2? $2 for chatting. We got $2 for chatting, $3 for video games. Do I got $3? We got $3 for chatting. Can we get 4? We have $5 for chatting. Can we get a 6? Or can we get 6 for video games? Video games, coding, going once. And it is sold to chatting. You'll be forced to eat literal ash and the subs will pay for your hospital. That's the thing. I'm not Rory. I'm not Kat. I'm not doing a subathon. I don't have massive amounts of subs. I have lovely people like Blade who get frustrated at me and then gift me subs to punish me because I get uncomfortable accepting money. But I don't have people like throwing money at me, right? I have the occasional lovely individual who's like, hey, yeah, I'll give you some cash. Like, I want to support you. I'm in a position to give. Thank you. And then I'm just like, oh, you know you're hurting me, right? And they're like, yeah, I know. So, chatting. What are we chatting about? Are we chatting about D&D? Are we chatting about random stuff? What, or are we just chatting about rice? Because at the end of the day, rice is kind of pog. I know I just keep saying that, but it's true. Rice is just so good. Like, what's my favorite rice recipe? What I've been having a lot of recently, this is not my favorite, but what I've been having a lot of recently is just, and by recently I mean like today, rice, edamame, I don't know how to spell this, furikake? It's like seaweed based salt seasoning. And chili oil. However, I'm not gonna lie, literally just rice or rice with soy sauce, I would eat an entire meal of that. There's like fresh cooked rice, maybe a little bit of soy sauce, maybe some like, I want to know what? Rice. Oh, I'm hiccuping. Sorry about that. Rice with like a protein on it, and the protein has some sort of sauce or seasoning or whatever. So it's like orange chicken and rice, or sesame chicken and rice, a beef dish and rice. So good. Arrow in chat, why is female armor so schmexualized in most games? Because the assumed audience is straight men, and in a bid to appeal to a straight male audience, video game producers and art directors are going to include what they think will sell well with their target demographic. Whether or not that is true, either in the stress point or the assumption of, is it a straight male audience? Or is that something that a straight male audience even wants? Because I know plenty of straight guys who are just like, yeah, I think it's sexy, but also when I play an RPG, I want to like be a cool knight that slays dragons. I don't want to have a harem that throws itself at me like an isekai anime. Because a lot of times, like Dragon Age, for instance, has a predominantly queer audience. Some on more like historically accurate settings tend to be, no, we want historicity over sexualization. It's really just a disconnect between the art designers and the consumers. And like, for instance, Marvel Rivals, they knew their target demographic. Comic book nerds love that kind of stuff, generally speaking. It worked. Raw protein powder, mustard, and rice. Inequality, where's my men in bikini armor? Okay. I actually have heard about this conversation, and I think it's super interesting. I would argue, after I've heard this point brought up, I would argue this is sexualization of the male form. Because it exposes everything. It is completely impractical. Like, the entire chest is exposed, the arms are exposed, the legs are exposed. He has like sandals, bracers, gauntlets, a single shoulder pauldron, and a loincloth. This is not practical armor. However, we don't perceive this as being sexualized because this is badass. This is empowering. This is admirable. Meanwhile, something like Invisible Woman in Marvel Rivals like, oh gosh. This is something where she's wearing a skin-tight suit that leaves nothing to the imagination. She has kind of silly proportions. And it's just as ridiculous as something like this. However, because of the way men and women are treated in society, at least in Western society, and like I'm basing this from a US point of view, this is seen as objectification, whereas this is seen as just what cool men look like. Despite the fact that this is more exposed and equally unrealistic as Invisible Woman. Same thing with like Venom, of being super muscular, like cheeked up, snatched waist Venom. People are thirsting over that and joking about that and saying how ridiculous that is, but not in the way of it being objectifying. It's only with the female characters that is being brought up as objectification, because we are conditioned to see this as more normalized. Okay, but Kratos does it for you though? Well, yeah. I'm not saying it doesn't do it for you. What I'm saying is it's a very interesting conversation to have when you say, oh, this character's objectified, where are all my male characters being objectified? They are being objectified. We just don't talk about it as objectification because societally that is not the stigma associated with it. Men are not expected to be chaste and reserved and avoiding that sort of facing of the world. Meanwhile, women are expected to be chaste, to not be promiscuous, to reserve that part of themselves from the world. So if they're shown off in that way, or if they show themselves off in that way, it is assumed they are being objectified, which in and of itself is reducing the autonomy of women, but at the same time, a lot of the times they are being objectified. So it's so interesting to see the kind of dichotomy of characters that you have. Dang, your homosexuality is just showing. Listen, I am not gonna thirst over either of these characters. Just not really who I am. So, thirst over who you want, so long as you're not being weird about it and you're not hurting nobody. You have to say favorite rice recipe is rice? That's the thing. Just rice. So good. Like literally, I have been using the rice cooker. I've been putting rice in it. I will just like grab clumps of rice like a degenerate, scoop them out and just eat like a handful of rice. It's so good. You're thirsting over water? You're gonna go get a drink? I'm thirsting over water too. Oh my gosh, chat. We're hitting like 500 milliliters over the last like 7 hours. No, Neko, you're the thirsty one bringing up clowns. I don't even know what you were referencing. I played an entire game surrounding clowns, so I don't know what you meant by ask Arrow about like, what's the deal with clowns? Oh my gosh, it's so silly. Whew. All right, we're approaching 7 hours, and honestly, I've been yapping non-stop. I might just raid into someone. Do you think I can make soup in a rice cooker? Yeah, you can. Because, okay, who here knows what a rice cooker is? A rice cooker is effectively a hot plate with a metal bowl in it. Yes, it is for cooking rice because it is timed in accordance with how much rice you have. It will say, okay, if you put in 3 rice cups and you fill up to this line with water, it will take 28 to 32 minutes to cook your rice, right? That does not mean you cannot put soup or broth in it. Yeah, it's just a heated pot. At the end of the day, our family had a multi-purpose thing, but I didn't know if every rice cooker could do it. Yeah. I think the rice cooker I got literally had instructions for like soup and stew and whatever. Because I'm not going to lie, rice cookers... I've been talking about this all stream. I have rice with me. I didn't forget. Okay, I did forget this time, but I didn't get excited when I remembered this time because I'm talking about rice. But like, I made rice this morning and then I had rice, and having rice is so good. You have rice too? Oh my gosh. Twinsies. I'm just chomping on some rice now. Sorry, I was resisting the urge to do the anime girl thing of because like my normal eating process is I'll take a bite and I'll be like, oh. Well, yeah, Dreek, my rice has been in my room at room temperature for like 7 hours, 6.5 hours. Of course, it's not going to be as good as your rice. However, I'm eating it now because I'm off a collab. I have an ad break. I'm actually going to take a bio break real quick. And I'm back, and you can't claim otherwise because I was here before the ad ended. Oh, hi everyone. Yeah, I wasn't gone. Man, hyperfocus is a crazy thing. I stood up to take a bio break, and then I realized how little I've eaten today. You've escaped the wardens yet again. Well, yeah, of course your rice is going to be better than mine. It hasn't been sitting in a room for 7 hours. Oh, bye, Ann. Oh, bum nerd, just taking them out. I see how it is. Okay, so what are we trying to chat about? I know folks voted on chatting. Nope. Listen, you don't have to return fire. You could do a protective shield. I'll even lower the cost of a protective shield so it's more incentive. How's that? Yeah, it doesn't do anything. It's literally just to say protective shield, but it makes you feel better.
Shield! Protective shield! Protective
See, if it
shield.
could ricochet them back, I would let it. What I would need to do is I would need to set up a Twitch plugin that runs a Python code that selects someone to be banned and then does not ban them for a period of like 10 to 15 seconds. And in that period of time, if you redeem Protective Shield, it would then know it back to the person that did it. That's how I imagine I would be able to do it. The issue is I can't code in Python. Yeah, Dreek is still alive. So apparently it did work. See, Bumner gets it. Can you prove that it wasn't the shield that protected you? And bye, Tear. Tear's gone. What was I doing? I totally blanked on what I was just doing. I'm so sorry. Let me... Now my headphones should be charged. So I can put these back in. With all hope, my headphones will now reconnect. Okay, cool. So, what's the proper way to open a rice cooker? So the thing with a rice cooker is it's literally just a pot. At least like the one I have. And there's like a switch and a light here, right? So it's just, there's a lid that you just take off and then you put on. I don't, honestly, Bumner, I don't know. We're just talking about rice cookers. Why don't you like that redeem? Because you got killed? Tear, is that what it is? Is that as soon as you were caught in the line of fire, suddenly it's no longer acceptable? See, the funny thing is, I know who gets banned. Apocalyptian, you are but a silly goose. However, I have the eyes that see who dies. I know who the casualties are. I know, Bumner, you just miss. You didn't get anyone. And that makes me so happy when I see people miss, when I see people ricochet and self-terminate. It's just so amusing to me. But yeah, so when I take off a rice cooker, generally what I do is I'll be like, oh, this has like 30 minutes. Mine automatically goes to warm after it's done. So I just let it go to warm. And it also has like a little hole. So it lets the steam escape. So I generally don't have to worry about like the rice steam going everywhere. I just have to worry about giving it enough time and not putting too much water in. That's my main concern. You see? Yes. Yeah. Oh. Do I use lines or the knuckle method? When I was cooking in a pot, I was using the knuckle method. When I use a rice cooker, it has lines built in, so I just use the lines. What if the rice dries out? I don't leave it in for too long. I leave it in for, I don't know, 10 minutes? Because generally it will be like, oh, I added water, there's a little bit too much water, so then I let it warm a little bit more. I scoop it around, move it around, see how dry it is. If it is dry, then I'll unplug it, so it stops warming, and it stops drying it out. But if it's like a little mushy, if it's a little wet, I'll leave it on warm so it continues to cook. Last time I had an issue, my brother and I naturally only set it to cook right before we wanted to eat, so we tried to open it while it was still hot and under pressure. Ooh. Your old roommate didn't clean his rice cooker? See, that's the thing. I don't go crazy with cleaning the rice cooker. When I use the rice cooker, I will take out the bowl, because it's, you have this, you take out the bowl. Oh gosh. I take out the bowl. I will wash it with like soap and water, and then I will dry it and put it back in. I don't dishwasher it. I don't go crazy. I don't spend like 20 minutes scrubbing. I'm like, I will take soap and water. I will remove any bit of like rice that's stuck to it, any bit of like the film from the rice that managed to get in there because it wasn't properly washed. And I will do a scrub with soapy water, and then I will rinse it out, and then I will dry it and put it back, because it's also just rice, but you do need to clean it. If you don't clean it, that is disgusting. However, I'm also, since COVID, I'm a bit of a neat freak. And like a germaphobe. And like, yes, I understand functionally this does not give me much. However, after COVID, I became way more conscious of like cleanliness, particularly of like bringing outside stuff into my own home. So stuff like I shower every day, which I did before COVID, but I shower every day. I like clean my dishes regularly to like, I won't just like reuse the same dish. I'll like at least rinse it off and then dry it. I don't know. There's something about not washing your rice cooker between uses that's just, ugh, you know? It's not a moral failing. Oh, I just realized that the song was still on in addition to Balatro. My apologies. There's something about just not washing your rice cooker that gives me the same energy as not washing your rice. You know, it demonstrates a lack of care. I have rice. COVID stopped you from doing a number of things, but it has not stopped you from petting cats you find outside. It's valid. What cat had COVID? You know, that's my question. COVID feline teen. Oh no. So you handle hygiene like a hospital. Most of it is barely clean enough to avoid bad stuff, but that's a hard separation from a clean surface. Very true. Like you have your sterile environments and then you have your normal environments, which it's so funny that everyone's like, wait, you put rice on your bed? Because I normally hate putting food on my bed. I will take a specific blanket that I'm currently like have on my legs because it's cold. I will lay it down on top of my sheets and then I will put any food or bowls or plates or whatever on that blanket so that it doesn't touch my comforter, so that my bed stays clean. With this, it's all self-contained to a bowl. I'm not eating it. I'm not using it. So I'm less worried. It's also foot of the bed. But generally speaking, I'm extremely anal about that. I'm extremely like, yo, no. I've talked about this before and people have teased me about it. Like my buddies, like Rory and Neko were making fun of me about it. But like back in uni, like my room was a gathering place for my friends. Like they would just come to the door, knock, and then just come inside because for whatever reason, my room was a central location. And then they just like sit on my bed. And then I would have like someone there, someone there. And then like inevitably there would be someone under my bed, just kind of like chilling. And then my desk was over here, and I would almost always just be at my desk, either on my computer or chatting. I have a tall bed. Yeah, this was in university where it was like dorm rooms. Let's do that. I'm doing like a weird perspective thing. I'm not an artist, my apologies. If I offend any artists in chat, that's your fault. You should have known better. You should not have been here. I can see why you're so eager to discharge firearms with. What does that mean? Is that because I had random people entering my room? The bed creature lurks beneath the frame. No, it was like a dorm bed, so it was high enough you could put like boxes underneath. So I had like tubs with like supplies underneath my bed, and then my friends would just like inhabit it like absolute creatures. So like I would be here, I would have 2 people up there, 1 person there. And what I learned is that in uni, I had a sheet that I would just put over my bed when someone was coming over. So if they wanted snacks or food or anything, they would be sitting on the sheet. So then when I went to bed, I wouldn't have to deal with the fact that other people were like on my bed. Because my bed is somewhere that I'm like, I consider myself low maintenance in a lot of regards. Cleanliness when it comes to my bed is an area where I'm very high maintenance. I like my roommate will like come into my room to like sit on my bed because like I knew my roommate in uni, and we'll be like chatting or whatever, and I'm like, please change into indoor pants, like pajama pants, jeans that you didn't wear outside, whatever. But like if my roommate was outside and they want to sit on my bed, I will ask them to change their pants before they sit on my bed. Yeah, when my roommates had friends over, I wanted to put a landman on my bed, but I couldn't get a license, so I settled for a cover sheet. Oh my gosh, like, and like I had a roommate who was almost never there, but like no one sat on his bed. Why would you do that? Why would you sit on your friend's roommate's bed? That's just messed up. But yeah, oh wow, that was a very breathy sigh. My apologies. It had like a pitch change to it. Yeah, university was a very interesting time for me. I'm not going to get too deep into it because outside of just avoiding doxing myself, I also don't think it's too interesting. I also see people in t-shirts just leaning against everywhere they sit and assume they go home and sleep in that shirt. You love the illustration? Thank you. I am someone who, for the longest time, I guess this is okay to say, I would just sleep in my underwear. Like, I would just completely strip out of all of my clothing except my underwear and just go to bed in that. And over time, I have since added more clothing to my nightly routine where I wear pajama shorts all the time. I'm wearing pajama shorts right now, and these are the same pajama shorts I'll wear to bed. That's because I don't wear them out, you know? Or like if I have a comfy t-shirt on, I'll leave that on when I go to bed now. But generally speaking, I don't have a lot of clothing on when I go to bed. Arrow would hate my room. My bed is more akin to a bird's nest or a sarcophagus of blankets. That's the thing. That's okay. My issue... So if you're like, oh, my bed is like this, and it is just a sarcophagus nest of like folded blankets, all mushed together that I just curl into like a cocoon, I'm fine with that. My issue is that if you live in this and you have like snacks in here and you have a tissue box and you have like a laptop, what is the perspective on this? Jeebus crisp. Like, all of this does not belong in your bed nest. Have your bed nest be for sleeping. Maybe you can have like plushies if you're inclined. But that's because those are for cuddles while you sleep. Food and snacks and laptops and entertainment and all that does not belong in your bed cocoon. Why is the blankets glowing, or are those legs? I was thinking that was like the different blanket, like blanket 1, blanket 2, blanket 3, blanket 4, blanket 5, blanket 6, blanket 7, and then like you're in here. This is the thing. if you are embalmed in blankets, that's chill. That's cash money. If you are a trash heap, that's where we take issue. That's where you and I are gonna start having some disagreements and having some arguments, you know? Oh, I just realized I'm still in the Balatro category. It's here. The bed centipede has come to claim its end of our pact. Balatro is not an addiction. I'm not playing Balatro. I have it on in the background. Well, I can't get rest when your chatters come in here, ask me about the clown stuff. I ask you about it, and then you leave mid-call, Rory. But no, the idea of like a warlock pact with some entity called like the bed centipede is just terrifying. Is this a centipede that lives in your bed? Is this a centipede of beds? Is this a bed that is a centipede? Do not let this sleep-deprived gremlin tell you what to do. So that's the thing. I'm not going to listen to Rory in any capacity of life because he's Mr. wraps his legs around his laptop or around his PC, doesn't get any sleep, streams for 8 hours and then passes out because he's exhausted. I'm not going to listen to that. I'm better than that. Also, I have rice. Did you know I have rice? I'm going to eat some rice. This is amazing. Oh. Want to know what I need? I need a compilation from this stream, and that might be a clip next week, of just every single time I remember I have rice. So if someone could do me a favor, and you could mark down all of the timestamps in the VOD, much appreciated. Because I don't have 7 hours to spare just looking for times when I went, oh, rice. But with the bed centipede, I'm imagining it's like a series of pillows all connected. And maybe like bed frame components sticking out from it. And it's like a bed frame. Oh, it's got wheels that it like scuttles along. I'll start keeping track from now. I don't know if I'll do the first 7 hours. That's valid. I don't think it's going to be much more because I think I am going to wrap up in the next half hour, but... Oh. I did warn you. I make anime girl noises when I eat. It's very silly, but it is also my truth. That's how I live my life. So with the bed centipede, I'm imagining a series of pillows connected by crawling bed frame legs. Or maybe like bed post legs. The entire body of it is a series of mattresses, potentially, depending on how large we want to go. And it just scuttles up to you, and it makes you go to sleep and feasts upon your dreams. It's Nimmy Nightmare, new indie VTuber. What if each mattress merges into each other with long, spindly metallic legs that end in wheels? The frames could act like chitin. Can it carry me to class so I can wake up 30 seconds before class starts? Okay, personally, I would hate waking up 30 seconds before class starts because I don't know about you. I am someone who I wake up, I need like half an hour to reorient myself before I become a functional member of society. I wake up like an hour before I need to so that I can stay in bed for like an hour and get that out of my system. Hello, Celador. Welcome on back. It's like the luggage from Discworld, but bed. I needed to read Discworld. I've heard nothing but fantastic things about... We're talking about a bed centipede. Do you fancy that? What does a bed centipede mean to you? That's what we're asking. Because we have ideas of like a giant multi-mattress segmented centipede with chitinous bed spring legs that are metal and end in wheels. And that can potentially ferry you to and from locations. A robot or an organic being? Oh, it's organic. Don't you worry. Those pillows are organic. I go from out of bed to out the door in 3 minutes, but I go from just woke up to out of bed in like 4 hours. Yeah, Dreek, that's how I am. I'm very much like, from wake up to out of bed takes me like an hour. From out of bed to out the door, or like being productive or doing what I need to do, 5 minutes. Maybe 3. You need to draw this, I swear. Apocalyptian, make sure to draw it and drop it in the Discord with no context. Just draw a apocalyptic, like 18-wheeler size, like 10-meter long bed centipede where all of the segments are mattresses, and then reveal that that's because it's a juvenile. And all of those segments are twins. And imagine a bed centipede where it is king-size mattresses. Goodness gracious. And like, imagine you have like a little one that's like 2 meters long, which is a series of pillows. Well, yeah, because bed centipedes are actually an endangered species because they were hunted to near extinction with the advent of sleeping. Jonathan Sleep actually invented sleeping and was the driving factor behind most beds and pillows creation, which relies on the natural and humane harvesting of mattresses from bed centipedes. And unfortunately, in modern times, without respect for the ecosystem, bed centipedes are far less common than they were before. Now we have to synthetically make them. Like, did they not teach you this in school? Maybe I just came from a privileged school where they taught me all the historical information required to not have history repeat itself, but it's something that you should know. They're natural parasites, also known as plushies, commonly act as tick. Exactly. And the issue with the plushie epidemic is that you would think hunting bed centipedes would lower the plushie population because plushies require bed centipedes in order for their life cycle. For whatever reason, and I'm not a bedologist, so don't quote me on this. Apparently, plushies have just been congregating in greater density on the lower quantity of bed centipedes. And the issue with this is that now, if you before had 100 bed centipedes with 100 plushies, so there'd be 1 plushie on each bed centipede average, some would have 0, some would have 2, some would have 5, but overall, on average, was about 1 per. Now it's closer to 5 per. Now you have these honestly disgusting arrays of a single bed centipede that has 5+ plushies on it, sometimes more. And that's common, when before that was a rarity. How do we know the relationship is actually parasitic? Have you ever seen a bed or mattress or pillow that had more than a singular plushie on it, which was in a good state? Have you ever seen that? follow your logic. Listen, I'm no expert. I will seed if there are any podologists in chat. There was a show called Monsters. Oh no. There was a show called River Monsters here, where I just eat my rice on the river. Well. So Dreek, that could be true. That could be that it's a golden mean where too many or too few plushies is harmful. However, much in the same way that a certain amount of parasites on rhinoceri, for instance, or hippos, is healthy for the ecosystem, because then that allows birds to come over and eat the parasites, keeping them, the larger herbivores, clean. That does not mean that it is not a parasitic relationship. The plushies are still parasitic. There may be a healthy balance in the ecosystem of a reasonable distribution, but we are far past that point. And frankly, unless we curtail the plushie population, unless we curtail the plushie population and allow the bed centipede population to rise, we're going to hit an inflection point where there's just no more bed centipede. Do we know what eats plushies? Yeah, it's actually neurodivergent individuals. They just like consume plushies, and they have whole stashes of them. And I don't know what they do with them. But I know that if you're neurodivergent, you just have a horde, or like a dragon's horde of plushies. You actually have a plushie on your bed, right? I mean, I have a plushie too. Like, I'm not going to pretend like I don't have a plushie. It's a stuffed dog you've had since childhood. Aww. Yeah, I have a couple plushies. It's good for the... Exactly, it's good for the ecosystem. I have a couple plushies. I don't quite go overboard. When I was younger, I had a ton. And then we moved and we had to like get rid of a bunch of stuff, so I got rid of a bunch of plushies. But I no longer have a ton. And I actually don't know if I have my childhood teddy bear anymore, which would be kind of sad if I didn't. I just don't know where it would be. But I do have a couple others, which I've had for a couple years. I'm not someone who likes my bed being cluttered, though. I don't know about anyone else. I like to cocoon myself in a blanket, and I like my pillow, and then that's it. Listen, Dreek, you don't have to kill your plushies. You can. And plushies are... Actually, I was going to say, imagine plushies as sacrifices. But then I remembered that in Rick Riordan's Heroes of Olympus, the sequel series to Percy Jackson, in the Roman camp, they sacrifice plushies as they would lambs on the altar back in Roman times, because they didn't have access to rams. So you have this seer who just goes around with a series of plushies on his belt, and if he needs to do a divination, he'll just tear the stuffing out of one, and it will count as an offering to the gods. See, that's the thing, is that plushies as sacrifice would be really funny, because it's the idea of what is the emotional weight behind the sacrifice. Blood, life, none of that matters. It's the relationship between the sacrificer and what they are sacrificing. Therefore, I think it would be more interesting to see a system where it is more impactful to break your favorite childhood toy, tear up your favorite stuffed animal, burn your comfort t-shirt than it would be to kill a random individual. Because yes, you still have that innate connection to them as two people. It will never not have a strong connection because of the emotional weight of taking a life. However, if you are someone who is extremely, like, if you have someone whose special interest is trains, and then they sacrifice for a spell component, they break one of their model trains in half, that holds more weight than if that same person stabbed a random individual that they just took off the street. Because the emotional sacrifice of it was more to the individual. And honestly, that kind of lines up with my philosophy in my world building. Imagine if this becomes a YouTube short, because I just talked about zombies in my world the other week. So I might end up talking about magic system this upcoming week. But in my world, magic has multiple facets. And I very much took inspiration from JoJo's. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, for those of you who don't know, once it hits part 3, so a little bit of the ways into it, it switches to the stand system. Every stand user has a unique stand. It is representative of their psychology. It is representative of their fighting spirit. It is representative of who they are as a person, crystallized to its most pure form. Sometimes that's portrayed better than others, and as the series progresses, they get weirder and more specific. So for instance, in part 3, there is a guy, there's a stand which is just, I'm a knight in shining armor that has a sword. I stab really quickly. In part 4, there's a stand which is, I attach a lock to your chest. I attach a lock to your heart. The guiltier you feel, the heavier the lock grows. So the way I fight you, you have your sword ghost. You have your punch ghost. You have your bird magician. I attach my lock to you, and then I make you think you ran over a bag filled with puppies, so that you think you killed a bunch of puppies. Now you're feeling guilty. The lock grows heavier. I tell you, hey, listen, I'm a good guy. I'll get you out of this, but I need money. And then you give me money because you want to like reduce that feeling of guilt on you. And then I take your money and then I say, this is counterfeit. You just tried like setting me up to get arrested. And then you say, no, I didn't do that. And then I reveal counterfeit dollar bills because with my sleight of hand, I show you that I slipped it in with the bills you gave me. You feel guiltier because you think you almost accidentally got me arrested. I then proceed to go to your home and I speak with your parents and I tell them all of the secrets that you don't want people to know, so you feel guiltier and guiltier, and then suddenly the lock is too large for you to move, and then I extort you so you have to sell your house to me. That's how one of the guys in JoJo's fights. And in the same token, magic in my world is also extremely idiosyncratic. I've mentioned this before. I have like three eras in my world. I have fantasy. I have superheroes. And I have sci-fi. This most comes up in the superhero setting because with superpowers, what is that if not just stands? So it's very much so like in this JoJo style stands, but also in the fantasy setting, magic users are specific to their understanding of the world. There are different types of magic users. There are individuals who, I'm not going to get into it if people don't care, but there are individuals who like study, there are individuals who have faith, there are individuals who have innate born powers, there are individuals who are given it by some other entity or power. So you are the sort of person who fundamentally, at your core, just believes and understands, and the way the world makes sense to you reflects the fact that if you put in the work, put in the hours, you stay hungry, you devour. And then you can cast Fireball because you did the magic circle that you looked up in the book and you studied it for 2 new moons in a row and you chanted under the full moon, and now you can cast Fireball whenever you do that same chant. Someone else can follow those exact same steps. Someone else can follow those exact same procedures and do the exact same things and not cast Fireball. Because to them, that doesn't make sense. To them, that doesn't fit their worldview. To them, it's not a matter of just reciting systems and equations that are put forward that you have to study. To them, it is an innate part of your soul. Magic is the extension of your soul upon the world. It is impressing your will upon the world, and it is allowing the world to shape its reality in accordance with your beliefs. So this second person might not put in a single hour of studying, might not put in a single new moon chanting session, but they might still be able to conjure a fireball, but only if they can delude themselves into thinking, I need fire. My will is stronger than the will of the universe. My will, my desire for this fireball surpasses reality. And so it is so. And those are both equally valid expressions of magic in my setting. You played in a JoJo RPG setting where your character had the ability to grow and manipulate crystal, and their twin sister had control over light. The campaign was called Prism Sky. You're interested? Well, thank you, Wolk. I appreciate it. Your superhero system has heroes who are linked to dimensions that warp physical laws. See, the thing with my system is I have 4 sources of magic and 6 dichotomies. Dichotomies of magical expression. This is where it is arcane magic, divine magic, primal magic, and granted magic. Oh gosh, my voice. And then this is like, this is you study. This is you believe. This is you draw from the world. And this is you are given. And the idea is that with these 4 sources of magic, they are functionally interchangeable. If I want to, if it makes sense to me and my psychology and my idiosyncrasies to study in a library and work as a wizard and spend 6 years of wizard medical school learning how to cast fireball, I will be able to cast it as an arcane caster. If I am the sort of person who believes that is ridiculous, the gods are those who grant magic. I am chosen by the gods. The gods have given me the gift of fire. I can cast fireball. You can cast fireball. If you are the sort of person that says all in the world is connected, is it primal? I may be misremembering this. Let me double check. I don't want to be misleading you. I have to like open a note that I haven't opened in probably years at this point. My apologies. World notes, world details. Would it be you? Yeah, so primal. I was right. Okay. My apologies. So primal is that like the world is connected. You draw from the natural world around you. It is not that you have the power. It's not that you have studied for the power. It is not that you are given the power by a higher power. It is literally that the world, fire exists within the world. I am calling upon the world to summon the fire that already exists within it. And thus there is fire. And then granted magic is, hey, Satan, can I cast fireball? And Satan says, "Oh, you little scamp, here you go," and then gives you the power to cast Fireball. You are literally using the magic of something else because it was granted to you. In Marvel Comics, there are personal engines, universal engines, dimensional engines for their magic. Ooh. So it is Ars Magica, where the reality is mythic reality, not the world as it is, but as they thought it was, evolved into Mage the Ascension, reality is subjective, or godlike into wild talents. Yeah, your magic system is neat, but how about you tell me about the radar system on board the F-35? Well, it depends. How are we building the F-35? Are we in my sci-fi setting where there's a subtle through line of magitech? Are we in my urban fantasy retrofuturism setting where everything is possible so long as it has big glowing buttons and that it has some technobabble that would make sense in a 1960s pulp adventure novel? Or are we talking in the fantasy world where it is all magic and therefore you could have it any which way you want? You tell me. Which source are you? I think, Rory, you would be... Yeah, you strike me as like a divine magic user because you have such a high self-perception. You would just be like, nah, I'd win, and then you'd be able to use magic because you have such an inflated sense of self-ego. But that's the thing, right? Is that each of these manifest their magic differently, and more so than the philosophy behind it, it's also literally how you use the magic is different. This draws from your internal well of mana. So therefore, it is the most taxing on the body. This draws from your faith. And therefore is less taxing, but fundamentally it still draws from your own well of mana. This draws from the world around you, and therefore it is basically you're acting as a conduit for the mana of the world around you. And then this is strictly, you are like holding the bag that someone else is filling. So this is completely just someone else. Does my magic need attunement, or can anyone ask the devil to cast Fireball? I mean, that's the thing, is that... I don't know. I have this weird thing where in my world, I've tried to marry the idea of my own nonsense with D&D. Because D&D has a lot of assumptions. It is a world that has a lot of expectations. And it is a world where I don't want to constantly tell my players, well, yeah, you could do that, but in my world, and then shut them down. So what I've kind of settled on is there are a couple major portions of my world in the fantasy setting. There's this desert. South of it is where my D&D stuff happens. North of it is where my writing happens. So if anyone watched the video Under Black Skies, it was a lore video I posted about a story of a noble from a house who died, and this knight who like loved him from afar went out searching for some sort of cure, found some mysterious entity off in the woods, was never seen again, and then the individual who died came back better than ever, and then proceeded to die the next time the twin new moons were both new, or the twin moons were both new. That's the sort of thing that happens up here. Meanwhile, the campaign I ran, where the party were all the town guard of a village, where there was undead and also goblin tribe and also a cult going on, that all happens down here. And that kind of allows me to be like, okay, here's D&D rules. Here's my nonsense. I like my nonsense more, but I recognize that not everyone else does. So I treat D&D rules for South. I believe the Your Honor, it was funny would be classified as divine. Literally. In Rollmaster, you have Essence, which is a powerful invisible force present in everything and everyone. Channeling, which is power that comes from an extra dimensional source. And Mentalism, which is one's personal power. So the way So the way I would classify that, Celador, is yeah, in my world, I think both arcane and divine would both be mentalism. Primal magic would be essence, and granted would be channeling. Because both your faith and your knowledge draw from the same wellspring of mana within you. That same sort of internal wellspring of power you have. And I actually, and this is going to sound so dumb, I took inspiration from chakras, and I basically thought to myself, how would this fit into my world? So I then, on a human, I thought to myself, like, hey, that's no good. Why does that look so weird? Oh, because there's no neck. Yeah. So where would my world's chakras be? And how would they impact with the world? So you prefer the half arrows because you can draw a second arrow going the other way and it doesn't overlap? Exactly. It's also just faster, because if I go like, that's faster than, you know? It actually bothers me that you aren't finishing the arrows in MS Paint. I'm sorry. Personal is mentalism, could be key or psionics. Dimensional channeling, could be warlocks or clerics. Essence is universal, could be arcane. Yeah, because that's the thing. In my world, arcane is closer to key. And so are clerics. It's drawing from your internal wellspring. So like, if I draw up my... Where is... Goodness gracious. My apologies. This is not the right page. See, that's the thing. When I have so many world notes, I have to think to myself, like, where do I have this? Is it... Do I just look up magic? That's magic. I last edited that in 2020, 2021. Oh my gosh. Chat, this is from 2021. That's 4 years ago. Oh my gosh. Okay, so chakras, did you ever hear the tragedy of magic of Incarnum? I thought not. It's not a story the Wizards of Coast would tell you. It's a Dungeons and Dragons 3.5 legend. So what I did... Oh gosh, this is so... I don't know if I want to share this. I feel like this is dumb. I feel like no one's going to care about this. So what I did is that on the body, there are 10, technically 12 arcane gates. And these are considered where your magic flows through. So you have the roots, which are on the soles of your feet. Both of them. You have the foundations or the trunks, based on who you ask, which are behind your knees. You have your lower abdomen, which is the catalyst. You have the stomach, which is the well. You have the heart, which is the spirit. You have the palms, which are your extensions. You have your chin, which is your voice. And you have your brain / your forehead, which is considered your mind. And there is a distinction between left and right. So if we're doing the stage left, stage right, this will be left, this will be right. I'm so sorry, but I'm saying like someone facing you. Like, smile. So the roots are responsible for connection and stability. It is the idea of replenishment. It is the idea of being a part of the world. It is literally your grounding. It is your roots that connect you to the world. And the right one indicates stability. The left one indicates your connection to others. And your foundations, or your trunks, which are behind your knees, they represent your strength of will and character. Like a tree trunk, like they help you stand up, they support you, they are the foundation upon which you stand on. Your roots are what connect you to the earth and to others, and they are your form of stability, whereas the back of your knees is your strength of character. They prop you up, they keep you standing. The left is your ability to resist others. Meanwhile, your right is the ability to support yourself. So it's the idea of resisting temptation, resisting faltering to the whims of others, versus what you do in the shadows, what you do by yourself, what you do when no one's listening, what you do when no one would ever know, right? And this primarily influences how you resist magic. And when I say like, oh, this influences your ability to replenish mana, or this influences your ability to resist magic, this isn't literally like, oh, I'm leveling up my stats, let me increase points on my roots. It's the philosophy behind it is that if your left foundation is blocked, you will find yourself struggling to resist the whims of others. And it is only by opening your left foundation that properly magic can flow through it, your arcane gate is open, and you will find the benefit of the root, or of the foundation, reintegrated into your life. So if you're finding yourself struggling to connect to others, potentially someone who subscribes to this line of thought would say, oh, your left root is blocked. We need to open your arcane gate. Well, thank you for the follow, Necro. Oh, did I get raided, or is that just a bunch of fish? That's literally just a bunch of fish. Oh, okay, you're preparing a broadside? Yeah. I'm sorry, I had chat pulled away because I was busy writing on my stream. If y'all want fish, I can give you fish. However, you might not like the fish that I give, because when I go fishing, some people do what's called dynamite fishing. Some people do what is you light a stick of dynamite and you throw it in the water and then you grab all the fish that blow up. I take a gun and I just point it into the water and I just open fire. So if we could get some Purge the Weeks going, I'd appreciate that. I'm actually going to make it cheaper real quick, just to ensure that the Purge the Weeks go through. Yeah, there we go. It's now 10 points. It's open season. You don't need a license. Just start taking shots. The immediate bloodbath. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it. I'm talking about lore. I'm talking. Oh wow, I'm lightheaded.
Protective shield! Protective
Yep, can we get some protective shields too? Like, I appreciate that. This is music to my ears. Speaking of music, let me just. I'm still standing. I'm not gonna play I'm not gonna play the music, but oh, is it done? Did you kind of like exhaust yourselves because you executed yourselves too much? Oh, Neko's still alive. Oh, Corey's back. I actually don't know the tune of I'm Still Standing. All I know is I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, we hit an ad. I think that's perfect opportunity to raise the price back up. It's really quite beautiful. All right, price is back up. I don't even know how many shots were fired in the last, what, 30 seconds? 2 minutes? Did anyone's messages survive the purge? I actually have no idea. Like, Quarry, you're alive. You're here. I don't know what to do with that information, but... See, that's my secret, is that I'm just like, oh yeah, like, would you mind if I talked about D&D? And then everyone's like, fish, fish, fish. And I'm like, you know what? I guess we're not talking about D&D. I guess we're going guns blazing. Is that what you want? Oh, you're firing? Oh no. Necro. Thank you, Necro. I appreciate it. Well, if you appreciate lore, I will continue giving lore. Necro, don't you know? Necro, don't you know that you should only be giving subs to Rory? I appreciate it. You've been marked as safe? You're not safe. I'm sorry, Squeebles. Yes, thank you very much, Necro. I appreciate it. You're very sweet. And I know better than to be like, oh, take care of yourself first. Don't spend too much money, because I know that apparently you're financially responsible enough to handle that. However, what if you gave Rory, like, I don't know, 50 more subs? Rory's looking light on subs. I think his sub counter can go up, right? Right? No, that's very sweet of you. I appreciate it. Neko! Or Necro, you killed Neko! I instantly, like, I love you. You're great. You're finally at 24 hours. Listen, Necro. I'm not gonna push for you to spend money. However, Arrow subs in chat? Dang, we feel off. That's the thing. You never expect the subs in chat. Next, you'll be seeing like moderators in chat. It's crazy. No, but like, Necro, I'm not gonna ask you to spend money. However, I'm gonna say it would be really funny if you gave Rory like 50 more gift subs. You know? But no, that was very sweet of you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Syrup, are you just gonna keep going? Are you going until you ricochet yourself? I love my community. Y'all are beautiful. You got shot so hard I didn't get unmuted with a timer right now. Nah, you'd win? No, see, that's the thing. If you're timed out and someone shoots you again, it refreshes the timer. So theoretically... Rory! I can make a channel point redeem that I can ban. Rory, you got this, Stream Elements bot. I can make a channel point redeem where no matter who you are, you ban one specific chatter. I can make a channel point redeem where it just bans Rorston. I can just have a channel point redeem where it doesn't matter if Rory's in chat. It just bans him. Wait. Should it be Rory or should it be Slowboy? Because mods ban Slowboy is such a meme. Do a combo? Survey says kill. Get the French out of here. He deserves it. Gravitas. Well, I'm sure Here thanks you for the gift sub. However, you realize gifting subs will not spare you. You realize that that just makes you more at risk of getting shot because, oh, you pinged your name in chat? That means you're a valid target. You're aware of that, right? Make them duel? I think there are duel commands. But no, all of you are very sweet. Both Blade earlier and Necro and also Gravitas. Oh, apparently this is about to beat my last hype train record. I didn't even know I got tier 4 before. But no, you're all very sweet. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all, despite the fact that my chat is now a graveyard littered in corpses. What better way to celebrate post-Valentine's Day than with corpses? Oh my gosh. Do you want me to continue talking lore, or do you want me to just bump down the points? Because I could just bump down the purging points again. I'm not above it. If people say like, hey, we want more murder, I will just do it. Investing Essentia, characters can bind soul melds to different chakras, which further fuses soul melds to their corresponding body parts, providing characters bonus effects. If you fail to procreate on Valentine's Day, your bloodline ends the next day? True. Well, I guess I'm getting shot then. Is this a game or is this real life? Bumner? It's real life. Characters can use Incarnum to create soul melds using Essentia. The soul melds function like magically sustained items that are applied to different magically sustained items that are applied to different parts of the body, and Essentias is invested into said soul melds to give them more effective. So it's like you have a magic item, ascribe it to a body part, bump up the magic item, which bumps up the body part. We're organizing firing squads. Give us a minute. Okay, wait. No one fire. No. Carson, I'm going to decrease the amount of points. I want... No, Carson, driver. I understand y'all are in chat and y'all want to fire at the same time. I'm going to make it easier for you if you just wait. What I want. Oh, thank you for the bit, Gravitas. Okay, you know what? We should coordinate based on real time. What I'm gonna do when it hits 10 after, I'm going to reduce the cost of Purge the Week to 1. I want everyone to spam it as soon as 10 after comes, okay? As soon as 10 after comes, spam it as much as possible until you die. And then when you come back, spam it some more. Is this acceptable? At 10 after. Go. I want everyone firing. I want blood. I want murder. I want death. I want none of you surviving this. I want nothing to walk away from here without at least a sizable killing yourself to work out. You feel me? This is how we celebrate hype trains. This is how we get hype trains going. Keep going. I want to see more. You can do better than that. I believe in you. Oh, Rustin, you got yourself. I think we have banned all of chat. I think literally everyone is currently banned. That's beautiful to me. That is amazing to me. I couldn't ask for anything else. Arrow kissers, you're back. Keep firing! We missed one! As soon as you get back, I want you to take out Stunov. Also, I'm sorry War Thunder was miserable. I hope you enjoy here. Nope, that's Rory. Yep, that's wave 2. We're back for wave 2.
Protective shield! Protective shield!
See, Stunov, you're surviving with that protective shield. I believe in you. Yep. This is really just music to my ears, I gotta say. It really is just this is what our forefathers wanted. This is the sort of peace in our time that was thought to be impossible. But we can all be here hand in hand, firing squad pointed at firing squad, until the last of you takes yourself out. Dreek fire. You are the final casualty of round 2. Oh, it's beautiful.
Nojan mystics in Zakara
I like how you're doing the voices, so in case you get banned, it
physical
still plays.
They could enhance healing, speed, and striking power, move silently, exploit enemy armor weaknesses, anchor themselves, perform high leaps, harden their skin, and shatter objects, all at the cost of reduced spellcasting and limited duration for most enhancements.
Nice argument, Salvador. Why don't you back it up with a bullet between the eyes? Let's get the Balatro music back. Let's kill you. Oh no. Let us... Yeah, y'all just keep doing that. Y'all keep entertaining yourself. You can't top killing 8. Yeah, that was really funny. My issue is I can't stream the karaoke for I'm Still Standing without doubling all of the gunshot noises. So I'm trying to figure out how to do that. However, it would be very funny to just start singing I'm Still Standing while you're just taking each other out. Screw it, you can have doubled up. So, if y'all are done, I'll go back to talking lore, but if you're not done, I will absolutely just start singing. Necro keeps going. Alright. I don't know how to sing the song. You can never know what it's like. Your blood, like winter freezes, just like eyes when there's a cold, lonely light that shines from you. You'll wind up like the wreck you hide behind that mask you use. And did you think this fool could never win? Well, look at me, I'm coming back again. Got a taste of love, I'm simple wet. I don't know this song, I'm sorry. You just fade away, don't you know I'm still standing better. I don't know this song, I'm sorry. A true survivor, feeling like a little kid, and I'm still standing after all this time again. Picking up the pieces of my life without you on my... I don't know this song. See, the issue is, as soon as I started singing, the gunshots went down. Do I dare sing a song I actually know how to sing, as opposed to just kind of like winging it? I don't know, I'm still standing. Hey, anyone who's not currently dead, do you have any song requests for what we could do here? Because I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what would be good. I don't know what fits when it comes to a battlefield. You know what, screw it. I'm just gonna be like, last stand Sabaton, and we'll see how this goes. Alright, let's just do it. With the gunshots in the background. Wait, no, I should probably do, Great War? Because that's with gunshots. Let's see if this works. song very well. I know it a little bit. Help me get down, soldiers. Wow, this has a longer intro than I remember. Where dead men's lies, I'm paralyzed. My brother's eyes are gone, and he shall be buried here. Nameless marks his grave. Mother home in a telegram and shed a tear of grief. Mud and blood in a foreign land, trying to understand. Where is this greatness I've been told? This is the lies that we've been sold. Is this a worthy sacrifice? Great war, and I cannot take more. Great tour, I keep on marching on. I play the great score, there will be no encore. Great war, the war to end all wars. Okay, I'm kind of getting into the rhythm now, because I have listened to the song. I'm standing here, I'm full of fear, with bodies at my feet. Over there in the other trench, bullets wear my name. Lead ahead, as the captain said, and show them no remorse. Who am I to understand? What have I become? I do my duties, pay the price. I'll do the worthy sacrifice. I know my deeds are not in vain. Great war, wait, great war, and I cannot take more. Great tour, I keep on marching on. I play the great score, there will be no encore. Great war, the war to end all wars. And feet by feet, we pay the price of a mile here. Though men are falling, we see heroes rise. We face the heat as we are fighting till the dawn. So follow me as we rewrite our own history. I'm sorry. I don't know this song as well as I thought I did. So I'm really just going by what it says. I'm glad that the gunshots can muffle how awful my singing is, though. I feel like that really enhances the experience. Though I hope all of you are having a good time, I assume just having an active firefight. It really is the war to end all wars. We might call this a great war, of sorts. This is so great we might need another one. Don't you call and flee me. You call and fleers. Listen, I'm fighting for my life over here to try and not have this be awful. Great war, and I cannot take more. Great tour, I keep on marching on. I play the great score, there will be no encore. Great war, the war to end all wars. See, now I got into like the actual rhythm of it. After 8 hours of straight yapping. Okay. I talked about doing that enough. I'm glad I did it. I now officially can say I did karaoke, awful as it was, where there's an active combat zone going on behind me. So my apologies if you were not wanting that, but I thought it would be funny. Oh gosh, I think on that is the perfect place to end, unless you're looking for more, which I don't think you are. Unless also you want me to continue talking about the arcane gates, because that is something I could talk about. But it has also been 8.5 hours, so I would not be upset ending right now. Let's see who's on. Oh my gosh. Oh, bless her. M is still on. It's been 11 hours. Oh, nope, we're still going. Keep going. Keep it coming. We're always looking for more bullets. See, that's the thing. My chat just wants one thing.
Okay, chat, can we come to peace accords?
I mean, if
Upon
you'd
the
like,
11th
I could
hour,
sing the
we
Christmas
must
Truce by
cease all
Sabaton,
fighting.
but I think it would be worse. What is this? Oh my gosh. What if I make that... What if I make that a clip? Just me singing with active bullets going on in the background? Ceasefire? Listen, I'm not in charge of the ceasefire. I only ceasefire. I increase the price of munitions once a ceasefire has been reached. Oh, driver, you took yourself out. That's so silly. Y'all are so silly. Okay, question. What if I just leave... What if I just leave Purge the week at 1 and we don't tell anybody? We just see if anyone notices. And then as soon as someone fires, everyone just returns fire. Yes? Oh my gosh. War never changes.
War never changes. In the year 1945, my great-great-grandfather, serving in the army, wondered when he'd get to go home to his wife and the son he'd never seen. He got his wish when the US ended World War II by dropping atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The world awaited Armageddon. Instead, something miraculous happened. We began to use atomic energy not as a weapon, but as a nearly limitless source of power.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Can someone take him out back? I don't appreciate you silencing me by doing the voices. Like, we just need to clear out the room real quick. I think that those who are too weak to survive this atmosphere don't belong. They should not be here. Oh, goodness gracious. This might be the silliest thing I've done in a while. And I've done a lot of silly things. Ceasefire? Please. Please! Oh, the quarry's not done. We're hitting our own men! Everyone, take off your helmets! We're all clones! No, literally. Rory, we are on the same brain cell. We're all fish! Goodness gracious. It's beautiful, really. It's just exactly what I wanted. This touches me, really, on my heart. Requesting an artillery barrage gives own coordinates. Oh no. See, listen, I know what the people want, and the people want violence. Rorston just got shot, so... Oh, what if I see, no, 60 seconds is more than enough time to ban people. Particularly because defend the commander. Commander's already dead, bro. We need a medic. Oh my god. Listen, if you want an active war zone, just come to my chat. That's what you've learned. What can we do? So I was talking earlier about potentially getting emotes, because Blade was just like, hey, what if I fund the emote fund? How many people are still alive? Can we get a sound off? When are we in the web fishing stream? Good question, Rory. When do you want to play web fishing, your favorite game? Because I don't have it. I'm not buying it. Hello, Two-Stack. I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Rice cooker stream when? I don't know, like today? I can just bring the rice cooker up here, turn on my camera. Oh, bye, driver. Nice knowing you. Okay, I think what we do... Oh, you're still going? I think I'm gonna... I think I'm gonna save the Arcane Gates lesson for next stream. Because I think it's been late enough. I think what I'm going to do... Why does Twitch want me to collab with people who have like 15,000 subscribers or 15,000 CCV? I am not that large of a creator. However, what I can do is I can trade my buddy. Ha! Yeah, I think that this is a good enough place as any to end it. I think get your shots in. I want a firing squad to end stream. I want everyone taking shots. And what I'm gonna do is this is gonna be our raid message. Deploying heavy ordnance. And then the little rocket emote.
War never changes.
War never changes. Alright, grab your raid message. We're raiding out. Be on the lookout for a video tomorrow. Shorts Monday through Friday, as always, on my YouTube channel. Oh, Stream Element Spot is dead. Who am I to make that assumption? However, we're gonna go see M, Real Miss Mischief, playing Pokemon Legends Arceus or Arceus. Very cool person, very loud person, self-described, but very lovely. So make sure to deploy heavy ordnance. Make sure to send her your love. And I think most of you who are from Rory are already there. So enjoy.